what is taking place. A lot of times with anti-missile fire over there. You see some breaking news there. Yemeni army says has fired missiles at key Israeli site in Jaffa region. Car rallies now. You're looking at these lines. They're coming from inside the Islamic Republic of Iran, as I've said time and time again, that these rallies take place throughout the country, big cities, small towns, north, south, east, and west. It's something that is absolutely amazing, I can tell you, to see.
And Nancy, they keep saying Haydar, and that is actually a name used for Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, son-in-law, Imam Ali. And Imam Ali was famous for his courage in fighting battles. They were waging these battles against Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He was a commander, though he was fearless, and that is the name they're invoking when they're constantly saying Haydar. They're getting strength from a virtuous, pious, righteous man who submitted to nobody but Allah.
But I know that it's a lot of power, so it's good that you explain that. Of course, Haydar referring to Imam Ali. Imam Ali was the first Shia Imam, and as Mariam just said, the son-in-law of Prophet Muhammad, and who was absolutely fantastic on the battlefield and in every way. A perfect example. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Wilmer.
That goes right to the point that I was making earlier about the centuries of culture, and the fact that that the Iranian people are drawing upon centuries of culture as a sense of motivation and support, right. Whereas the United States has 250 years. There's a huge difference in terms of psyche and mindset, which goes a very long way in terms of people's willingness to endure and to sacrifice in order to defeat an enemy.
You know, Wilmer, you just picked up on something you and I have talked about before, because when you're talking about that history and that civilization, because we know what they did to Black America. We know how they took the history, separated us from our history, not knowing our backgrounds or our history, thus creating the history that they wanted to do. However, when they're dealing with a country like Iran, a civilization state, they cannot do that. It's very deeply oriented and rooted in their blood. I mean, we're talking about Haydar, we're talking about Imam Ali, we're talking about something 1,400 years ago. 1,400 years ago, that it's very, very much a part of the people today. Mariam, you wanted to say something?
I mean, what's also really important is that actually Iranians, of course, Iran is a Muslim country, but Iran is not the only Muslim country, and Iran is not the only one with a Muslim leader. Of course, there are various leaders across our region, but look at the stance they're taking. So doing is Iran is actually applying religion in their everyday life. They're saying if La ilaha illallah means, there's no God but Allah, then that means that we're not going to submit to the Israeli regime, we're not going to submit to the US regimes, we're not going to submit to any illegitimate power, we're not going to recognize any illegitimate state, because we fear no one but the one and only God, and then we only fear, of course, if we commit a crime, if we commit a sin. And see how different that is from the actions of various Muslim countries in our region. Marzi, what happened today is Iran shot drones over the sky of Shiraz, And they thought originally that it's probably Hermes drones like the ones that they have been shooting down. And what was later discovered was that these drones were actually was actually Saudi Emirati drones. They were wing-loom drones that were used to target the Iranian people. So we're talking about so-called Muslim leaders fighting alongside the Zionists, fighting alongside the enemies of God, fighting alongside those who have murdered their Palestinian brothers and sisters, their Lebanese brothers and sisters across the world.
Right, and I think it goes back to, when we go back to Islamic history again, I just want to talk about one of the imams, and that was the third imam, Imam Hussein, again, wanted to reiterate what was said, that a man like me, he was talking about himself, would never follow a man like Yazid, which was an oppressor, and never pledge allegiance. And I think that that's what we're seeing. That's what's being repeated right here inside of Iran today. Well, Dr. Leon, I appreciate you being with us. I wish I had more time to speak to you, hopefully another time. A pleasure, as always. And thank you, viewers, for staying with us right here at Press TV. I'll be back in just a few minutes with a full news bulletin. Stay tuned, please.
شود کار دولم به یک اشاره تو به کار ما چه درنگ است یا علی مددی ایران اسلامی و میدان ملک میشنویم تا به حال میگفتیم بزن چه خوب میزنیم امشب میخوایم بگیم این حیوان وحشی افسار پاره کرده ضربه آخر رو بزن 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 ضربه آخر رو تن و زدی سر رو بزن ترامپ کافر رو بزن ترامپ کافر رو بزن برادر ضربه آخر رو بزن برادر ضربه آخر رو بزن به قلب تلاویف شاهد و خیبر رو بزن به رسم عقیل کاخ ستمگر رو بزن حیور لاغر دشمن کشور رو بزن بگیر انتقام و قاتل رهبر رو بزن ضربه آخر رو بزن ضربه آخر رو بزن سلاح برتر رو بزن موج مکرر رو بزن بزن رو رگبار رو بزن تن و زدی سر رو بزن ترامپ کافر رو بزن ماشاءالله انصار الله ماشاءالله
پرچم بالا اونی هم که پرچم نداره مشتشو بالا بیاره
موشک باران با تو مشترجت خان ماما موشک باران با تو مشترجت خان ماما حریم ایران با تو پرچم ایران ماما آتش میدان با تو
IRGC's new operations have targeted a number of U.S.-related industries in Bahrain and the UAE. A top IRGC commander says Washington is only digging graves for American forces. That's in response to the U.S.'s claim that Iran would be taken back to the Stone Age. And more European countries are denying the U.S. the use of their soil and airspace for military operations. Hello and welcome to Press TV's World News, coming to you live from Tehran. I'm Marzia Hashemi. Thanks so much for being with us. Well, Iran's Islamic Revolution Guard Corps has launched another wave of retaliatory attacks targeting U.S. industrial facilities in the region. Well, the new wave of missile and drone attacks hit the U.S. steel factories in Abu Dhabi, the Rafael weapons manufacturing facilities, and military shelters near the Bahraini capital of Manama. The IRGC also attacked the untouched sections of the U.S. aluminum industries in Bahrain. And the operation has left dozens of U.S. Army personnel killed and injured. The IRGC Navy has warned that the more the war escalates, the more U.S.-related targets in the region will come under attack. Well, the spokesman of Iran's Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters says the United States and Israel have a miscalculated and incomplete understanding of Iran's military capabilities. Well, the spokesman warns that the enemies should expect more retaliatory strikes.
We send a message to our American and Zionist adversaries. Your information about our capabilities, military power, and equipment is incomplete. You know nothing of our vast and strategic capacities. Do not assume that you have destroyed our strategic missile production centers, long-range offensive drones, advanced air defense systems, electronic warfare capabilities, or our specialized equipment. Such assumptions will only draw you deeper into the quagmire you are already in. The sites you believe you have targeted are insignificant. Our strategic military production takes place in locations you are completely unaware of and will never be able to reach. Do not attempt to count our missiles, drones, or strategic assets. You will be mistaken and achieve nothing. You must answer to the honorable and proud Muslim nation for the aggression you initiated. With trust in Almighty God, this war will continue until your humiliation, defeat, lasting regret, and ultimate surrender are certain. Following the heavy and unimaginable blows you have already received, you should expect more forceful, wider, and more devastating actions from us.
The commander-in-chief of the Iranian army has ordered operational headquarters to closely monitor the enemy's moves. Major General Amir Hatimi warned that in the event of a ground invasion, not a single enemy soldier should be allowed to survive. He also ordered counter-attacks against any offensive, emphasizing that the shadow of war must be lifted from Iran. The commander said it is unacceptable for Iranians to live in insecurity while others remain safe, stressing that all should enjoy security. Meanwhile, Iran's parliament speaker says when the time comes to defend the homeland, every citizen becomes a soldier, posting on X social media platform. Ghalibaf said in less than a week, around 7 million Iranians have announced their readiness to take up arms to defend their country. IRGC says it has shot down an advanced MQ-9 drone over the Iranian city of Khomeini. The IRGC has also successfully targeted a cruise missile in the central city of Kashan and one Hermes 900 drone over Shiraz. Meanwhile, the Army has hit 2 MQ-9 drones in Shiraz. 155 drones have been shot down by Iran's integrated air defense network since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war on February the 28th. Well, Iran's foreign ministry spokesman has strongly condemned the recent attack on the Pasteur Institute of Iran as a heartbreaking and despicable act. In a post on X, Ismail Baqai described the assault on one of West Asia's most prestigious scientific institutions as an affront to human values. He also called the attack more than just another crime in an ongoing illegal war, emphasizing its impact on basic human rights and scientific development. The spokesman said that American and Israeli forces carried out an attack that has deeply affected not only Iran but also the entire region's public health infrastructure. The Pasteur Institute has long been a symbol of scientific research and public health in the region. Iran's deputy foreign minister says the country is preparing a joint protocol with Oman to oversee maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Kazem Gharibabadi says Tehran is about to come up with a framework with Oman to coordinate maritime transit through the strategic waterway. The decision is aimed at ensuring safe and efficient passage of vessels. Gharibabadi added that the move can enhance environmental protection and safety as well. Several U.S. allies have rejected Donald Trump's military plan for reopening the Strait of Hormuz. French President Emmanuel Macron has stressed that the waterway must be opened only in coordination with Iran. He added that Paris considers any use of force for opening the strait as unrealistic. The commander of the Aerospace Forces of the Islamic Revolution Guard Corps has denounced U.S. threats of bombing Iran back to the Stone Age, saying Washington is only digging the graves for American troops. Brigadier General Majid Mousavi made the rebuke in a social media post. He said American leaders are preoccupied with, quote, Hollywood-style delusions in a way that they threaten a country with over 6,000 years of civilization, while they only have a 250-year history. The sharp criticism and warning came from the White House. Trump once again claimed that his core objectives are nearing completion in the war on Iran. He said the war is close to its end. The U.S. president said attacks will continue within 2 or 3 weeks, renewing threats of targeting Iran's infrastructure. Many analysts have said the comments are threadbare, as Trump has been repeating them since the start of the imposed war on Iran. After the speech, global oil prices rose to $105 a barrel. So reacted negatively to Trump's comments. Moving on to other news now, the leader of Yemen's Ansarullah movement has his neighbors. He hailed the Islamic Republic directly targeting the military positions of the enemies in retaliation. Abdul Malik al-Houthi said the human losses among the enemies indicate the high effectiveness of Iran's response to the war. He said the main problem of the Muslims is not a lack of capability, but division. Al-Houthi demanded the Islamic states remain united in the face of the aggressors who target the Muslim community as a whole. Meanwhile, Austria has closed its airspace to U.S. military aircraft, becoming the latest European country to refuse cooperation with Washington amid its war on Iran. Vienna has rejected all U.S. requests to use its airspace, this despite repeated appeals by Trump for NATO allies to support Washington in the war against Iran. Austria's decision follows similar actions across Europe. On Tuesday, France announced blocking Israeli aircraft from transporting weapons through its airspace, while Italy refused last-minute permission for U.S. bombers to land in Sicily. Rome has also denied U.S. access to the Sigonella air base, and Spain has likewise refused to allow the use of its airspace. Spanish officials reiterated their position remains firm, describing the conflict as both unlawful and unjust. Switzerland has also rejected U.S. requests to use its airspace for military operations against Iran. Well, Iranians have mobilized to deliver humanitarian aid and essential goods to communities affected by the war. Shipments of food, medicine, and basic supplies are being organized and sent to those in need. Moeen Amini reports from Tehran.
The Iranian people's selfless assistance for those affected by the imposed war of the US and its friends against Iran. The people's dedication to restoring victims to normal living conditions, an effort rooted in the culture and values of Islamic Iran.
Donated goods from benefactors and volunteers of non-governmental organizations are stored, and after packaging and sorting by relief workers, they are distributed to those affected and in need.
Charities and non-governmental organizations have come together and formed a headquarters called the Ramadan Defense Support Headquarters.
A few days ago, when I partnered with the Red Crescent Society to distribute aid, I witnessed a treasure the likes of which I had also seen during the 8-year sacred defense.
The women artists who have sacrificed their time, energy, labor and moments with their children to keep the people's hands filled with the Iranian flag.
This is Iran, and these are the people of Iran, in the heart of Tehran, who, in difficult days and harsh conditions, amidst the bombing by the most usurping of countries, are engaged in spontaneous, dedicated grassroots work.
Today we are standing here. We are protecting our always and already great country with every drop of our blood.
Some say history does not repeat itself, but Iran, both during the 8-year imposed war and now, has proven that there are people in this world whose repeated, resolute defense of their independence and freedom leaves history and its chroniclers astonished.
This is the place where sacrifice and selflessness can be vividly seen. It's the place where love reveals its true essence. Moeen Amini, Press TV, Tehran.
Well, since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, residential areas in Tehran have been targeted. Our correspondent, Gisumi Shahamadi, has visited a neighborhood in Tehran where a number of apartments have been destroyed or damaged. More in the following report.
Gisha neighborhood, uptown Tehran. This is normally one of the city's quiet, tree-lined residential areas. But today, it is the latest target of U.S.-Israeli strikes. Here we are, just hours after the attack.
As you can see here, this is a residential area that was targeted in the early hours of this morning. You can clearly see that people were living in these homes. In addition to residential buildings, commercial areas, schools, universities, passenger planes, water reservoirs, infrastructure, power plants, medical centers, Red Crescent facilities, ambulances, rescue vehicles, and helicopters have also been targeted. All of this is the result of the savage nature of the Zionist regime and the Americans. You can see for yourselves and bear witness. In their claim that they only target military zones and not residential areas. That is 100% a complete lie. This level of savagery only reveals their desperation, weakness, and defeat.
The reality that images can capture. Homes hit, families displaced, and a community struggling to comprehend what has happened.
Number 16 in the 9th Alley. That's where I live. It was a residential building. We really don't know why our building was attacked. We were just lucky we weren't home when it happened.
Walking through the neighborhood, we see and we listen. We speak to the people who were here when the bombs fell.
No, ma'am. Please, no.
Last night, we were told that our neighborhood might be attacked. We were asked to evacuate. The entire neighborhood is residential. Every apartment here was someone's home.
And this is what remains. There are no soldiers here, no fighters, just ordinary people living their lives.
My mom nearly had a heart attack. She's a 74-year-old woman. Thank God she is fine now, but her home is completely destroyed.
There are no words for moments like this. There's only grief and the important task of finding a way forward.
I'm here with some of my friends to help my fellow neighbors. For those whose windows are broken, we remove the remaining glass and prepare the window for the repairman to install new window panes. This is our way of showing support.
Another residential neighborhood in Tehran today has become a scene of destruction. But the people you see here are still standing as the world silently watches. Yusuf Shamali, Press TV, Tehran.
As the U.S.-Israeli aggression against Iran continues, voices of support for the Islamic Republic are growing across the globe. In India, politicians, religious leaders, and members of the public are condemning the attacks and expressing solidarity with the Iranian people. Press TV's Adil Mir reports from New Delhi.
Amid rising tension in West Asia, protests and strong reactions are emerging in India, with many calling the attacks on Iran unjustified and unlawful.
Americans believe that after the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Iran would weaken. But the spirit of the Iranian people tells a different story. People are standing firm on the streets even as bombs fall, sending a clear message that Iran will not back down. The killing of young girls, even inside schools, raises serious questions. What international laws of war have the United States and Israel followed?
Criticism is also coming from senior diplomats, politicians who describe the attacks as part of a broader pattern of Western interventionism.
I'm sure Iran will be able to give a befitting answer to the needless aggression to which they have been subjected by a combination of Yankee imperialism and Zionist criminality.
Religious voices have also joined in, framing the conflict in moral and ethical terms.
If we do not support Iran today, then who are we expected to stand with? Those whose names are linked to serious crimes, or those accused of committing grave crimes against innocent children? Should we stand with the United States and Israel, or reflect on what is morally right? Our religion and scriptures have given us deep knowledge and guidance. If we ignore that in moments like these, then what purpose does that knowledge serve?
Lawmakers and political figures say the outrage is not limited to sentiments, with protests taking place in different parts of country.
ये उन लोगों ने जंग थोपी है जिनको बच्चों के खून करने में मजा आता है.
This is a brutal war marked by the killing of innocent children. More than 50,000 children have been killed in Palestine. And in the attack on Iran, 165 children were killed on the very first day. This is an unprovoked war and we condemn it. The people of India have condemned it, which is why many have taken to the streets in protest, because they fear the consequences of such actions could eventually affect others as well.
Far beyond the battlefield, the voices of solidarity in India echo growing global sentiment. They see this US-Israel aggression not just a violation of international order, but a conflict that has implications far beyond the region. Adil Mir, Press TV, New Delhi.
Syrian and Palestinian protesters have taken to the streets of Damascus, condemning Israel's controversial decisions to allow the execution of Palestinians, prisoners, and calling for urgent international action. Protesters warned of serious escalation and condemned Arab governments' inaction. More in the following report.
Ahmed Yassin!
Syrian and Palestinian activists gathered outside the UN office in Damascus, denouncing the Israeli decision of executing Palestinian prisoners as a dangerous escalation that challenges international law and humanitarian norms, and calling for urgent global intervention to prevent its implementation.
I came here today to encourage people to work toward the liberation of Palestine, the release of prisoners, and to free the world from Israeli and U.S. injustice. We call on the United Nations to stand with us against the execution of Palestinian prisoners.
I stand here in solidarity with Palestinian prisoners for their families and their children. We reject their torture and execution. Around 10,000 prisoners are facing death sentences, and we must stop this decision. If we don't stand with Palestine, then who will?
The demonstration quickly evolved into a march heading toward Yarmouk camp, where protesters voiced their anger at the unjust decision and vowed to resist the Israeli occupation until the liberation of Palestine.
We say to our people in Palestine, we will not rest until all prisoners are freed, refugees return, and Al-Quds becomes the capital of Palestine. From refugee camps in Syria, we tell the occupation, your decisions will not break us, and we will continue the path of resistance and martyrdom.
Amid growing outrage, demonstrators also criticized Arab governments, questioning their silence and calling for stronger action to confront policies they view as a direct threat to Palestinian lives and rights.
Our people must wake up. What are the Arab and Islamic countries doing? Where is Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Egypt? Israel is murdering our Palestinian brothers and their children in Gaza and in prisons, and all we see is words.
As anger grows on the streets of Damascus, protesters say this decision could mark a turning point, warning that silence will only deepen the crisis. They insist pressure must build before such measures become reality. Ali Mohammed, Press TV, Damascus.
Well, there's breaking news at the bottom of your screen. IRGC Navy says we hit data centers of U.S. firms Oracle in Dubai and Amazon in Bahrain. This after previous warnings. Again, that's from the IRGC Navy saying that we hit data centers of U.S. firms Oracle in Dubai and Amazon in Bahrain after previous warnings. And with that, it brings us to the end of this World News Bulletin right here at Press TV. Thanks so much for being with us, and hopefully I'll see you right here tomorrow. Goodbye.
Observed on the last Friday of the holy month of Ramadan, was designated by Imam Khomeini as a day to support the cause of Palestine. From the early hours of the morning, the people of Tehran gathered speaking to the University of Tehran, sending a clear message that despite war and all, they remain committed to the cause of freedom and justice. As you can see, from the very first hours of today, people carrying Iranian flags have conveyed to the world their support for steadfastness in the face of arrogance and oppression. Our reports and coverage will continue to follow this march moment by moment.
Hi, hello, welcome. You're watching Press TV World News here, where we are covering the rolling situation happening right here in the Islamic Republic, day 34 of the American-Israeli aggression against the Islamic Republic. A war that was supposed to last for 4 days, a few hours. We're now in the day 34th of this aggression, which has claimed thousands of lives, thousands of innocent lives within the country. The Israeli and the American coalition have targeted healthcare, health centers, ambulances, emergency services, schools, hospital, pharmaceutical companies, despite the fact that the Americans and the Israelis have sanctioned Iran for decades, preventing it from being able to access many of the medical emergencies and medical needs that it has. The country has been able to build and rely on its own and become an exporter, actually, of these medicines. And now we're beginning to see the Zio-American attack targeting those very lifelines that has been able to keep many Iranians afloat and safe from the effects of these sanctions. And not just that, we're beginning to see attacks on infrastructure of Iran as well. The American president just a few days ago shared an image of a bombardment in Isfahan where we saw secondary explosions, and he was very proud of that. It's very difficult to determine what the U.S. president consider as victory. Perhaps his word will be what we should go after, where he said that they are going to blow Iran into oblivion. The American president was supposed to come to Iran and save the people of Iran, but apparently his plan is to blow the country into oblivion. We will be discussing what has happened over the past 1 month and what's been happening in the past 24 hours, especially the escalation in the Iranian retaliation, especially within the occupied territory, and those very pinpoint, accurate targeting despite the heavy restrictions that the Israelis have imposed on media. We're beginning to get images out of how impactful those strikes were, on the Israeli targets, and especially because it was a coordinated attacks. I think the very first one we are witnessing between all of the axis of resistance, from the resistance in Lebanon to resistance in Iraq to the Yemenis and the various armed forces within the Islamic Republic, the IRGC Aerospace Force, the IRGC Naval Forces, the Artesh, which is the army itself, and the Army's Navy. So we will be looking at the impact of that. And also we will be covering some of the speech that Trump is going to be making in the next few minutes, I think, if I am not mistaken. We will be covering that for you as well. But first of all, allow me to introduce our guest. In the studio with me, we have Mariam Azarche, our political analyst, here in the studio with us. Thank you so much for joining us. And also joining us live, if I'm not mistaken, is Aja Mubaraka, an American activist, also joining us from the U.S. Thank you so much. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Baraka. The U.S. political system from the very beginning has always been oppressive in nature. This is not new for you as an African American. You've dedicated your life to fighting this injustice, and you've spoken extensively about how the boomerang, practices of the American empire outside will start coming home to roost to maybe the population that have been, insulated from the brutality of the empire, and we're beginning to see that. But I want to point specifically to Trump and specifically to the, the No Kings rally that we saw. How effective is this? Does it reflect the frustration of the people in the United States? And if it does it have any impact on the policies that Trump is making, not just in West Asia, but also in Latin America? We're hearing Exet talk about the greater North America, talking about many lands that they hope to be able to directly influence. So as an American yourself, experience with the empire and its brutality, despite the, opposition that we may have within the American system, do you think it's enough to curtail the brutality that the Trump administration is now unleashing upon the entire world?
Well, let's just talk about the No Kings rally. It's always a good thing when there's some expression of opposition. There's no question about that. But it's important for the listeners to understand that the position against the war in Iran and indeed against U.S. imperialism did not occupy a central point of attention. Of course, a number of people raise these questions, raise these issues, and that's a good thing. But it's important that people understand that at this point, the political perspective in the U.S. is such that the main focus is on the personality of Donald Trump, as opposed to an understanding of the convergence of politics that unite both the Democrats and the Republicans, and that is their commitment to the continuation of U.S. global hegemony. Both parties have consistently been opposed to the existence of the Iranian society and Iranian state, and both parties, that is the personalities of both parties, have been largely supportive of the attack on Iran. So the task and the responsibilities of people in the United States and indeed in the West is to continue to attempt to try to build more effective opposition. We see that what we are witnessing is the consolidation of a form of global fascism led by the U.S. And we know at the center of the fascist project is conquest and racialization. And what we have to understand is the only way in which we can put a brake on the aspirations of these forces is through the effective use of popular power. So we understand our task and our responsibility. We think that it is a tragedy what has unfolded with this unprovoked attack on Iran, the unnecessary waste of human life. But we also understand that we have a lot of work to do to build a movement that will put a brake on those kinds of actions by the United States government.
Okay, let me bring it to the studio. Mariam, over the past few hours, we've been hearing of the Israeli-American aggression on Isfahan and in other parts of the country, and it seems as we move further into this escalatory ladder, the Zio-American coalition have decided that the civilian population has to be targeted. And that is based on statement that we've had from the Israeli Minister of War, Israel Katz, who said that our important hope was on the Iranian people. We knew from the beginning that just a military action is not enough to unseat the government in Iran. We had hoped that the people will come onto the streets, and that is still part of our intent. So do you think now that this escalation where deliberately targets are being taken on civilian housing, civilian infrastructure, pharmaceuticals in particular, we've seen that over the past 3 days, targeting the very core of Iran's ability to be able to treat its people and its independence in this sector. You think it's directed at, the people to try and punish them, knowing that we may not be able to get what we want, militarily speaking, but even after the war, we will be able to exact a high payment, on the Iranian population?
I mean, the Iranian population to begin with was the main target, because we know that over the course of the years, we're talking some 50 years, 47 years
following the victory of the Islamic Revolution, that the U.S. has actually placed the most extreme sanctions on Iran, unilateral coercive measures, and making it very difficult, almost impossible, to sell Iran's oil. That was especially more in the beginning, following the victory of the revolution. That was the main source of the budget for the country. So they understood that when they're placing sanctions on oil sale, they are hurting the people. And more recently, they've come out and said, Nancy Pelosi, for instance, said that the regime does have supporters, therefore we have to cause pain to the people, so they give up supporting the regime, right? So this is what the people have been the target to begin with, and that's because they understood that the whole reason that the Islamic Republic has been able to stand against the Western Hegemonic Front was because of the people, and nothing else explain it. Iran had a much lesser military, definitely still has a fraction of America's military budget. Iran was under extreme sanctions. Iranians, I mean, they had been oppressed for a very long time. There was no reason that they should be able to stand against American hegemony. If it wasn't the support of millions of Iranians, then the Islamic Republic could not have lasted. It could not have lasted all the media propaganda, could not have lasted that media propaganda that actually said that all the economic issues were a result of the government's failure. And with everything, I mean, we've had various coup attempts. The people were to begin with the target. And even with the most recent attempt, with the most recent U.S.-Israeli aggression, because we had during the 12-day war, where Iranian commanders were targeted as well. And of course, we realized that when the country is not in war, even commanders are civilians. So when they were targeted, it was to actually weaken the country's defense so they can target the people easier. Right. And during this most recent war, we saw how they targeted the leader of the Islamic Revolution, but they also, on that very first day, they targeted the Minab school, murdering more than 165 schoolgirls, 5 schoolboys. So they have always wanted to exact a price on the people, because they understood the people are the backbone of the Islamic Revolution. It's not like the U.S. that, is relying on the military-industrial complex. And if tomorrow the approval for war is 0%, the U.S. will still go to war.
Right.
The people don't have that power to actually stop the regime from committing aggression against other nations.
Okay, stay with me, Mariam. Mr. Baraka, I want to come back to you. You mentioned something when you were speaking to us earlier, where you said that, yes, people within the United States are discontent, and in a way of showing their discontentment, they had come to the street in the nationwide protest that we saw just a few days ago. But the question is, do you think perhaps the Iranians also banked on the fact that the economic effect that the U.S. may feel, or the population in the United States may feel as a result of the Strait of Hormuz being closed, may also force the United States to be careful in its escalation, perhaps? And do you think that this economic push is enough to get people to a frame of mind where they understand that the empire is also a threat to them? Because we're beginning to see, if we can gauge from social media, some of the content that we're seeing coming from the United States, where most people who are politically inclined understood that this war is being fought partly because of Israel, may not necessarily have much to do with preserving the U.S. empire, because if it's about protecting the U.S. empire, then the military bases in the region has to stay. The facade of the protection for the Persian Gulf Arab country has to remain, and that has been shattered over the past, couple of weeks after this war broke out. Do you think perhaps people are beginning to be more aware, majorly because of the economic situation, and the Iranians were planning for this to happen?
It's quite clear that there's a majority of the U.S. population that oppose the war. And they oppose it not only because of the negative impact that it is having on their pocketbooks, on their ability to live, but there seems to be a subtle shift in the U.S. population away from the sort of mindless support for U.S. military aggression. I believe that as a consequence of the live stream genocide that people were exposed to on the heels of the Ukrainian war. That there is a sort of a general disgust developing in the country and in the culture. And we are beginning to see that being translated into a new kind of politics or potential anti-war politics in the U.S. So yes, the material component is important. That is one of the factors I think that the Trump administration is taking into account with the rise in gas prices and with the inflationary consequences of this war. But they also are concerned about their domestic base, not only among the so-called MAGA support base for the Republicans, but the U.S. base of the popular base in general. So they have an agenda to advance or attempt to advance their interests militarily, but you have to have a base of support domestically unless you are prepared to turn to massive repression. And so they are delegitimized in terms of their ability to persuade the U.S. population to support these aggressions, and therefore they have a serious political dilemma developing in the U.S.
Yeah, but you know, the situation that we're looking at now is becoming, you know, more fragile. The balance that exists in the region, especially in West Asia, has always been very fragile when it comes to, you know, how many states manage their own relationship, because majorly because of the United States. If you have a relation with the United States, then your foreign policy, many will argue, is kind of tied to how you are with the U.S. And for many years, there have been this balancing act between Iran and its neighbors. But now that the war has gotten to a point where these neighboring countries feel like Iran is attacking them, and Iran is saying attacks are being carried out from your lands against mine, and so I am entitled to retaliate against where the attack is coming from, knowing that Iran warned months ahead that if an attack again is carried out from these places, I will respond in kind to those. I mean, talk to us about this balancing act, because obviously many of us are now aware that the situation will not go back to the way it was before the war. Obviously, we can't predict in detail exactly what will happen, but in your opinion, based on what we are seeing, based on the fact that the U.S. is losing, you know, this basis, it's not just about theory anymore. The infrastructure that has kept these bases alive are almost totally obliterated or destroyed or partially destroyed. It may take years for the U.S. to rebuild it. And knowing that these bases serve as a sort of strength and perhaps stability for many of these Persian Arab countries, how do you see the relationship going forward?
Look, as a consequence of the incompetency of the Trump administration, the balance of forces globally have shifted away from them. In West Asia, they have a real dilemma, because by them basically abandoning their vassal states, it's become quite clear to those states that the U.S. was unable to provide any kind of protection for them, and that the U.S. is only concerned with advancing its particular interests. And so I believe that as a consequence of this war, that not only will Iran emerge as a more powerful state, but that the entire architecture of security and trade relations, almost every aspect of life in West Asia would be fundamentally transformed. The U.S. is going to, in essence, end up being expelled from the region. They're not going to be allowed to rebuild their bases.
Do you see that happening? Sorry to jump in. Do you see that happening? The fact that the Americans will be expelled, because many are saying that, you know, this will be a great defeat for the empire, and the empire will do everything it can to resist this. If you're saying that the empire will leave, how do you see that as a possibility?
I see that the framework for leaving the region is going to be laid tonight in the speech by Donald Trump. That they have no other choice. That their vassal states have recognized that there is a price to pay when you align yourself with the U.S. and when the head of the Department of War says that states need to learn how to fight for themselves. Basically, it's quite clear to those vassal states that they can no longer depend on protection from the U.S. Therefore, they have to find a way to get along with their neighbors. And we see that possibility. We saw that back in 2023, the possible reconciliation, if you will, between Saudi Arabia and Iran was taking place. So there's a possibility of a different set of relationships in West Asia. And of course, the empire will fight that, where they would attempt to undermine it. They would use their front person, the Fort Israel, to undermine states. But we think that this miscalculation that they made in attacking Iran will fundamentally alter the relationships the U.S. has with states throughout West Asia.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you with the speech that we're expecting from Trump. Obviously, you mentioned something there, but allow me to come back to the studio here with our colleague. Mariam, what may we be expecting from Donald Trump? Because let's not forget, usually with Trump, when he talks about negotiation, then you should prepare yourself for war. We saw this twice in the last 1 year here in Iran, where in June they were talking about several rounds of negotiations. There were positivity coming out, even from the Trump administration, only for Israel to attack and for the U.S. to join after 8 days of the Israelis fighting and being weakened, obviously, by the Iranian response. And then we had those bunker buster bombs that the U.S. deployed into the region and attacked, the Iranian nuclear facility. But this time around, again, we saw indirect negotiation also by Iran. Positivity coming from both sides. The Iranians were saying it was good. The Omanis, who were the intermediaries, were saying yes, many concessions have been gotten from the Islamic Republic, especially as it concerned its enriched uranium. The Americans also said everything was great, only for Saturday morning for us to wake up while people were at work and students were at school to hear those bombardments across Tehran and across Iran. And now we are, Trump again talking about peace, while the U.S. forces are being amassed in the region, and there are talks and discussion in U.S. media about which island to take, which oil to take. Break it down for our viewers, because it does seem as though anytime the Trump administration is talking about peace, you should prepare yourself for an escalation.
I mean, you can prepare yourself for an escalation when the U.S. can actually escalate. Of course, they have weapons that they haven't used, but some of their best weapons have been targeted by Iran. We're talking weapons like the F-35 stealth jet that reaches a speed of, the velocity of sound within 4 seconds, and it's supposed to be invisible to the radars. But we saw that when Iran targeted, it didn't even make a sudden move. It couldn't even tell that it was being targeted, and then it was targeted by Iran anyways. And Iran, of course, targeted various fighter jets, drones, and also a lot of American bases. But when Trump says negotiations, you can actually expect negotiation if he has no other way, if he has nowhere else to go. And when he's trying to constantly talk about negotiations, I mean, to begin with, if he thought Iran was not a power, he would not even suggest negotiations. The way the U.S. Actually hegemony works is that they enter a country, they do a coup in the country, or they invade a country, or they enter a country and kidnap the president. If they can do those moves, then they will do it. But they weren't able to do it in Iran. That is why they, to begin with, talked about negotiations, because they had tried everything else with Iran. They had tried, we had the 8-year imposed war on Iran. Of course, it took 8 years because Iran was able to resist for that long until Iran was victorious. We had various coup attempts by the U.S. regime inside our country, the most recent of which actually took the lives of some 3,000 Iranians. And then it was blamed on Iran by mainstream media. And then with everything they had done, they thought that they couldn't do anything else but negotiations. In fact, Trump, who talked about negotiations, he himself had tore the JCPOA agreement.
Right.
So there were already negotiations. Iran had agreed, and actually before the U.S. regime started this preemptive strike, which is really an invasion in many. I mean, there's no such a thing as a preemptive strike. That's not a term. But when they started this against Iran, all the sources had already said Iran had no plans. Neither does Iran have any nuclear weapons, nor does Iran have any plans to actually make nuclear weapons. So Trump likes to talk about negotiations when he has nowhere else to go. Right. And of course, he may have to try and escalate in some way if for him to actually make some kind of victory out of this. He's very desperately trying to say that he was victorious, that he won the battle. However, he hasn't reached any of the objectives that he's talked about, so much so that he's had to create new objectives. Right. So for instance, prior to the aggression on Iran, the Strait of Hormuz was open. And now he says, one victory would be to open the Strait of Hormuz. And then 48, and then he says, I'm going to give Iran 48 hours. They have to strait the Hormuz or else. And then that doesn't happen. And then he says, well, you know what? We don't really need the Strait of Hormuz. So he's constantly changing the definition of a victory. And I mean, for him to actually create, perhaps his biggest victory has been destroying more than 113,000 civilian structures, perhaps to those individuals, destroying the houses of more than 90,000 Iranians is a victory. But other than that...
Stay with me. Mr. Baraka, please, I'm going to come back to you before we let you go. My colleague was talking about the fact that the Trump administration, especially Trump himself, has been going from various targets in this war. He started with regime change, then they moved to preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon, then it was about liberating the Iranian people, and now it's about opening the Strait of Hormuz. And in that context, I'm going to place the same question that I asked her to you. As we're talking about waiting for the next statement that Trump is going to make, and they've made a huge issue out of it, saying that he's going to make some important statement. We don't know how much we can trust it. While we have thousands of American soldiers in the region, 50,000 according to some estimates, maybe more. Do you believe we are nearing an end to this aggression? If we are, how does it end? Because we know Trump will not pull out without being able to show that he has won something. And it's very difficult to pick out something tangible that Trump has won unless, destroying public property, like my colleague said about civilian houses being targeted, can be claimed as a victory, especially as we're having the midterms election coming up, and Trump really needs to bring those low ratings back up to fight the Democrats, even though the Democrats, they don't really pose much of a threat to Trump. Give us your opinion.
It's quite clear. It's quite clear that the Trump administration has suffered a strategic failure with its attack on Iran. The comments tonight by Donald Trump will be one in which he will attempt to construct a narrative of U.S. victory, providing an explanation for why they are going to attempt to try to withdraw from this war that they started.
So you're predicting he's going to end the war tonight in his speech? That's what the speech is going to be about?
I predict that he's going to lay the foundation for explaining why the U.S. is going to systematically withdraw. But in the next few weeks, I suspect that they're going to engage in symbolic, or more than symbolic, but engage in a massive assault on Iran also. Again, providing some material basis for their claim of winning the conflict. But they are prepared to leave because they have no ability to use those troops that you referenced a few minutes ago, besides putting them into a situation where it would be suicidal. They have been checkmated, and everybody understands that. And what the Trump administration is going to attempt to do tonight is to provide the best face for, in essence, a surrender this evening. That's my prediction.
Okay, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe we invite you to come and discuss that further after the announcement. Mr. Aja Mubaraka, founder, Black Alliance for Peace, joining us from New York. Thank you so much for your time. I will bring it back to our studio with my colleague. Mariam, you heard what Mr. Baraka said about the fact that, yes, Trump may come out tonight to lay the ground for why the U.S. has to pull out. If that is the case, we will be looking at Trump continue his berating of the EU, of NATO, the fact that they didn't join, the fact that they didn't provide, enough military assistance, the fact that the U.S. is having to circumvent many airspace across the EU has been blocked to him from France to Spain. We had him a few hours ago berating the French president, insulting him, just like he insulted the Saudi crown prince. It does seem as though, in as much as Trump is not getting the necessary information about the reality of this war, he's beginning to understand that this may be a conflict he cannot win. Correct me if I'm wrong. And because that is the case, it will lay the ground for leaving, having the war, leaving the Iran. But we're also knowing that perhaps we will have the Trump administration target Iran's energy facilities, its civilian facilities. So even though we are de-escalating, then perhaps we will also see an escalation before that de-escalation happens. Do you agree?
Of course, the language that Trump understands is a language of force. And that is why actually Iran has shown that Iran has adopted an eye for an eye approach. So every time they targeted Iran, they targeted Iranian facilities, they targeted Iran's refineries, they targeted Iran's desalination even, that Iran actually upped the ante every step of the way. They targeted Iranian commanders, Iran targeted the gatherings of American and Israeli commanders. And so they constantly tried to target Iran in every way possible. And Iran showed that Iran will actually follow through with a similar assault in retaliation. And so that is the language that Trump understands. However, the problem is at this point in time, it's not in the hands of Trump anymore whether or not to have a ceasefire. At this point in time, we have the Iranian nation taking to the streets every single night saying we don't want a ceasefire, saying no to ceasefire, saying we're not going to stop targeting the U.S. regime until they get the hell out of our region. And the reason they say this is not because they won war. Actually, Iranians are the most peace-loving people on earth, perhaps. However, they have understood that in order to have lasting war, in order to have lasting peace, they need to actually push away the aggressors that understand nothing but war. So Iran went through negotiation after negotiation after negotiation. Iran spent over 40 years, I think, by now, trying to tell the world that Iran is not the monster they're painting it to be. That Iran is not against human rights, that Iranian women have a very high status in Iranian society. Human rights are appreciated in Iran. The oppressed, they receive, good health care. The poor, those with poverty actually are given a lot of government facilities. So Iran tried to show everything it was about, and Iran also tried to negotiate as much as far as anybody could negotiate. I mean, why would you even negotiate on your nuclear program, for instance, about a hegemonic power that has hundreds of nuclear bombs and is committing a genocide in Gaza and elsewhere? And so Iran actually made all the concessions possible, then was bombed twice in the middle of negotiations. And so therefore, it's no longer in the hands of Trump to decide if there's going to be a ceasefire. He will probably have to escalate because Iranians are not going to finish targeting the U.S. regime's interests, and then he would have to, do something about it. And Iranians would not mind. I mean, Iranians have said that Iran is ready for at least 10 years. And of course, Iran was victorious after the 8-year imposed war, very soon after the victory of the Islamic Revolution. But Iran did not have a fraction of the weapons it has right now.
Okay. So stay with me, Mariam. I'm sorry to cut you off. Viewers, if you're just joining us, you're looking at this is the live coverage of the rolling coverage of the situation happening in West Asia, that war that has been imposed on Iran both by the American and the Israeli regime. And right by my screen, you are watching the live of Donald Trump has started that speech that he is supposed to give on the situation with Iran. And we will be covering some of the things that he will be saying in that speech, both with our guest in the studio and also our guest that is now joining us from Quds Network, Mr. Raja Abdul Haq, Palestinian activist and community organizer and co-founder of Quds News Network. Welcome to the program and thank you so much for joining us. Having your expertise and your point of view on this issue is very important because one may argue that one of the reasons Iran is being targeted and is having to face this war imposed both by the United States and Israel is because of its insistence that the Palestinians must be given back their land. Must, not that may, not that let's see how it happens. It has to happen because the Iranians say that for them, the Palestinian issue is not just for the Palestinian alone, it's not just for the Islamic Ummah alone, it's also an existential threat for every single country that exists in the region because of the greater Israel plan. Give us your thoughts on why this war was imposed on Iran in the first place.
No, I think you're spot on. I think since the events of October 7, the United States of America and Israel have been facing, specifically Israel, has been facing a reality check. It was an existential problem for Israel, a settler colonial project that is surviving on the idea of deterrence, on the idea that Palestinians, as the natives and the indigenous people of the land, they're crushed. Their political agency have been eliminated, and the people in Gaza, specifically the resistance in Gaza, has been crushed in a way that they're so focused into counting the calories that Israel allows them to Gaza to deal with the local issues of electricity, clean water, the basic human rights of Palestinians, eliminating the concept of political agency and the political aspirations of the Palestinian people, and they're turning them into biological beings in the sense of that Palestinians should only worry about their well-beings, their physical well-beings. They should worry about eating and drinking and not worry too much about having freedom, having liberation, and having a state for themselves away from Zionist settler colonial projects. Now, the reality of October 7 or that wake-up call for Israel and the United States is that Palestinians, as the natives of the land, the colonized subjects, have not been crushed, and as a matter of fact, now they're not only resisting by defending themselves, they're now also engaged in operations that aim to liberate the land of Palestine and aim to return the refugees to where they were expelled from their homes since 1948. That reality crushed the idea of the concept of escalation dominance, the concept of technological and militaristic advancement and superiority of Israel in the region, because it was to them that these militias, these guerrilla groups in Gaza, in a very small, tiny piece of land, one of the most populated areas in the world, were able to deal with the hunger issues, were able to deal with the siege, and they were able to rebel and revolt against their own oppressors, against their own colonizers. So to them, the natives, as we know, as a settler colonial project for Israel, in order for it to succeed, in order for it to have a concept of superiority, in order for it to feel that it's safe, that the settler colonial project of destroying and eliminating the natives of the land, the natives must submit. They must surrender, and they must not seek any political aspirations for themselves. When the people of Gaza rose up and they fought for their homeland, it was, as I mentioned a couple of times already, was a wake-up call for Israel and the United States that these people are not crushable, and there needs to be another way of dealing with them beyond creating a sense of deterrence. And that solution to them was the genocide, the mass murder, the ethnic cleansing, the total annihilation and destruction of Gaza, to remove any sense of safety, any sense of belonging, any sense of home for the Palestinians of Gaza. That reality and the ability for Israel to be fully and blindly supported by the Western colonial powers created a new strategic pillar for Israel and the United States, that in order for Israel to restore its supremacy in the region, its dominance in the region, it needs to go after the axis of what was known as the axis of resistance in order to eliminate all resistance movements nonstop. And the huge attack against Hezbollah in the past 2 years have shown us that Israel has been preparing for this moment, that the events of October 7 were only brought these events much faster to what Israel was hoping to do. Israel was clearly planning to eliminate and destroy Hezbollah for years now. And because of this, and because of this reality, the Israel started with Gaza, then Hezbollah, and they felt that they deterred both. I mean, they destroyed Gaza right away, and they felt that they deterred Hezbollah. And to them, at the end of the day, they wanted to go to the bigger goal, which is to destroy and erase the concept of resistance in Iran by destroying not just by murdering the leadership of the Iranian state, but also hitting civilians and hitting infrastructure, to repeat what has happened in Gaza and Lebanon across the region, in order for Israel to destroy the American war machine, the CIA, the Pentagon, the think tanks, the Israeli Mossad. They don't know that Iran doesn't have nuclear power, not only because of the fatwas by but because clearly, according to their intelligence, they know Iran doesn't have nuclear weapon. This was just a justification, an excuse, just like those we heard in the early 2000s after so-called war on terror campaign, after the events of September 11, the United States used the excuse weapons of mass destruction in order to wage war against Iraq and later against Afghanistan. This is ABC in terms of how American empire declares wars. They come up with an excuse, they threaten and fearmonger their own population to justify the wars around the country.
Yeah, stay with me. Stay with me. Sorry to interrupt you. Stay with me, but because we are seeing some of the comments coming out from Trump, and I want to get your opinion on that. Trump is saying that the U.S. objective in Iran are nearing completion. He also said that the United States does not need the Strait of Hormuz. He's saying that the U.S. won't let Gulf Arab allies Israel get hurt or fail due to the Iran war. The question that I have for you is, Trump and the Zionist coalition started this war by saying that, they want to be able to keep Israel safe, that the cancer that they claim is Iran has to go. Yes, certain assassination has been carried out. One can argue the top layer of the Iranian military and political leadership has been removed, but the system remains the same. Nothing has changed technically within Iran. If anything, what we're seeing is a more strong Iran when it comes to responding to its own security. If we are saying that the Israelis have been able to carry out a genocide in Gaza, and they've come out clearly to say that they want to take over the region, why has there been this lackluster response from many people within the region? Excusing the fact that the United States cannot protect them when it comes to choosing Israel over anyone else. We've seen that, in the last couple of months, as the Persian Gulf Arab countries have been left to defend both the United States and Israel, while their own security has been left out. And now we're seeing Trump perhaps prepare the ground for pulling out of Iran. What's happening here?
So, yeah, a great point. And just to, I think we need to be cautious about what Trump says. I think since the genocide started in Gaza, we've seen the American administration, during Biden administration all the way to Trump's administration, that they always double speak, that they always say, well, we're too close to a ceasefire. And there are red lines that we are warning Israel from crossing. And then a couple of weeks down the line, Israel doesn't only cross the lines, but they also go even further, and Americans don't say anything about it. It's obvious now that the Biden administration and the Trump administration used the strategy of deception to hide their true colors and to hide their true objectives of what's happening. I don't trust whatever Trump is saying today. As we've seen with the war on Iran this time and the war on Iran last year, Iran was involved in, or was in the middle of negotiating with the United States, yet United States of America and Trump deceived them and they attacked them and killing lots of the Iranian leadership. So this war of deception, the strategy of deception, is something the United States is very famously known for. And it's not just a Trump issue. This is a U.S. issue.
Right.
So we just have to be cautious about what Trump is saying and what's actually being planned behind the scenes with their Israeli client state.
Right.
Now, when it comes to Trump actually articulating that the war is over. And I'm live with you now, so I don't know exact words that he used, but I'm going with what you told me.
Yeah.
But we've been witnessing, specifically in the past couple of weeks, a wake-up call for the United States and to Israel that their so-called master plan of eliminating the Iranian leadership, specifically a leadership who did not even try to hide. As we know, the leader of Iran, Khamenei, was not even hiding. He was in his home or with his daughter's home because he believed in a metaphysical understanding of the world. He felt that someone like him and his fellows should not be hiding in bunkers. So to him, that was just like the Palestinian resistance leaders who were always assassinated by Israel throughout the years. And this has never stopped the resistance. Because the problem here is that Americans and Israelis believe in, or they are racist and Orientalist in the sense of thinking that people in the Middle East, the people who are from the Arab region or Muslims, like in the people in Palestine or Iran or Lebanon, that these people are barbaric to the sense that they're just moved by one leader, meaning that one strong man can lead the whole nation regardless of the systems, regardless of the bureaucracy, regardless of all the systems and the infrastructure that exists in land. And that's what they believe in. And this is why to them, they think if they kill leaders of Hamas and Hezbollah and the leaders of Iran, that these movements and this nation will collapse. But the reality is, as we all know, it's obvious that these resistance movements and Iran themselves are institutions that are built on ideologies. They're built on theological understanding of the world, built on the notion of fighting back and resistance against American hegemony in the region. So killing one leader and assassinating leaders is not going to be stopping that movement because the movement is not built around one person. It's built on ideas.
Okay, stay with me.
This is what we're facing today.
Stay with me. I'm so sorry that I keep cutting you off. We're covering a live situation, so it is important to keep our viewers updated. Viewers, if you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the war against Iran and the statement that we are waiting for Trump to say. Trump just said that, the U.S. will hit Iran extremely hard for the next 2 weeks. He again threatens Iran power plant. Let's just go through some of the things that Trump has said since he started with that statement. He said that he's urging other countries to show courage and take care of the Strait of Hormuz, saying that the United States does not use it and it does not need it. He said that the U.S. is nearing completion of its objectives in Iran. He also said that it would not abandon the Gulf Arab allies, nor will it abandon Israel, and it will continue to protect them. He's saying that, the Americans will pull out, but they may come back and target some things randomly when they need to. So this is some of the things that he said. Obviously, he said so many things, but these are some of the important things that we think our viewers may be interested in. And I do want to bring that to you, Mr. Raja. I mean, it does boggle the mind. Obviously, we're not shocked about the brutality that the U.S. empire is capable of. We've seen that in Iraq. We've seen that in Syria. We've seen that in Afghanistan. We saw that repeatedly in Pakistan. We saw it even, in Latin America, in Africa. So arguing about how brutal the U.S. empire is a moot point. But we are looking at a reality where, for 2 years, the live stream of the Palestinians perhaps has changed the way the world view the empire. And because it has changed the way the world viewed the empire, one can, this is one of the biggest defeats that the Americans have suffered in all of their years as, you know, as the leader of the global order, if you want to argue that, meaning that the facade that the American had, the ability for them to be able to say, we are the good guys and everyone else who is not with us are the bad guys, is gone. It's not about the Iranian being able to send missiles. It's not about the Palestinians' ability to be able to resist. It's the fact that the empire lies is now being exposed. And now to have Trump come here and say that, you know, we are nearing our goal, we will target more civilian facilities, and then in 2-3 weeks we'll pull out and declare victory, just seems as though the empire is crumbling. Don't you think so?
I see what you're saying, and there's definitely has been a lot of changes and a lot of shift about how people see the U.S. But the reality is the facade of the U.S. empire was always exposed from even way before the Vietnam War, when they attacked Japan with nuclear weapons, when they destroyed the majority of South America, when they just have been attacking or supporting the Zionist project in the region, when they declared and waged war against Iraq and Afghanistan, killing over 1 million people. The facade of the empire has always been exposed. I think what's really important and what is really different right now, and you mentioned it yourself a few minutes ago, the concept of that the genocide in Gaza was live streamed on TV and in social media, yet the world did not do anything about it. The world did not step up to stop the genocide. And the reality is, if Iran itself did not defend itself and did not prepare for this moment, and if Iran was not able to retaliate against the aggression, then this war would not have ended, or as Trump is planning on ending it soon, but at least Iran would not be in a good position strategically when it comes to it being retaliating and it's defending itself. Same thing with the resistance in Gaza, and same thing with the resistance in Lebanon. Israel and the U.S. do not care about public opinion. The U.S. literally dominates politically, economically, technologically, militaristically, even financially. They are literally dominating in the world. So even if their reputation is horrible, in a couple of years they can run a new PR campaign, and then they think they will restore the concept of so-called American dream and the imperialism that has been imposed on the rest of the world for decades. The reality is, the only thing that will stop the American empire and the American hegemony and the Zionist project is actual material resistance. And if it was not today, it's very obvious. And if you look at the analyses provided in the Israeli sources and even in American sources and in the Arab region, that the only way that even Trump is considering taking a step back. And Trump's talks right now, I was checking right now as you're speaking on Twitter, it's obvious that he's claiming that he has changed the regime in Iran. And even a 5-year-old can look at TV and look at the news and know that the regime in Iran has not been changed. Just because a couple of, as I mentioned before, because Trump and because the American empire in general and the Zionist client states always think that the people of in that region are just barbaric and they follow one leader and then they collapse. Because of this, to them, they can claim that they have succeeded into changing the regime. But the reality on the ground is not the same. And so while I completely understand the concept of how people think that now finally the empire is exposed, I think the empire has always been exposed. And Israel has always been exposed as a separate colonial project that is doing the dirty work of the American empire. What's different today is what's happening since October 7 is that the resistance movements and Iran and those in the region, resistance movements in the region have been stepping up, and that material resistance is what's going to stop and force the American empire to retreat. This is the only way. If you take back the history of the British Empire, it only collapsed and it only retreated because of the material resistance and because of people rejecting and fighting back against those colonial entities. So I think it's essential to also understand that if this war stops tomorrow, it stops only because the Iranian people were resilient and because the Iranians fought back and they were able to retaliate to protect their homeland from a total annihilation. If they did not push back, if they did not defend themselves, then Iran would have been destroyed even further. We've seen Trump's threats or ultimatum to destroy even the infrastructure of Iran, the electricity infrastructure, the water infrastructure. But if Iran did not make it clear that if you attack our infrastructure, we will respond, then Trump would have done it already, or Netanyahu and Israel would have done it already, but they did not do it because they were worried about the retaliation of Iran. So material resistance is the only way for the empire to retreat, and public opinion doesn't, of course it's important, but it's not the only way to push back against the empire.
Okay, stay with me. I want to come back to our studio here. One of the things that Trump is mentioning and repeated over the past just few minutes that he's been speaking is threats against Iran's civilian infrastructure, its energy infrastructure, its water infrastructure.
So he's threatening to commit more war crimes.
Of course, yeah, of course. You know, despite the fact that Iran has said that it will respond in kind, we have indeed been seeing targeted attacks on Iranian civilian infrastructure, from the energy to water distillation plant. We've also seen attacks, repeated attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities. Threats against civilian infrastructure. If you've won, then why do you need to destroy the energy infrastructure, just like Trump said?
Of course, because again, it was the target, the main target is the Iranian nation. But what's also happening is that Iran also is not only going eye for an eye, Iran is also up the ante a bit. So Iran said that if you target people, if you assassinate people, if you commit more crimes, what we're going to do is we're going to target the companies that has made that possible. So we're talking about a list of 18 companies that actually made, I mean, companies like Palantir that has made it possible for the U.S. to actually spy on the whole world. I mean, we're talking about all kinds of surveillance tools, how Palantir, for instance, has been instrumental in the aggression of ICE against immigrants in the U.S. and elsewhere. And so when Iran is saying we're going to target these companies, then these are the companies that are facilitating these crimes. These are the companies that has made it possible to gather the intelligence needed for targeting people. And of course, a lot of times these blind attacks, basically based on AI, has taken the lives of so many more people as a result. And so Iran is actually going to the main source. And if the U.S. is willing to do that, then, you know, so the cost is higher. If they want to do that, they will suffer a higher cost. Whereas with our facilities, you see, with Iranian facilities, just about everything is homemade in this country, partly thanks to the U.S., because they have sanctioned Iran so much that in order to get anywhere, we had to make everything ourselves. So Iran, for instance, makes some 97% of the medicine it needs. That's perhaps why they targeted various pharmaceutical companies, such as Tawfiq Daru, that actually creates medicine for cancer, for MS, for all kinds of rare diseases. However, Iran arrived at that knowledge, arrived at that technology. It's like Iran's nuclear technology. You can no longer take the knowledge away from Iran. And yes, it will be a huge cost, a huge humanitarian cost. Yes, people will lose their lives. People have been losing their lives all through the 47 years because of the extreme sanctions, but no camera has recorded those lives lost.
Right.
But this time, when Iranians follow through properly with this war, they will have lasting peace, in addition to the actually toll that they will gather as a result from the Strait of Hormuz, so the toll that they will charge. So they will have the money to rebuild the country. They already have the know-how. So in the end, the U.S. is the loser.
Right. Okay. Stay with me. Let's go back to Mr. Raja before we let him go. Thank you so much for your patience and being with us. You know, you did mention that we cannot take statements coming from Trump at a face value because, you know, whenever he says something, he does something different. And I think the Iranians are also perhaps preparing for that, knowing that there may be an escalation, even a ground invasion. But I want to look at the threats that Trump is making. They are not new. About a week ago, he had said that they will target all of Iran's civilian infrastructure, especially its energy and its, you know, water facilities. And the Iranians have said that if you do that, then we will target everyone in the region. It's not just going to be us without electricity. No one will have electricity in the region. Let's all go down together. And then we had, you know, a step back from Trump saying that, you know, we're going to give it 5 more days for negotiations, while the Iranians said no negotiation is taking place. Then Trump said in the next 10 days we will see you, and then now we're having this discussion before the 10-day, dead mark comes in place. I want to look at this back and forth with Trump. In your opinion, do you think this is a strategy? If it's not, does it signal that Trump is failing in the project that he himself has set, and perhaps is helping the Iranians in a lot of ways by setting this high standard for himself, and just with some efforts by the Iranians when they are able to resist, then the victory seems more for the Iranians and a lot of loss for the Americans. Just, within the next 1 or 2 minutes, if you can, give us your final thoughts on what you expect to see in the next coming days as well.
Yeah, sure. I think what's important for us to define what is a success for the U.S. and Trump and Israel versus what is a success for Iran. The U.S. and Israel, they set forward since day one their goal and their objectives of the war was the elimination and the assassination of the Iranian leadership, leading to the total regime change in Iran. The idea was, as we know, we've seen it in the months coming to the war, the support of the local protests in Iran to overthrow the Iranian regime. Since that first objective was not successful, the second objective of stopping Iran from producing ballistic missiles is clearly not happening and not succeeding. So we can clearly say that the U.S. and Israel have not succeeded in their objectives, that the ones they define themselves. When it comes to Iran leadership clearly is not hiding. Iranian leadership is seeking martyrdom, as we know, the ideological framework that the Iranian leadership are functioning from within, and what's important for them, what drives them. So to them, they see martyrdom as the highest level of success, metaphysically speaking. And they see also, from an Iranian perspective, as long as the Iranians are resilient, as long as the state is still in control, as long as they're able to retaliate against aggression, then that's a success. Because you cannot compare the capabilities of the U.S. Versus the capabilities of Iran. That's just a reality. Iran has been facing a siege since the Iranian Revolution in 1979 until today. And the fact that they're still surviving, the fact that they were able to survive this massive hit in the past couple of weeks is clearly an evidence that the Iranian state and the Iranian people and the Iranian regime are still resilient, are still standing still. So the reality is Trump is threatening and speaking and not actually doing the action himself. As we've seen, he not apologized, but he technically acknowledged that the hitting of the Paris oil field a couple of weeks ago, when he took it back and he said Netanyahu and Israel will not do it again, it's obvious that Netanyahu is worried about the retaliation of Iran. I think Trump is trying to balance between his allies in the region. He's worried about his Arab and allies in the Gulf and in the Arab region, but also what's more important to Israel is always being Israel. To the U.S. is always Israel. Israel is the client state of the U.S. It's the biggest strategic ally in the world, and it's doing its dirty work around the world and specifically in the region. The objectives of Israel are way more important than those of the Arab regimes, because unfortunately the majority of the Arab regimes are technically cannot go against the direction of what the United States dictates for them to follow. So I don't think the U.S. is worried too much about them. I think the U.S. and Trump is only worried about not destroying them politically. Right. Because if Iran comes out victorious and undefeated at least, then the majority of these Arab regimes that collaborated with the U.S. and supported the U.S. aggression against Iran would have to answer a lot of questions for their own people and for the new reality in the region if Iran comes out victorious, because they have to answer the questions of working against Iran, collaborating with an American aggression and Israeli aggression, but without it succeeding. And clearly the U.S. and Israel will retreat, because they cannot destroy Iran and they cannot destroy the resistance in the region. So they have to retreat. And once they retreat, then the reality on the ground is that these Arab regimes have to answer those questions about their allyship on their alliance with the U.S. and Israel, and have to answer to the people, but also answer to the new geopolitical reality, specifically with Iran now, feeling that they have a stronger cards to play when it comes to politics and economy in the region.
Okay. Thank you so much. Really enjoyed the conversation and would have enjoyed to keep it going, but we're sure we don't want to take too much of your time. Mr. Raja Abdul Ak, Palestinian activist, community organizer, co-founder of Quds News Network, joining us from New York. Thank you so much. Hope to see you next time.
Thank you for having me.
Mariam, we are now looking at the fact that the market around the world is reacting to statements from Trump.
Sharp increase.
Very sharp increase. Nearly 4% increase on the Brent and oil market. We're seeing the Bitcoin markets being affected. Brent is affected. Gold is affected. The valuation of the dollar, we're also seeing that happen. The market is rattled, and I want to give a basis for this, because Trump has tried from the beginning to keep this markets controlled. Obviously, we can see that the Iranians planned to use also the economic warfare on the Trump administration, not just militarily, because they understood that one-on-one you cannot face the U.S. Military might, but you need other strategies, and the Iranians—
It's an asymmetric warfare, for sure.
Very, very smartly, control that market. We also have statement coming from Mr. Ghalibaf, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, predicting Trump's move and helping the U.S. markets, even people get more money. Now we're seeing the statement from Trump. This is disaster, isn't it?
Of course. I mean, it really shows that actually the markets trust Iran's might more than they trust Trump's words, because, of course, when Trump says, I'm going to attack, I'm going to destroy, then the market perhaps should have assumed that, with Trump's attacks, then Iranians would have maybe opened the Strait of Hormuz, maybe Iran being defeated, maybe Trump could reach Iran's oil that he's actually talked about. He's actually, talked about how he wanted to actually have Iran has better oil that they can use easier. However, if markets trust the threats of Trump, then actually the price should have gone down. The price of oil should have gone down instead of up. But then when Trump threatens Iran, then the price of oil goes up, which says which side markets actually believe. And I mean, market is a very good sense, because it's all about money. It's all about how money works. And so Trump himself has actually used the markets with various statements trying to actually make money out of it. We know that in only one instance he made about 580 million with the changes with 15 minutes before he gave a speech. Then various, of course.
Okay, stay with me, Mariam. Sorry to cut you off. We're now joined by Mr. Larry Johnson, who's former CIA analyst, joining us from Brenton, the U.S. Thank you so much for your time. We know it's very late where you are, but we are covering this very important analysis, not just on the war in Iran, but this statement that is coming from Trump. And the reason why it's very interesting is because this war was started a month and 3 days ago by Donald Trump coming to the media and speaking to the world and telling them, listing, certain goals that he wanted to achieve in Iran. And if you compare what he said in the beginning of the war to what he's saying now, it sounds as though Trump himself is checkmating himself, because none of those goals have been realized. The market is crumbling. The lies you're told is still unable to keep that market stable. Why do you think the Trump administration has found itself in this quagmire?
Well, I mean, clearly you folks in Iran haven't gotten the memo. Don't you know you're defeated? I mean, you've been totally defeated, so Trump just doesn't understand why you don't give up.
Yeah.
I mean, the speech was pathetic, sad, delusional. For example, he claimed that the United States is producing more oil than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. No, that's absolutely not true. The United States produces around 13 million barrels a day. Saudi Arabia does around 12, and Russia does 10. So you put Russia and Saudi Arabia together, they actually produce more than the United States. And the amount that the Saudis produce is right now not going on the world market. So that's going to keep oil tight, and once the ships that were at sea prior to the war of attrition that the United States and Israel launched against Iran on the 28th of February, a lot of those ships will now be coming to port. They'll be offloading, and then there's no ships behind them. So the real impact of the oil spike in price is not going to hit, I think, for another 2 or 3 weeks around the rest of the world. It is hitting in Asia right now. His claim that Iran was behind the bombing of the USS Cole, no, that was Al Qaeda, and as Iranians know, sadly, groups like Al Qaeda and ISIS and Al Nusra, they've attacked Iranians, they've attacked Shia people, declaring them to be apostates and heretics. What Trump is he's trapped, tried to find an off-road, so he's just declaring, oh yeah, we've won, we've wiped out everything, but we haven't won to the point that Iran's ready to give up. And what has been taking place is Iran retaliates on a day-to-day basis according to what the West, what Israel and the United States do to Iran. And I note that on Tuesday, there were a lot of commentary about, oh, Iran seems to have slackened off. Maybe they're running out of missiles. And then today we saw one of the heaviest attacks since the 28th of February, and really one of the most effective attacks against targets both in Israel and at U.S. bases throughout the region, particularly at Prince Saud Air Base in Saudi Arabia, and Mawafaq al-Sabti in Jordan. So what Iran has done is demonstrated that it cannot be bullied. Because if you watched at the start, before Trump spoke on Monday morning, the price of Brent, the oil markets, was up around 118. Now tonight, it's fallen down to 99 because many of the oil traders are believing Trump's lies, that Iran is on the edge of losing this war, and that the Strait of Hormuz will be opened. Well, news for them, Iran is not losing, and the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed to those ships that are servicing the United States, Israel, and any other country that aligns with those two countries in attacking Iran. So this war is going to continue, and Trump is trying to suggest that in 2 or 3 weeks he may come out and say we've accomplished all of our objectives. But between now and then, he has moved significant aviation assets into the region that have only one purpose, and that is to support a ground invasion, if you will, of Iran. So I would expect sometime within the next week or two that U.S. forces will try to take Karg Island, will try to take Hemish Island, and will put U.S. troops in a very precarious position, because once they enter Iranian territory, Iran's going to be in a position to fight and destroy them. So that's going to really change the dynamic here in the United States. The price of oil is not going to go down anytime soon, and the negative economic consequences that are flowing into the economies around the world because of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz to normal traffic is we have yet to see the full effect of that.
In some of these important meetings, when perhaps, I'm just assuming, based on the position you held, how information are passed to the U.S. administration for decision making. The fact that the Trump administration and everyone else is saying to the Trump administration, do not do this. Do not commit yourself to this aggression against Iran. Yes, the U.S. is strong. It's a powerful military, but what you will lose is more than what you will gain. If that is what everyone else is saying, why is the Trump administration saying something else? Do you think that it's because people who are telling Trump this have been sidelined? Or is it that Trump does not believe it? Or are we going to fall into the trap of people saying that this is because of the Epstein files and that the has been controlled by the Israelis? Like, why would the United States, especially under Trump, continue to make this blunder after blunder when everyone else is saying the price that you will have to pay is more than what you will gain in the short or the long term?
Well, see, your problem is you're thinking rationally. You're thinking logically. That's not what Trump is doing. We already know that President Trump ignored the warnings from the intelligence community. He even ignored the warnings from General Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who said, this is going to be problematic. And so once they've entered into the war, once they started that attack on Iran, they had to admit, continue to create a narrative, a fairy tale, suggesting that, everything's great, and like he said, we've eliminated the Iranian Navy, and again, that labors under the assumption that Iran had a blue water navy, one that would sail around the world to intimidate other countries. That's not the case. They did destroy a number of ships that function in a Coast Guard fashion, but the many submarines are still intact. The fast boats that are in caves that are along the waterway, they're still intact. Underwater drones are still intact. The drones that fly in the air are still intact, as are missiles. So the United States, there's nothing that the United States can do militarily in the course of the next 2 or 3 weeks that will change that threat picture. And accordingly, as long as Iran remains in a position that it can fire drones and missiles at any ship that dares to try to run the gauntlet, they'll be hit and they will not be able to get insurance. So Trump is going to face some tough choices in about 3 weeks once he sees that the additional violence that the U.S. is trying to inflict on Iran will fail. And when it fails, then he's left in a position of having to come up with a new excuse to get out. Right. The problem he faces is, even if he says, okay, we win, we're leaving, I don't see Iran changing its tactics. Iran is laid out its demands, I think, very clearly, that all sanctions against Iran must be lifted, that all U.S. military forces in the region and bases must be closed, and the U.S. must leave. And Iran is actually accomplishing that objective day after day as they continue to hit these bases. So the problem with America is we tell a narrative that it's been Iran that's been attacking us for the last 46 years. Right. And I don't know if it's through ignorance or just deliberately wanting to ignore the facts, but as too many Iranians know, those who are at least 56 years of age and older, they remember when the United States backed Saddam Hussein in his 8-year war against the Islamic Republic, and a war that left well over 300,000 Iranians dead, including at least 70,000 civilians. Right. And that's why when Trump, many commentators in the United States say, well, the Iranians chant death to America. Well, you know what? If Iran had killed 300,000 Americans, we'd be out chanting death to Iran. And in fact, we don't come out and say death to Iran. We just go ahead and kill Iranians. Right. So, this is the United States has committed a war crime.
Right. Okay, stay with me. Viewers, if you're just joining us, you're looking at, we're covering the live situation happening in West Asia following statements from Trump, which we were expecting. The White House made a huge, media play of this statement. For 20 minutes, we were told that, for the past few hours, we were told that Trump is about to make an important statement on the situation with Iran, and we've all been waiting for that statement. We have Richard N. Asson said that totally mystifying why Trump asked for 20 minutes in prime time on the first night of Passover to deliver a nothing burger of a speech that changed a thing, not a thing. Makes no sense, and we're seeing the markets continue to respond to that statement from Trump, where the crypto market has fallen following Trump's speech. We've seen 4% rise in Brent and crude. We'll continue to see the rise in prices of gold. It's just disaster, all round. But Mr. Johnson, I want to come back to the region. If Trump does follow through with his threats and his promises, and we do see boots on the ground in West Asia, and finally Trump plays that final card that he has to try to finally get the Iranians. Obviously, we know that the Iranian air defense, is weak compared to the power that the Americans. We know that the Iranians do not have a strong, what do you call it, when it comes to flight. But their missiles have been able to carry out, essentially the same thing that the American, airplane is doing and the Israeli fighter jets are doing. But when it comes to ground one-on-one, the Iranians are very good at that, not just because of the 8-year war experience that they had, but also because, many of the groups that are allied to the Iranians are known to be masters on one-on-one combat. Why then will the U.S. commit to this fallacy? Again, I know you've answered, but it does boggle the mind, and I know you said that we're looking at this rationally, but I am sure Trump is not that stupid. One will hope Trump is not that stupid. You're sending sons and daughters of the United States to a faraway land to be left alone on an island where they will be hunted. They will be hunted, and it's not just me saying it, it's the Iranians on the streets themselves, many of them who are trying to get themselves to those islands and saying, we're not just going as civilians, we're going as soldiers. If the U.S. or the U.S. Army or any armed forces try to take our island, we are ready to fight them. I mean, this is known, no one is hiding any of this. Why make this blunder?
Yeah, I share your puzzlement. One thing, there's no denying that until February 28th, that there were some political divisions in Iran. We've seen in the past, frankly, there are only two countries in the entire West Asia Gulf region that have had democratic elections, Iran and Iraq. None of the Gulf Arabs. They're all monarchies and autocrats. So what the United States accomplished on February 28th, thinking that it was going to decapitate and therefore cause a collapse of the government of Iran, it had the same effect that the 9/11 attacks had in the United States. It brought people who were on opposing sides together. It united the country of Iran, the people of Iran, in a new way. And I know there have been, I've seen some videos of, Iranian young people that in the past they were opponents of the Islamic Republic, but they are now saying that they're pledging loyalty to it because Iran has been unfairly and evilly attacked. And it's always, the United States tries to justify this by saying, well, we were under threat. Yet as Joe Kent, who was the head of the National Counterterrorism Center, and he was the one U.S. government official charged with monitoring and identifying all the current terrorist threats, that Iran was not an imminent threat at all. And in fact, if you look at all of, I used to work in the Office of Counterterrorism at State. It's now called the Bureau of Counterterrorism. Every year it publishes a report. The current version is called Country Reports on Terrorism. They started issuing that in 2004. Iran has never been identified as the #1 sponsor of terrorism at all. Just the opposite. 90% of the terrorist attacks since 2001 have been carried out by these Takfiri groups that are aligned with countries like Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. Sunni groups, Deobandis, Wahhabis, ones who they're, they're described as un-Islamic groups because they violate the very teachings of the Quran that, when it comes to killing, and particularly killing Muslims just because they disagree with how they practice the religion.
Right.
So the United States perpetuates this lie, and Trump's not the first president to ignore the intelligence, but as the economic pressure in the United States increases, as the price of gas continues to climb, the political pressure on Trump and the Republican Party is going to grow very dramatically, and Trump's going to come under enormous pressure to withdraw from this fight.
Okay. Well, it was very nice having you on and getting your, analysis. You did make us laugh with some of your statement. Mr. Larry Johnson, a former CIA analyst, joining us from Brampton, U.S. Thank you so much for your time. Hope to see you next time.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah. Have a good evening, good day.
You too. Bye-bye. Mariam, so we are looking at live breaking news on our screen where the Iranian missiles have struck Haifa minutes after Trump claimed Iran's missile capabilities are destroyed. This is not new. We've been having the statement coming from Trump. Repeatedly, he has said multiple times that they have won in Iran. The regime has been changed, as they like to call it. It's a government. It is not a regime. It is a government elected by its popular people. We just celebrated, the 1 year, the 47 year after people had a referendum. In the region where no election has been held, the Iranians held a referendum to choose what type of government they should have. And
98.2% voted yes to the Islamic Republic.
And one very important thing is I would like to advise many of our viewers to go and watch. Obviously, many of them are in Farsi, but you can still find books that were written by Iranian scholars where they were debating with each other on why the Islamic Republic should be the government the type of government that should be selected. We had socialists, we had Marxists, we had Democrats, we had all sorts of thoughts that were brought into the post-revolution to try and decide which of those thoughts should be the number one that should be selected, and people were people selected the Islamic Republic. Mariam, when it comes to the war, from the very beginning, from our own point of view, from the Iranian point of view, based on Islam, based on faith, based on national unity, the Iranians believe that they've won. And one of the reasons they believe they've won was because, first of all, the war was imposed upon them. They were the ones who were being oppressed. The war was imposed in the holy month of Ramadan where people were fasting. The war was imposed while Iran was trying to pursue diplomacy for the second time. The first target attacks were on the leader of the Islamic Republic, the father of the nation, and the children of the nation in Minab, 176 schoolgirls, and some of the boys also. There were pieces, And so the Iranians, based on the ideology, understood that this is a victory for them. Now the U.S. is beginning to understand that they are being defeated, but they're not admitting that defeat, and they're promising to punish Iran more. Just within 1 minute, give us an understanding of why the Iranians believe that this is a victory.
I mean, at this point, everybody in the world believes that Iran has a victory. Because first of all, when you take on a power higher than yourself, in terms of materialistic ways, of course, I mean, compare the U.S. military budget to Iranian military budget. Iran's military budget is a joke compared to that of the U.S. And that, with being under siege for 47 years, the most extreme sanctions on Iran, and yet Iran has been resisting against the U.S. empire. So Iranians are defending. They're defending for values, for their country, for their loved ones, for everything that they hold dear, because they believe that death with dignity is better than a life of humiliation.
Right.
And so because of this, of course, these are Iranian values, but also anyone who actually wants to go for it just based on the materialistic values. I mean, look at what Iran is doing now. Before the war, Iran was not exercising the control that it could have had over the Strait of Hormuz, could not be charging these fees. Before the war, the price of gas was not higher. And in fact, the Iranians have struggled to free themselves of these illegal imposed sanctions placed on them by the U.S. regime for some 47 years. Finally, during this war, the sanctions were practically lifted because, then the U.S. needed Iranians to sell their oil, not preventing others from buying Iranian oil.
Okay, stay with me. We're going to bring in our next guest, Karen Kiochowski, who is a retired U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel and former Pentagon analyst, joining us from Mount Jackson, U.S. Thank you so much for joining us. Give us your understanding of the speech by Donald Trump. There's so many questions, just looking at the statement he made, the hoorah that was surrounding the statement before it was made. We were expecting something very important, but it seems as though it's just a repetition of, the statement that Trump has made over the past 1 month. Iran has been destroyed, the military is gone, everything is fine, but the market is not responding very well to that statement, is it?
I actually wanted to watch this because I thought maybe he would give us some insight into what he's really thinking. And it looked like watching the speech and hearing what he said was a compilation of many of his Truth Social tweets, which are totally off the wall and disconnected from reality. And yet, instead of telling us something that's true or giving us a perspective from a strategic or a political sense of what this war has been about, because it is his war, he started it. We didn't get any of that. What we got was a compilation of rehashed false information that apparently Trump believes to be true. I just don't know.
Right. Well, Trump, first of all, said that this is not a war. So we have to be very clear that the administration is saying that this is not a war. But I just want to get an understanding. Obviously, we're seeing the U.S. market, reacts very badly to this, and we'll have to wait and see how much further, the markets will be affected by this and how it will start affecting the average Americans. Obviously, we've been seeing that as well. But from a political point of view, the Trump administration entered into this war with very clear objective. We are going to remove what they refer to as the regime in Iran. We are going to, remove the threat of the Iranian nuclear threat. We're going to remove the Iranian missile threat. We're going to decapitate the Iranian, what they refer to as proxies around the region. We're going to keep Israel safe. None of that is real. We just had a message coming that missiles were launched towards Haifa just as Trump was having that speech. The Persian Gulf Arab countries used to have a sort of oasis in the region where the region may be on fire, but you're safe. That's gone. The Strait of Hormuz was free. Everyone was using it. There were no issues. Even the U.S. Warships passed through it with no issue. That's gone. The Iranians are beginning to say that they are going to start taxing everyone and collecting toll from people using it. The region is ablaze, and Trump is saying everything is fine. We're going to keep bombing more, and then after 2-3 weeks, it will be victory time, and everyone will go back home, and things will go back to normal. It boggles the mind, especially because people here are being killed.
Yeah, it does boggle the mind. I honestly didn't think that he was exceptionally clear about his objectives at the beginning because he kept adding to them. Initially, I think we were going to do regime change. He definitely said that multiple times, which he denied tonight, but he had said that. And the regime change would be actually the liberation of the Iranian people. This would be a follow-on to the color revolution that was trying to be processed in January. So that was one thing that he did. And the regime change that he wanted changed was obviously to get rid of the one guy that for 30 years has stood in the way of a development of a nuclear weapon. So that doesn't even make sense. But again, Trump doesn't even, he apparently knows very little about Iran and the history. He also added on, we're going to get rid of their military capability. But because of Israel, I think in particular, Trump added on another objective within the first week that had to do with eliminating Iran's ballistic missile capability, right? So that wasn't on the initial list, but it was added on. And then, of course, they also had to add on reopening, I guess, the Straits of Hormuz because they were, Iran took control of them, which was a response to the war. And then, of course, defending our bases in the Middle East. Apparently, Trump did not realize that these would be targets, even though not only the Iranians had repeatedly told our negotiators that that would be the case, our own Pentagon must have known that that would be the case, and yet they left both our Arab, the Gulf states, our allies there, we left them hanging, didn't even tell them it was coming, and we left our own people at those bases undefended. So it's really beyond boggling the mind. I mean, this is, you couldn't do it worse if you tried to do it on purpose. This is just insane, and the way they're conducting this assault. And then the other thing that Trump didn't mention, which he never will mention, but it is known and it will come out as time goes on. But the targeting that Israel and the United States are using, and the AI targeting, is not on just military targets. We know that they are targeting exactly in the same way that Israel targeted Gaza. They are targeting schools, hospitals, sports arenas, universities, residential areas, infrastructure for sewage and water and electricity. These are the targets that Israel uses in Gaza. These are the targets Israel uses in South Lebanon. And these are the targets that the United States is using. And we're using it with Palantir's AI. So are we doing this by accident? Trump doesn't know. This is by design, the way we're fighting, and he's refusing to admit it. And these are war crimes.
Right. From a military point of view now, we have to understand that despite the fact that Trump may come out to say something, his actions are always different. So we do know that there is an amassing of a large number of U.S. troops in the region, and many of them are being deployed. They're not just accidental coming into this region. Some of them are going to stay for a few months. Make it make sense. At least explain a little bit, if you can, to our viewers, why the U.S. will be making such a blunder to send in U.S. troops at this point. If the defeat has been had and Trump is trying to declare victory, then declare victory and go. But bringing in U.S. troops, which we know will be definitely used, because just like we saw the Armada being brought into the region, they were finally used, of course. So we are expecting that those U.S. troops will also be deployed to carry out a very specific, operation. But how do you sustain that amount of U.S. troops on an island away from, the resources that they need under the reign of the Iranian missiles and drones? Yeah, well, they're going to get slaughtered. It is going to be a meat grinder, a humiliation, and probably a cause for, we don't know for sure, but I mean, once our guys start getting killed, we don't know what the reaction will be in the United States. We don't know what the political reaction would be. This thing could go terribly in an escalatory manner. You could even see nuclear weapons. Yeah. So, but Trump did surprise me in his 20-minute speech tonight, because he did say we are going to continue to hit hard for the next 2 weeks or so. That's what he said. So, in a sense, he was telling the Americans that yes, we are going to use the troops that everyone knows we've shipped over there, and I think almost all the initial group are in theater. The Marines, the Special Forces, some Army guys. Yeah, and the idea is, from what we know, either to seize one of several islands that in the strait. These islands are all very close to Iran's coast, very well defended. Our own Navy will not approach the entrance to the strait. Our own Navy won't get near it. And so what we're going to do, we're going to take these Marine Expeditionary Units and sneak them in the cover of darkness. I mean, this is absolutely insane. And the other project, in addition to seizing, approaching an island, getting on the island, and then somehow controlling it under fire, totally ludicrous, but that apparently is one of the plans. And then the other thing that they have put forth is they're going to send in special forces,
into, I think, southern Iran or wherever they think they can find nuclear dust, nuclear powder. You know, this isn't even a term we have talked about in terms of, you know, nuclear material. Now it's powder that we're looking for. So I actually think that they may, just as Trump has lied and the White House has lied about all these so-called successes of this war, I think what they may do is say, well, we told you we were going to take one of these islands or occupy or do this or that. And then they will tell us that they did that, even though our guys may be dead, because we in America are not getting the death count. We don't know the true number of killed and injured, not at all. In fact, I think the total number dead is something like 12 people. That's all that the Americans have seen in terms of caskets returning to Dover Air Force Base. So Trump and his the Pentagon may actually be preparing to create another fantasy success. They'll package it up, and he'll give another speech in 2 weeks saying, yeah, we blew up an island with our brave Marines. We didn't lose anybody. It happened, it took 5 minutes, you know, just like Venezuela. It took 3 minutes, took 30 seconds. And then we also sent our talented special operations forces, and they ran into Iran and they got some dust, and they'll show us pictures of a bucket of something that they say, oh, well, that's the stuff they took out. So now the war's over, we can go home. This whole thing on the U.S. side is so much theater, not connected to any of the real life. And obviously the real life is that the region is ablaze. Many thousands of people are not just being killed and injured, they're being unable to get food, water, medical care. You know, they've got to rebuild, their housing is gone because of the way we are fighting, the way we are bombing Iran, the way we are handling this, again, which comes right out of the Israeli playbook. So Trump did nothing tonight. He should not have provided any assurance to the markets. And the other thing he didn't, I'm sorry, I'm going on, it's very upsetting. But Trump also did not explain the comprehensive nature of the waves of economic ramifications to the whole planet that have already begun to happen and will continue to happen months and months and months down the road, in some cases years. He acts like that's not a reality, but that is a reality. It's a global reality. And it is caused by Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. So I don't know how they think they're going to get out of this, really.
Right. I mean, if the situation was not so traumatic, we will be laughing. The confusion,
yes.
the confusion on your face is what everyone else is experiencing right now. But stay with me. Let me come to our colleague in the studio. Mariam, Trump is saying that the allies of the United States must be the ones to open the Strait of Hormuz. Just like we just had our guest say, she is also confident that the numbers of the Marines that have been brought into the region is specifying that the U.S. is planning an attack on some of Iranian island, all of the Iranian island, looking for the enriched uranium. And the fact that the general in charge of the IRGC Navy was also assassinated specify that they are, pursuing that agenda. But we know how prepared the Iranians have been, especially when it comes to ground invasion, and how sensitive they are also to ground invasion. They may be able to take, you coming from the air and bombing us. But
first of all, Iran has said that if you take our island, we will also take other islands. I mean, Bahrain has been part of Iran, for instance, for the longest time. The Bahraini regime does not represent its people, and actually it's been torturing people. Any voice of, any opposition to the Bahraini regime. We've had recently Mohammed al-Musawi, who was tortured to death. People are angry. A lot of people feel far more affinity with Iran than they feel with the Bahraini regime.
People may argue that, if the Iranians attack the Bahraini island, that they are, in a sense, acting like Israel in the region and taking lands.
Except the Israeli occupation never owned Palestine. They were never part of Palestine, and they're predominantly actually coming from various countries such as Eastern Europe. Netanyahu himself is Eastern European. He's Polish.
So allow me to jump in again,
but let's, even before we get to that, when we talk about the Strait of Hormuz, actually, to begin with, because Trump has been saying that we don't really need the Strait of Hormuz, which is a major lie, because of course, when the price of oil goes up, as we know, because 20 to 30% of the world's crude oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz, that majorly affects Iranian Americans. We're talking about already the prices have gone to $4 per gallon. Various analysts are saying it could go up to $7. And also, it's not just oil that is passing through the Strait of Hormuz, it's also various products such as fertilizers. So the price of fertilizers have skyrocketed in America, which means also the price of food will skyrocket in America. And we have the country that has the highest GDP in the world does not have food security for a huge percentage of its people. I mean, I think one of the recent statistics I've read is 1 out of 5 Americans doesn't have food security. They don't know when the next meal arrives. So what will that do with the Strait of Hormuz staying shut? And then how Trump also expects its other countries to come help it in opening the Strait of Hormuz if the best funded military in the world was not able to do it.
Right.
And then, you're asking, and as you said, the various leaders that he has ridiculed over the course of the years, that he has stood against, that they don't actually have the power also. Because even if all of these countries join hands against Iran, I mean, Iran has already suffered well over 100,000 strikes by the U.S. regime. So what's another 200 more? What's another 500 more? Iranians have been able to do this, and also with the taking over of the Strait of Hormuz, taking over the Khark Island, what we also had was when Trump threatened to occupy this Iranian island, what happened was Iranians lined up to go there and to serve.
And not just that, then the Israelis then attack, the ports that was transporting people to those islands in order to prevent more people from going. Stay with me, Mariam. I want to go back to our guest and get her thoughts before we let her go. Coming back to you, it does seem, for us who are looking from the outside in, it's difficult, obviously, to understand some of the policies that are made in the United States because it's so, interwoven. On one hand, there are the corporations and the lobby group. On another, there are the, the Israeli Zionist point of view in this regard. And then there are the billionaires also in the United States who are making money, because we do know a lot of money has been made out of this war that we're looking at. No one can predict the future, but if you can give us, an understanding based on the analysis that we have, based on the information that we have, what's going to happen in the next few days, and what is the off-ramp here for the Americans?
Yeah, I think in the next few days, I think that the United States and Israel, to the extent that Israel is still fighting and not just concentrating on Lebanon, I think they're going to beef up the attacks, bomb more civilian infrastructure, and maybe some economic infrastructure. They're going to keep doing that. I think these troops are going to be applied and used in some fashion, but I can't say exactly where, and I think that the Iranian military is certainly ready for that. So this is going to get to be a little bit chaotic, I think, in some ways. And then Trump, regardless of what actually happens on the ground, Trump is going to sell a completion story, a win story, back to the United States, back to the people, back to Washington, and he's going to, at that point, say, it's over, we won, we're not worried about the Strait of Hormuz, everything's cozy, it's wonderful, we're the best, they're rotten, and we decimated Iran. That's what he's going to say. None of it will be true, but I think he's preparing to send that message back and do it. And I'll tell you why I think that. Jamie Dimon, who used to be, we rotate, our Secretary of the Treasury rotates back and forth between Goldman Sachs and the Secretary of the Treasury, then back and forth. So Jamie Dimon, who used to be the Secretary of the Treasury, we have Scott Bessent there now, he gave a talk, an interview just, I think, a day or two ago, And he said, we really have to get this thing finished. We've got to get this thing finished in Iran. We've got to be able to move forward. And what he advised is pretty well exactly what Trump said. 2 more weeks of hard bombing, using the troops that are there, do whatever we can, and then wrap it up, as if this is some sort of film that they're making in Hollywood, which in some ways it really, for Americans, it really is that. It is a packaged narrative that is put together for us to consume. But yeah, the impact of what we have done and the way Iran has resisted it, both passionately but also ingeniously. I mean, the Iranian strategy has really been exactly like Sun Tzu would say. You don't hit the enemy where he is strong, you hit the enemy where he is weak. And they know our weaknesses. Iran's the IRGC has studied that. Iranians have studied it, and they understand, and that's working extremely well. And Donald Trump is in 100% denial about that. And he's facing pressure from the elites in our country who make our policy. And that, of course, does include Zionist Israel. But the real problem is this will not end, and this will not be a secure peace or a secure sovereignty for Iran, even after we quit, until something is done about Israel's government. Because that is a big problem, and we really, in Washington and Israel's, we're so connected. There's so much power, influence, blackmail, I don't know what all it is, that problem still exists. That problem will remain. And if it does remain, then we haven't solved the problem on our end at all. But Iran is doing a great job of solving the problem on their end, for sure.
Okay. Mariam, so you heard what she said, that even if the American theater, from the American point of view, the theater ends, the Israelis are still there. That threat is still there. And we're hearing statements also from Netanyahu that perhaps even if the Americans pull out, the Israelis will continue. We're also waiting for a statement coming
Well, the Israelis were losing against Hamas. So we're talking about the Hamas resistance during the live stream genocide of Gaza. Without America's help, the Zionist regime was already losing to Hamas, to a resistance group. They had gone into Gaza to destroy Hamas resistance, and also they had decided to destroy other resistance
people
fronts.
Will argue that Gaza was destroyed, it was flattened. The Israelis will say they'll present that as a victory. Yes.
And yet they had to sit at the negotiation table with the same entity that they wanted to destroy. And yet the Israeli officials, themselves said that if we don't have more Hamas forces now after the live stream genocide in Gaza, we have more, if not as many. If we don't have more, we have at least as many as before.
Okay. I'm going to come back to our guest, and before we let you go and say our final goodbyes. The region is ablaze, that's very much we know. The markets are not reacting very well, that's much we know. The theater of the war is still going to go on for the next 2-3 weeks, according to the Trump administration. We don't know what the Iranians are planning. But holistically speaking, we are at a very important juncture, whether at the decline of the American empire, the reshaping of the world as we know it, if we're being hopeful. And you just told us what you think is awaiting us in the next few days. Your final thoughts before we say our goodbyes.
Well, despite all of the terrible murders and just everything that's going on that's impacting the lives of people over in Iran and in the Middle East, what is going to happen, and what is already happening, is a reshaping of the power systems and the alliances. It's already happening. I don't believe that these bases that have been destroyed in Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and Qatar and other places in Iraq are American bases. I don't believe we're putting those back. I don't believe we are going to reestablish those bases, because the way we do those bases is we ask the host countries to pay for them. And I don't think those GCC countries are going to want to do that. And if they do, they will not be in the majority. So I see that change happening, and that is a good change. That's getting American troops out of the region, at least to some extent, maybe not entirely. So I think that's happening. I think the other thing is a real, I hate to use the word democratic movement, but a kind of shifting in how many of these Arab Gulf states are handling their own domestic issues and sovereignty.
Right.
Okay, like you take Bahrain, right? It's what, 65, 70% Shia,
right?
But it's ruled by Sunni, you know, the Sheikh family or whatever. I don't have the details on the names, but the ruler. This is a heritage of the European colonial project.
Right.
So, and that's fine. I mean, things have to change, but I think what's happening is things are changing,
right.
And I think this war is going to bring the kind of change that many people haven't really even imagined, and it will be a new kind of power center, and certainly around the Strait of Hormuz, but also around the whole region. I think we're seeing strengthening of the truly powerful anti-Zionist coalition.
Okay.
I think we're seeing that, and it's not going to pop up instantly, but I think
Right.
it's forming. I think it's forming.
Right. Well, we'll have to leave it at that. We would have enjoyed to keep the conversation going, and we hope to have you here if and when that does happen. Karen Kwestowski, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel, joining us from Mount Jackson, United States. Thank you so much for your time and your thoughts.
Well, thank you for having me.
And viewers, also, thank you so much for joining us. Just before we let you go, you're seeing breaking news there with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer blasting Trump's war address, calling it a rambling and disjointed and pathetic. I don't know if we have a few minutes to keep the conversation going or end it. Okay, we are ending it. That is all the time we have for this rolling coverage of the situation in West Asia and the statement made by Trump. Thank you so much for staying with us. Thank you to all of our guests who joined us, and a special thank you also to my colleague in the studio, Madam Azache, joining us with our thoughts, and obviously to you, our beloved and esteemed viewers. Thank you so much for staying with us in this rolling coverage. Please stay tuned to Press TV for the updates on what's been happening. Goodbye for now.
Every home has a story of joys, sorrows, and memories. Memories of childhood days, of laughter and tears. The hard days, bitter and sweet moments of life. Home. Home is where life flows. A refuge for passing moments. A place for hope and tomorrow. Ruthless storm that turns a home into ruins of memories that can no longer be touched. Cracked houses, broken windows, memories crushed beneath the rubble. Residents of a neighborhood in Tehran on one of the days of the Israel war on Iran. In the middle of the day, when one was busy cooking in the kitchen, another watching television. Children, happy with the holidays, were playing. But with the sound of an explosion, life came, however, to a halt for them. And all their shelter and the memories of their lives collapsed over their heads. What remained for them was destruction, ruin, and pieces of the bodies of neighbors and families.
برقتون قطعه؟
آره برق محل قطعه بود این سم.
نبودیم شما اون رو؟
نه نبودیم ما. آره طبقه بالا بچه ها تمام خونه هاشون اون پشت اصلا دیوار قلبه کن شده. ما اینجا کوچه پشتمون فروشگاه کوروشه. در اونا کنده شده بود. پشت شیشه های پشت همه ریخته بود. یه همسایه رفیق داریم اون برای اون بنده خدا تمام شیشه و کمد اونا همه در بود. خدا هم کرده بچه‌ش زیر روسته بوده، روسته افتاده بغل دختر بچه. مثلا موندم خیلی بد زده. آدم نمیدونه باید چی بگی خدا وکیل.
کلا میگه این چند تا چیز قابل سوء.
من اصلا اینو میبینم خانم مثلا خودمو یادم رفته. باور کن مثلا میگم ولشون من اصلا حرف زدنش خنده داره. اصلا چی بگم اصلا اون آدم میبینه اینو میگه ول کن به خدا نمیدونم چی بگم.
میتونیم خونه همسایتون هم ببینیم اگر باشون صحبت کنیم؟
But amid all this destruction and devastation, people search for pieces of their lives under the rubble. Even in the heart of war, as walls collapse, they seek life and resist death and destruction.
این کار دستیش بوده؟
که دست سوم کاشته بود.
اصلا نایمدن نه این دوستش فقط یه تو که پا اومد بسیده و شبور این که اصلا نایمدن به خدا.
Life in those homes has not ended. Every piece of this land bears witness to the resilience and inner strength of people who never fall. Every ruin tells the story of the lives of men and women who, in the heart of destruction, fought for life and still stood strong.
On February 28, 165 children aged 7 to 12 were killed in a targeted U.S. strike in Shajar Tayyib school in Iran. Today, people gathered to honor their memories. I spoke with children who could have been among Minab's students about the lessons they were learning before the U.S. carried out the attacks, their goals and their ambitions, and how they feel when they hear explosions.
چند سالته؟
11 9
سالته میشی کلاس؟
3
الان مدرسه ها تعطیل شده.
بله.
قبلش چی داشتید میخوندی؟
قبلش ضرب یاد گرفته بودیم.
خب اولین راست می کلاس سوم ضرب یاد میگرفتی؟
داشتیم مساحت یاد میگرفتیم.
میدونی دوست داری چی کار کنی وقتی بزرگشی؟ مهندسی. چه مهندسی؟
ماشین سازی.
میخوای ماشین بسازی؟ چه ماشینی دوست داری بسازی؟ چه مدلی؟
از همه ماشینا بهتر باشه.
چه جوری برای چی اینجایی؟
برای اینکه نشون بدیم چقدر ایران رو دوست داریم. برای شهدای مدرسه مینا، برای شهیدای نوجوانان، بچه‌ای بودن که جونشون رو برای وطنشون رو فدا کردن.
کی پشت است میدونی؟
اسرائیل و آمریکا.
آمریکا و اسرائیل.
آمریکای کثافت.
چرا خوشم؟
میخواستن ایران رو از بین ببرن، میخواستن همه فکر کنن اونا رئیسن، اونا میخواستن بقیه رو بترسونن برای اینکه مثلا بگن که ما خیلی قدرتمندیم، شما باید به حرف ما گوش کنید.
چرا به نظر ازشون نمی‌ترسی؟
شما قدرتمندید، ما طوری هیچ غلطی نمیتونم بکنم. خدا با ماست.
Not all children have the privilege of not knowing. Some know who bombs them and who takes their tomorrow, but they're also being raised to reclaim their futures. At the memorial, which took place on Gaza Boulevard in Tehran, people also honored the children of Gaza who have been taken by the same forces of death and destruction. Every child, every martyr joins the long unbroken story of the resistance of the South.
Welcome back, everyone, to this continued rolling coverage coming to you from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Today's day 34, of course, of the continued U.S. Zionist-imposed war on Iran. And Operation True Promise number 4 is continuing to send out waves after wave of launches. 89 have indeed already been fired off. More missiles, more barrages of drones and missiles, not only towards the occupied Palestinian territory, where the Zionist regime, of course, is receiving large damage, destruction, and casualties, despite, of course, their attempt for any kind of media blackout. The reality is definitely being shown not only on social media but other mainstream medias. In regards, also we're seeing the interest of the U.S. and Zionist entity being hit in the region, not only, of course, in nearby countries, but specifically in the Persian Gulf states. With that, what we have been covering so far, of course, has been Donald Trump's speech, much awaited speech, according to many. According to the White House, they had prepared everyone around the world. Wait for the speech of Donald Trump. It's his prime time speech on Wednesday. He came out and basically just summarized his last 8 or so tweets into one. Basically, no strategy, no clear goals, no timeline was even given. His continued claim that Iran has been beat, has been defeated, and that we're going to continue to our operations there for at least another 2 to 3 weeks. In regards to that, we have been seeing reactions from people around the world, not only congressmen, but analysts and experts. We also did speak about some other points in regards to that. But let's go ahead and bring in our Press TV colleague, Ms. Humayda Ahad, joining us here in the studio. Humayda, as always, thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Humayda, you know, it's interesting that Donald Trump had a lot of propaganda coming out, wait for his speech. And we spoke about his speech just in our last rolling coverage, but I do want to say that let's remind the viewers that we also had Iran's president, Mr. Masoud Pezeshkian, who made his speech hours before Donald Trump, and a completely different aspect. Can you just remind the viewers about what Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, had spoken about? And he addressed it towards American people.
Yeah, he wrote a letter towards American people, and he categorically said in that we are not against the people of America, but it is against the policies which the United States has been implementing of destroying other countries, including the Islamic Republic of Iran. And he was quite clear about the fact that Iran has not launched any war of aggression against any country in the last few hundred years. And if we talk about it, even the martyred national advisor, national security advisor of Iran, Ali Larijani, also had tweeted about it, that our country has not launched any aggression for the last 300 years, and it's only that we are defending our country against aggression launched by foreign powers. And he also said that the most important thing about his letter, the most important idea in his letter was that the President Trump, who was elected on the concept or on the basis of Make America Great Again, has now, put this slogan into a bin, and he has what his what is now his all his policies are revolving around make Israel keep Israel at the first place. So he is working at the behest of the Israeli or the Zionist lobby. He is forwarding their plans and whatever they had been thinking for all these years. Netanyahu's 30-year dream of attacking Iran has been fulfilled by Trump. So Masoud Pezeshkian addressed the American public, telling them that they should wake up from the slumber and see how their president is not giving preference to Americans and on the contrary, trying to fulfill the objectives which the Israeli regime has in mind, and these objectives are destroying America, the soldiers of America. He doesn't even think about soldiers of America. The casualties are increasing, and he has he's not taking that seriously. And on the contrary, if we compare it to what Trump has said, there have been commentators, there have been analysts who have been saying that the speech was totally, haywire, where he did not even know what he's speaking about, and he talked about things which he has been talking about again and again, and the ground reality is totally different, and his language also, if we analyze his language was also genocidal, taking Iran to the Stone Age, and he will continue these strikes for 2-3 weeks. And even you already mentioned, the Democrats have been saying that his speech has been, can be considered a laughing stock if stakes would not be so high. He did not himself know what he's talking about, so much of incoherence, and again saying that he ripped apart Obama's deal, but now he wants to make a negotiation. We had yesterday the Vice President of America, J.D. Vance, saying to intermediaries that Trump is, really very in a situation where he wants a deal very fast. So at the same time, when we are having reports from his own administration coming that he is dying to make a deal, then on the other hand, he says certain things which are totally contrary to the other reports. So this is how things have been happening in the last 24 hours.
Well, on that point, Humaida, allow me to come back to you momentarily. I'm going to go ahead and welcome into our rolling coverage from Osaka, Mr. Ryan Dawson, geopolitical analyst. As always, a pleasure to have you with us, Mr. Dawson. Let me go ahead and get started with, of course, as our colleagues had mentioned, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian had basically said Americans need to wake up. You should wake up from your slumber, realize what your president is doing. And in regards to, of course, your initial assessment of Donald Trump's much-awaited prime-time speech just hours ago.
He didn't really say anything new that he hadn't said, and what he said was it was done in a very childish way, talking about blowing people up back to the Stone Age. Everything he said is a contradiction. He tried to throw multiple different lies against the wall. He's the one that tore up the JCPOA, and now he says he wants to negotiate, but then he also says he already obliterated, because he doesn't say obliterate, he uses the V and 7R. He said he already got rid of the weapons at Fordow in June, but yet that's still on the table, and there's still a threat that it had to be done. He was seeking praise. He's like, everybody tell me about all my prior decisions were right. Please tell me I'm correct. He loves talking about himself. He makes these threats. He was saying the war was pretty much over 2 or 3 days, and now he's saying 2 or 3 weeks. He backed off from his rhetoric about reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Last week he was trying to get an international armada to go open it. Then he said, we don't even need them, we can open it ourselves. And now he's telling them in a very childish way, well, if you need your oil, go get it on your own. Even though we have the most powerful Navy and invincible military, but we're not going to open the strait. Because he knows in reality they can't open the strait. They do have a powerful Navy, but it doesn't matter against land batteries. They can't get the strait open. And so he's shifting positions, saying, well, we'll have the Europeans and Asians go get their own oil on their own. So he's kind of rolled back on all his hype. A lot of the lies that he says is just to try to calm down markets. He says things he knows he can't do, he can't complete, which will only temporarily stave off the market panic. Wait until the morning when the markets open and see what happens to crude oil and Brent crude, because they understood now when he said 2 or 3 more weeks of war, and he's not even factoring in everybody's interrelated, and so a lot of his people and a lot of factions from big energy, big pharma, big even the MIC, they're losing money and they're losing face. People aren't going to invest so heavily in these THAAD missile systems, for example, that radar were vulnerable and they were completely useless in this war, and it cost enormous amounts of money. It's going to be hard to sell that again. And so a lot of his donors and investors are angry, and yet all that pressure combined doesn't add up to Israel. Whatever Israel says is what he does.
Well, exactly,
Even with,
Mr. Dawson,
everybody else in his faction against him.
Exactly, you did mention some important points. I would like to elaborate on some. We also saw, again, J.P. Morgan. There's this image or this article that they had published, and people are going crazy. It's circulating all over. It's basically a map of a countdown for when each continent will be running out of fuel. As you did mention, immediately after Donald Trump did finish his speech, the stock markets fell, the oil prices spiked, and again, as you did mention, people are saying it's all related to the timeline, the weeks. The more the time goes on, the further the damage is going to be. And they have that Asia will be finishing as of yesterday. April 1st will be the end of their fuel. Europe, April the 10th. North America, April the 15th. And Australia, April the 20th. And this is, again, according to the end of fuel. How dangerous is the situation? I mean, I know you're a geopolitical analyst. For our viewers, international viewers who don't really understand this.
In each place, so certain places like Vietnam is very vulnerable, the Philippines very vulnerable. China and Japan have about 200 days worth of reserve. 200 days, not a lot, that's not a lot of time either. But yeah, as of now, I mean, they're at, Iran did allow a Thai ship to go through with some oil, but that will only stay things off for 4 or 5 days. Australia is running out of jet fuel. This happens. You can have a Havana situation like Cuba right now. The lights are off because of the oil embargo there. That's separate from what's happening to Iran, but it's the same situation. If you run out of oil, this isn't a movie where everything works out in the end or something. This is real life, and we are on the oil age. Tomorrow, or right now, and they reopened the strait and they didn't put a toll on it. Price Middle East and Russia. And it's not as if the war ended tomorrow or right now and they reopened the strait and they didn't put a toll on it, prices are because it's not just the fact that the delivery has been prevented. It's the fact that there is oil, it's gone. And it takes years to rebuild. So it's not as if, okay, now reopen the strait, everything goes back to normal. No, it doesn't. This is permanent economic damage that's being done. And the longer it goes, the more things get destroyed, and the less able we will be to recover even if the war ends. That's why it has to end now. Or they need to not play tag with each other's energy infrastructure. But Israel's doing it because they're desperate. They're losing the war. They can't get at the ballistic missiles. They're under granite. They're under mountains. They don't know what to do, and so they're attacking civilian infrastructure. Well, Iran will do it back to GCC and Israel, and everybody loses from this. But what else is Iran supposed to do? They're fighting for survival. Like, if you do it to us, we're doing it back. They've been very measured. There were 3 previous attacks. This is True Promise 4. They were extremely measured in how they responded. And now they've just crossed all the red lines. And if they keep going up the escalation ladder, it's going to be a global catastrophe. You're talking like 1970 level or beyond. Oil will go above 125 a barrel, 135 if they close the Red Sea. Who knows? is going to shoot past that, and things will collapse. You will start to see, you're going to go back to the paper age, because if the fuel is gone, it's gone. And that is, I need people to know this is a very real thing. You're going to go turn your computer on tomorrow and it's not going to come on because you don't have electricity. It will get to that level in certain places. And a lot of people in the first world, they feel invincible, like, well, that won't happen here. Yes, it will. It can.
Exactly.
And this is still preventable.
Well, Mr. Dawson, allow me, I'm going to go ahead and come right back to you to elaborate a bit more on one of those points you did mention, me bringing it back to the studio to our colleague Humaira. Humaira, our esteemed guest, Mr. Dawson there in Osaka, had mentioned that, again, what can the Americans do at this point? I mean, there's a lot of things going around that. Donald Trump wanted regime change in Iran. It seems that the situation is happening in the States. But again, I mean, other than protesting, we saw last Saturday the No Kings nationwide protests. We have some boycotting. But other than that, what, in your opinion, can Americans really do to show their government that what they want?
Yeah, we did see the No Kings protest in America, but I think they need to be, doing this more again and again to make the administration or Trump aware that the people are not supporting him and they are not with the war. I also think that Trump is also his psychological state is such that he thinks he's right all the time. He has committed a mistake and he doesn't want to take he doesn't want to say that I did a miscalculation. And at the same time, we have also seen that the statistics which have been showing that the American public is not with the war. This is the only war where he is not having that much of support, which usually the U.S. administration had during Iraq war, or for that matter Afghanistan war. They had built a narrative before attacking these two countries, but here they didn't build any narrative, so they don't have that support. That's that's at its own place. Yeah, the war is lacking a support, but also at the same time, I think the demonstration, the protests have to be much larger to inflict that pressure on the administration and also on the president, where he's at a point that he cannot just brush them aside, and he's forced to take a decision in favor of the American public. But at this time, we did see a million march, but No Kings protest, but I think it has to be very frequent so that we do see results on the ground. And there is no, I do not think there is any other way apart from the public itself waking up to what is happening, in the name of Americans to other countries, and how America, how they are being, you would say they are being used to meet nefarious ends by these governments, be it America or Israel. So for it to change, the only thing that can change it is for the public to wake up and for them to take the charge.
Well, on that point, Humaira, let me go ahead and bring it back to Mr. Dawson. Mr. Dawson, you were earlier speaking, of course, about a point that Donald Trump had mentioned during his speech earlier. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have. Let's remind the viewers, go back a bit to 1987, where he completely said the opposite. He said that why couldn't we just go there, of course, to Iran, and take some of their oil along the sea? We know Donald Trump's a gambler. We know he likes to bluff. Do you think this is another one of his bluffing moments where he's going to attempt to use this time perhaps to try to do some kind of operation, whether in the Strait of Hormuz, or of course we also have the situation of the ground troops?
Yeah, you don't have to listen to what he says, just look at what he does. And they are moving Marines. They're coming all the way from Japan down. They'll be set up around April 6th or 7th. But 10,000 Marines, okay, maybe you take an island, you hold it temporarily, a lot of people die on both sides. It doesn't change things. It's not going to open the Strait of Hormuz either. But he's looking for a W and maybe an off-ramp so he can declare victory and say, I won and get out. He's only doing this. He's like the sunken fallacy. I swear, I think he thought he could kill the Ayatollah, Iran would collapse, and the war would be over in days like Venezuela. That's what was going on in his head. And that didn't happen, because he bombed a school full of girls, and he killed a spiritual leader, and now his son's in charge after he murdered his wife and daughter, and they're doubling down. They don't have an answer for these ballistic missiles. They don't have an answer for the real strategy that Iran is playing and the economic leverage that they have. Iran can issue the demands, not the United States. And the public is upset at him. And in addition to people like grassroots protesting things, go yellow buildings, whatever, that's not as effective as people in his own administration, like Joe Kent resigned. The people in his own cabinet are saying, I'm not being listened to, so I'm out. And we need more resignations, and the public needs to praise the people who have enough courage to leave when they leave, to show that, look, you will land on your feet if you resign, like Joe Kent did. Now he's going on every show. He's fine. His career's fine. Give praise to those who do the right thing and continue to pressure those who do the wrong things with all your activism. But I think Trump's donors are going to be the deciding factor. It won't be the regular blue-collar workers. It's all these people that are losing enormous amounts of money because of his folly and his ridiculous war. And he's trying to lie his way out. And like I said, that'll only work temporarily. They're going to figure out the reality of this war and that it's not ending soon and that it only can escalate. He's not talking about any kind of de-escalation at all. He's talking about bombing all their oil and bombing all their power grid and electricity, which is a war crime, by the way. That's what he's talking about. If people hear that kind of bombacity, and I do think it's hyperbole, but that's what he said, markets are going to react, and they're not going to react favorably. And I do worry about his mental state as well, and we might have to enact the 25th Amendment and get rid of him. He's not going to make it to November if he continues to escalate.
And Mr. Dawson, since you did bring up the situation of money, I do have to ask you, a few days ago, the U.S. was saying that Trump is even interested. The White House spokesperson said that he's interested in even asking the Arab countries and the Persian Gulf countries to even pay for the war on Iran, completely disregarding the whole situation that they're going through. This is what he's talking about.
It's unbelievable. Israel starts a war. America pays for the offense and then hands the bill over to the Gulf Arabs who have lost their infrastructure, their tourism, their imports, their exports, everything. And you know what? They'll probably do it. That's what's sad. They don't have a choice. They have no protectorate. And they put themselves in that own situation. They painted themselves in a corner trusting America and Israel. But I don't have a lot of sympathy for these states. These are the same states that sponsored ISIS in Syria, the same states that sponsored the RSF and the civil war in Sudan, and a number of other terrorist groups, from Boko Haram, the MEK, Baluchistan. They're all sponsored by these GCC nations. They are the great purveyors of terrorism. However, I do have sympathy for just the general public that live in this, just somebody that lives in Abu Dhabi, whatever. They don't have a say in it, and they're suffering greatly. And if America puts the bill to the GCC, how do you think the public's going to stomach that, watching their leaders just roll over, get crippled economically, and then pay for a war that was totally unnecessary because Israel wants to remove any resistance to their ambitions of annexing land and ethnic cleansing? It's not going to go well there either.
Well, exactly. Mr. Dawson, let me bring it back to Humaira here joining us, our colleague in the studio. Humaira, as he did say, the Persian Gulf states did indeed put themselves in this position. And again, despite what we're hearing on a lot of places, despite, of course, them continuing to condemn Iran, they're saying that you guys crossed the red lines. In the reality, let's go back a bit and remind the viewers a bit. Before this imposed aggression even started on Iran, a warning was made that if an aggression does happen, we will be attacking any type of U.S. interest, Israeli interest in your countries, because these are the places that are being used to attack us.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I would also like to mention that these countries are still not understanding how the situation is unfolding, and we have had reports where Saudi Arabia had, said to Trump that they are ready to pay the price for removing the words used were really genocidal. What was reported in the media was that Saudi Arabia said that we would support and pay Trump for removing Iran from the face of the earth. So even now they are not understanding this and how UAE is behaving. UAE is also supporting Trump and asking him to launch a ground invasion, so they are also able to take one of the Iranian islands. all this is happening when when they have already suffered damage. We have seen how their economies have been hit, how their infrastructure has been hit, but they are still not understanding. They still think this alliance with the United States, with Israel, the signing of Abraham Accords with Israel, and everything what they have been doing would provide them security. Even now, when the reason for insecurity has been this alliance, they are still, not changing their way and thinking beyond this alliance, which is suicidal for them. And talking about how Iran, already had warned them. Yeah, Iran, even before the war, the foreign minister of Iran, the national security advisor traveled to these countries. We were very clear about it, that if your territories are used for attacking Iran, we will retaliate back, and this will go into a regional war. And even the martyred leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, also mentioned this, that this time it will change into a regional war. It will not remain within the borders of Iran. But they did not, take it seriously, and now they are seeing the repercussions. But even now, apart from some countries, maybe Oman and Qatar has also issued a statement where it has said that we cannot change our neighbors. Apart from these two countries, I think the other GCC countries are still not understanding that this alliance of them with America, and also supporting the United States in launching aggression against Iran, is going to be catastrophic for them. It has already led to a lot of destruction in these countries, and it is going to get worse if they do not understand that they need to change their strategy. They need to change their policy towards Iran.
Well, on that point, I'd like to thank you, of course, both of my guests for joining us during this rolling coverage. Of course, from Osaka, Mr. Ryan Dawson, geopolitical analyst, and as always, Humayda Ahad, our Press TV colleague, joining us here in the studio. Viewers, we are going to get back to our rolling coverage, but first, in moments, we're going to go ahead and have this hour's top headlines, so please stay tuned to Press TV World News. Goodbye for now.
راه حل مسئله فلسطین مقاومت و مبارزه. هر کسی که از راه مقاومت پاشو کنار گذاشت از فلسطینی ها ضرر کرد. اسرائیل صادق نیست در خواست صلح. اگر صادق هم بود غلط میکرد و او حق نداره در اینجا. اما صادق هم نیست. اون کسانی که در راه مذاکره وارد شدن مجبور شدن تحمیلات دشمن رو قبول کنند. اگر یک لحظه پاشون رو از مسیر تحمیلات دشمن دور گذاشتن، یا حذف شدن یا تحقیر شدن، که شما نمونه های هر دوشو ملاحظه کردید و دیدید. بعضیا رو حذف کردن، بعضیا هم تحقیر و تدلیل کردن. راه قدس، راه فلسطین، راه نجات مسئله فلسطین و حل مسئله فلسطین جز راه مبارزه نیست. این رژیم وحشی و گرگ صفت که سیاستش اینه که با مشت آهنین، با بیرحمی و سنگدلی با مردم رفتار بکند و آدمکشی و کودککشی و حمله به مناطق و ویرانگری اصلا براش مهم نیست و انکار هم نمیکنه، این رژیم علاجش جز از بین رفتن و نابود شدن نیست. علاج مقاومت قاطع و مسلحانه در مقابل این رژیم. این علاج در مقابله با رژیم صهیونیستی دست قدرت باید از سوی فلسطینی ها نشان داده بشه. گروه های فلسطینی در مقایسه با گذشته قدرتشون نمیشه گفت چند برابر، شاید 10 برابر. آدمی مثل یحیی سنوار رو کشتن، شهید کردن، این ضربه ها رو وارد کردن، در این حال مردم ایستادن. اونا به این خیال بودن که مردم رو زیر فشار قرار بدن و مردم خودشون علیه حماس بایستند و قیام کنن. عکس شد، مردم بیشتر طرفدار حماس شدن. رژیم صهیونیستی در حادثه طوفان الاقصی ضربه فنی شد. یعنی حماس به عنوان یک گروه مبارز، نه به عنوان یک دولت، نه به عنوان یک کشور با امکانات زیاد، به عنوان یک گروه مبارز توانست دولت غاصب صهیونیست رو با اون همه امکانات ضربه فنی کنه. در داخل غزه و داخل فلسطین نیروهای مقاومت دارن به قرآن عمل میکنن. مقاومت در داخل غزه در حال ایستادگی در مقابل دشمن. اذن للذین یقاتلون بانهم ظلموا و ان الله علی نصرهم لقدیر. خدای متعال انشاءالله نصرتن خواهد داد به اونها و ما از مقاومت حمایت میکنیم، از مقاومت در غزه، از مقاومت در کرانه باختری، از مقاومت در لبنان، از مقاومت در یمن، از هر نقطه‌ای که در مقابل حرکت خباثت آلود رژیم صهیونیستی ایستادگی کنن و مقاومت کنن ما از اونها حمایت میکنیم. امروز تماس و جهاد و مقاومت به طور کلی در فلسطین با قدرت کامل ایستادگی کرده. ان فلسطین حیه و هی تواصل جهادها و ستستطیع بعون الله في النهاية ان تهزم العدو الخبيث. القدس الشريف وفلسطين كل فلسطين هي للشعب الفلسطيني وستعود إليهم إن شاء الله وما ذلك على الله العزيز.
روز بخیر خانم‌ها و آقایان. با درود به روان پاک شهدای اسلام و با آرزوی سلامتی و طول عمر شما را به هواپیمای ایرباس A300 خوش آمدید.
اگر صبور و شکیبا نه این که ساکت و سردم، جهان به تجربه دیده همیشه مرد نبردم. من از قبیله دریا، من از عشیره توفان، آهای کشتی جنگی مراز نعره نترسان. شبیه پرچم کاوه به گل نشسته درفشم، منم که وارث رستم، منم که صاحب رخشم. شبیه مین به کمینم میان خشکی و دریا، اگر کرد شبیه از من قلم کنم قدمت را.
مسئله آمریکا و ایران چیه؟ این تقابلی که وجود داره 40 چند ساله ایران و آمریکا دشمنی دارن، این مسئله چیه؟ به نظر من مسئله در 2 کلمه خلاصه میشه. اون 2 کلمه هم این است که آمریکا میخواهد ایران را ببلعد، ملت رشید ایران و جمهوری اسلامی مانعه. خواستگاری همه چی تمام شده، موضوع در 2 کلمه باقی مونده. من میگم ما دختر شما رو میخواییم، اونا میگن غلط میکنی. حالا ملت ایران به طرف مقابل گفته غلط میکنه. یعنی جرم ملت ایران دعوا سر این قضیه است. در ایران شما، کشور شما جاذبه های زیادی داره. نفت ایران جاذبه داره، گاز ایران جاذبه داره، معادن غنی ایران جاذبه داره، موقعیت راهبردی و جغرافیایی ایران جاذبه داره، خیلی خصوصیات دیگر هست. ایران یک کشوری است که یک قدرت زیاده طلب متجاوز به چنین کشوری چشم طمع میدوزه به طور طبیعی. ایران یه چنین کشوری. خب میخوان این کشور رو تصرف کنن همچنانی که قبلا تصرف داشت. 30 سال، بیش از حدود 30 سال آمریکایی ها در ایران بودن، منابع دستشون بود، نفت دستشون بود، سیاست دستشون بود، امنیت دستشون بود، ارتباطات با دنیا دست اونها بود، همه چی دست اونها بود. هر کار دلشون خواست کردن. 30 سال دستشون قطع شده، میخوان برگردن همون وضع زمان پهلوی رو دوباره داشته باشن. ملت ایران هم محکم ایستاده، سینه سپر کرده و مانع. دشمنی اینه، دعوا سر اینه. بقیه حرفا حقوق بشر رو نمیدونم، یعنی حرفای مفتی است که میزنن اونها. مسئله اینه، او طمع داره، ایران هم محکم ایستاده و محکم هم خواهد ایستاد و به امید خدا طرف رو از موذیگری و اذیت کردن مایوس خواهد کرد.
A story of joys, sorrows, and memories. Memories of childhood days, of laughter and tears. The hard days, bitter and sweet moments of life. Home. Home is where life flows. A refuge for passing moments. A place for hope and tomorrow. Ruthless storm that turns a home into ruins of memories that can no longer be touched. Cracked houses, broken windows, memories crushed beneath the rubble. Residents of a neighborhood in Tehran on one of the days of the Israel war on Iran. In the middle of the day, when one was busy cooking in the kitchen, another watching television. Children, happy with the holidays, were playing. But with the sound of an explosion, life came, however, to a halt for them. And all their shelter and the memories of their lives collapsed over their heads. What remained for them was destruction, ruin, and pieces of the bodies of neighbors and families.
برقتون قطعه؟
آره برق من قطعه کلا با این سم. نه نبودیم ما. برای طبقه بالا بچه‌ها تمام خونه‌هاشون اون پشت اصلا دیوار قلبه کن شده. ما اینجا کوچه پشتمون فروشگاه کوروشه. در اونا کنده شده بود. پشت شیشه‌های پشت همه ریخته بود. یه همسایه رفیق داریم اون بنده خدا تمام شیشه و کمد اینا همه در بود. آقا خدا رحم کرده بچه‌ش زیر لوستر بوده، لوستر افتاده بغل دختر بچه. مثلا اونجا خیلی بد زده. مثلا آدم نمیدونه باید چی بگی خدا وکیل.
کلا میگه این چند تا کوچه قابل سوپ.
من اصلا اینو میبینم خانم مثلا خودمو یادم رفته. باور کن مثلا میگم فعلشون من اصلا حرف زدنش خنده داره. اصلا چی بگم اصلا اون آدم میبینه اینو میگه موضوعه به خدا نمیدونم چی بگم.
میتونیم خونه همسایتون هم ببینیم اگر باشون صحبت کنیم؟
But amid all this destruction and devastation, people search for pieces of their lives under the rubble. Even in the heart of war, as walls collapse, they seek life and resist death and destruction.
این کار دستیش بوده؟
کلاس سوم تشکیل بیاره.
اصلا نایمدن نه این دوستش فقط یه تو که پا اومد وسیله‌اشو بود این که اصلا نایمدن به خدا.
Life in those homes has not ended. Every piece of this land bears witness to the resilience and inner strength of people who never fall. Every ruin tells the story of the lives of men and women who, in the heart of destruction, fought for life and still stood strong.
Welcome back, everyone, to this ongoing rolling coverage, of course, coming to you from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Just a quick update on the situation today. As we know, is day 34 of the continued U.S. Zionist entity aggression on Iran. And, of course, 89 waves of True Promise operation have been fired off from the IRGC, whether the Navy, the Air Force, and all other soldiers, of course, and people who are participating in these great operations. They have been fired not only on the occupied Palestinian territories, where their images, despite every kind of attempt by the Zionist regime for media blackout, destruction, damage, and casualties are indeed continuously being reported from the Hebrew media. And of course, we know the estimates are definitely much higher than as they are saying. In regards also, we know that a lot of these missiles and drones are being targeted in the Persian Gulf states and in the region. Again, the U.S. interest, the Zionist interest, those locations inside the Persian Gulf places that are being used to attack not only Iran's schools, citizens, hospitals, medical facility, but of course even our military checkpoints. So again, this is a reason that Iran has continuously said that we are not attacking the states of the Persian Gulf states, but we are attacking the U.S. bases and the interests that are still being used, of course, and defended by those states, unfortunately. In regards to some of the headlines that we have been covering, we've been focusing, of course, on Donald Trump's very awaited speech, as many people have been coming out and saying. Unfortunately, it was just simply a recap of his last perhaps 8 or 10 tweets. Nothing new, no strategy, no outline, no, of course, end for this imposed war. And we've been seeing the reactions, of course, from other people. Let's go ahead and get started with this hour's rolling coverage. Let me welcome in, first of all, to the studio, our Press TV colleague, Nahid Puraisa. Nahid, as always, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
And also, let's go ahead and welcome into the conversation, joining us from Hong Kong, Mr. Andrew Leong, independent China specialist. A pleasure to have you with us, sir. Mr. Leong, let me go ahead and start off with you with one of our latest updates. We have one of the reactions, of course. In regards to Donald Trump, we have a statement from China saying that the root cause of the Strait of Hormuz issue is, quote, illegal U.S.-Israeli military operation against Iran. If the U.S., if the Zionist regime stop their operations, pull out now, as many experts and analysts have been trying to advise Donald Trump, do you think that the Strait of Hormuz issue will be resolved?
Well, I think the market and many people around the world, including a lot of investors, have been extremely confused as to what Trump was trying to do. On the one hand, he's saying he's going to end the war soon. On the other hand, he's threatening to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age. And then, as far as the port of Hormuz is concerned, even though the whole world would like it to remain open and expect the United States to play a role, he was basically saying the United States doesn't need oil passing through the Hormuz Strait because America is very rich in oil. Even produces more oil than Iran and Russia combined. And he was just saying to the rest of the world, well, if you're affected by the port of Hormuz closer, you can buy more oil from the United States. So I think that the whole world is now extremely confused as to what he's trying to achieve. But then if you see through the smoke and mirrors, that there is a strategy. Trump's, that's why he wanted this all of a sudden, this addressing the nation. That must be for a reason. The reason is because he's increasingly worried about his midterm election prospects coming up soon in November. And he wants to have a good narrative to rally his constituencies. And this depends on the oil prices remain being at a reasonable level, and then the economy is doing well. And particularly, he wants to have a story of victory over Iran, and that's why he's having this address by parlaying all his achievements, his bombarding the Iranian nation to smithereens, decapitating his leadership, and then destroying his Navy and Air Force, and saying that he has done this in 38 days, and even compare this with what the United States was doing in the Second World War, in the Vietnam War, which took years and even longer. So I think that at the end of it all, he wants to portray the United States as winning, based on all these metrics about the gravitational leadership, about the destruction of infrastructure, destruction of the Iranian economy. But of course, that depends on a credible deal before the midterm elections with the Iranian government. The deal which would ensure safe passage not for the United States so much, but for the whole world, because otherwise the oil prices will remain very high, and that would affect the American constituencies and the American consumers, and that would be bad for his midterm elections. But how is he going to do it? Well, don't forget that while this is going on, his envoy, his son-in-law, Kushner, together with his team, is trying to negotiate a deal with Iran. The deal concentrates on certain deliverables. For example, the nuclear refining capacity to stop Iran from having the chance of developing a nuclear bomb. Secondly, ensuring Iran's missile capabilities are kept within strict limits. Also, degrading or even eliminating Iran's perceived proxies, for example, the Hezbollah and Houthis. Last but not least, the safe passage through the Port of Hormuz. But Iran, of course, is not going to give up everything because it's an existential threat to the Iranian nation.
Well, exactly, Mr. Leong. Allow me, I apologize for cutting off. Allow me to come back to you momentarily. I do want to go ahead and elaborate on one of those points that you did say with our studio, of course, colleague Nahid. Nahid, in regards to what our esteemed guest had mentioned there, of course, from Hong Kong, he mentioned some important points. I would like to ask you in regards to, of course, this so-called 15-point plan proposal. Iran has said that they're not going to. They are currently not in negotiations, neither direct nor neither indirect. We know the people on the streets. We know what the government, we know the people on the streets, they do not want a deal because of the situation. Again, as Mr. Baghai had mentioned before, this whole continued negotiation, war, ceasefire situation does not want to be repeated. Donald Trump did mention something that he wants to go ahead and bomb Iran back, to quote the Stone Ages, if it doesn't agree with a deal. In response, we have the Iranian spokesperson of the Iranian Armed Forces has warned that they have nothing, no information on Iran's capabilities militarily. As we also are seeing on our breaking news, they have vowed to stage crushing attacks against U.S. Zionist entity, of course, interests and places in the region. In regards to all of this, again, the people, the international viewers want to know, when will be enough for Iran?
First of all, I want to say hello to our global audience. And as always, I want to make sure that they understand their very important role in this very battlefield, and emphasize on the criticality of their role in this war, because they have to make sure that their mind is not preoccupied by Western imperialist propaganda. And in this very concept, Press TV is playing the most important role, because we are the voice of the truth and the battlefield. To answer to this question, first of all, one thing that is critical here is that yesterday Iran had the strongest operation in the occupied territories since the day one. So this is something that Israelis and also many Palestinians, by the hearing the sound of the explosions, we're talking about last night and also yesterday. So on social media, everyone was like, what is happening? The boom boom Tel Aviv is actually huge today. And I think that was really on purpose, because today is Thursday, as everyone was predicting. Now we are on the end of the week, so that, again, Trump is threatening Iran, and then on Monday, again, he's going to talk about negotiations. So the pattern is exposed. I think the reason Iran decided to have the strongest crushing operation yesterday was because they wanted to make sure whatever Donald Trump is going to claim after is going to be compared with what Iran did on the battlefield. So yes, it's important to hear what the U.S. president says, but as long as it doesn't make sense and it's not in line with the reality of battlefield, people are going to question. People are going to see if this is a legitimate claim from the U.S. president or not. Based on what our guests also talked about, the economic situation and the hardship that Americans are going to face, or they have been already facing, I want to say there is a difference between the damage, the great damage that this war is causing to the very everyday life of ordinary Americans, and at the same time the hegemony of U.S. empire. These are two things. So why Donald Trump is threatening Iran to take it back to a Stone Age is because there is no exit strategy for the United States. There is nothing left that they can think of so that they can be saved from this war. The only thing is left is escalation. And at the same time, this very escalation is going to have a very deadly impact on the life of ordinary people of America. So you can see the interest of U.S. empire is in absolute contradiction with the life of Americans.
Exactly, Nahid. I'm going to go ahead and come back to you. I'd like to thank you for that point. Mr. Leong, I want to go ahead and cross back over to you, of course, joining us there from Hong Kong. The former Trump aide, as we do know, Joe Kent, who resigned not long ago, he actually also reacted to Donald Trump's speech, his speech that we did here. And he was actually saying that we, of course, we honor our fallen, we learn from our past, we only shed American blood in defense of our nation. But he said, I'm urging Donald Trump. Let's remind our viewers that Joe Kent is the former top U.S. Secretary official who did quit, again, after he said, I tried advising, he didn't listen to me. So he's now saying that I urge Trump to restrain Israel and end this war of choice, as he did call it. In regards to, again, this coming from a former aide or advisor of Donald Trump, still trying to convince him of his best option. Do you think he's going to take any such step?
Well, Donald Trump is Donald Trump, and of course he seldom listens to others, and he believes that he has the power and he has the so-called vision to make America great again, and then he's touted his success in capturing or abducting the leader of Venezuela, and also throttling the economy of Cuba. Both are on a thorn on the side of the United States for decades, and he's prized himself in even the American economy performance was not that bad during the past 2 years. And then, of course, American military remains the strongest in the world, and he's trying to double down on that. And as far as Iran is concerned, don't forget that Iran has been a thorn on the side of Israel for a long, long time. Of course, Israel is now controlling the American body politics because the Jewish lobby has been extremely powerful for many, many decades on both sides of the aisle. And of course, that the Iranian government has long ago has made the destruction of Israel one of its key aims, and that, of course, has worsened the relationship. But as far as the United States is concerned, the United States using Israel as a projection of its power in the Middle East, and Trump wants the whole Middle East to bend towards the interest of the United States, and hence the so-called Abraham Accord trying to bring Saudi Arabia on his side and some of his countries in the Arab Peninsula. But I think that what underlines this dynamics is a changed situation in terms of energy, in terms of oil. The United States used to be the biggest customer of Middle East oil, and that's why Saudi Arabia and all the countries, they pivot towards the United States. But now, the United States doesn't need any oil from the Middle East. In fact, it is one of the world's largest oil exporter, a competitor. And that's why the Middle East countries, the Arab countries, they have been extremely consistent. They always pivot to the biggest customer. It used to be the United States, but it's no longer. It's now China. And of course, the Arab Peninsula, the Arab states, do not want to make an enemy of the United States, but they do not want to be held by to ransom. So I think that you have a very complicated situation. But back on the war on Iran, and then the crucial dimension, the port of Hormuz, I think that without delivering a safe passage through the port of Hormuz, and then because that would affect energy prices worldwide, including prices at the pump petrol stations in the United States, and that would hurt his constituents. So this is a key dimension. Yes. To deliver that. I think the negotiations have got to concentrate on that as to what sort of carrots. There was a lot of stake in terms of trying to bomb Iran back to the Stone Ages, but then there needs to be some carrots. And these negotiations are being conducted behind the scenes. I think that's what is likely to end the war in some way to the satisfaction of both sides.
Yes, and on that point, Mr. Leong, I'm going to go ahead and come back to you. Nahid, in regards to what we are seeing at the Persian Gulf states, is something very important because a lot of media is coming out on social media saying that the residents there, the people in the Persian Gulf states are worried, they're scared that civilian infrastructures are going to be hit. Let's remind our viewers again, the Iranian government knows where they're hitting, and they told them specifically, military infrastructure, any place, they're saying they're hitting hotels. These hotels are hosting U.S. officials, U.S. soldiers, a Zionist entity, people who are trying to escape. Ports are being hit. Again, the same reason. What does it have to be again? Because we still have people believing that the Persian Gulf states have nothing to do with it. But of course, their air defenses are the ones blocking us hitting those places that are killing, again, they're killing Iranian children, Iranian women, Iranian schools, targeting the hospitals, the medical centers.
Our leader.
Our leader on top of it all. It is these locations that are being targeted for a reason.
Look.
Yes.
Yes, I apologize, Mr. Leong. Questions for Nahid? Yes, go ahead, Nahid.
Look, this is the situation. We have another layer of NATO around Iran in the Persian Gulf. All these American bases, I have to say, all the Persian Gulf states, they are sellout. There is zero sovereignty for all these so-called countries. When they say there is nothing to do with us, why are you attacking us? I think they're right in terms of there is no control. They don't have any control. They did sell it out years ago when they were thinking Americans are here to actually protect them. Americans are here to safeguard their security. Or if there is any national dignity and integrity, this is the Americans' job to take care of it. That time they had to think of the consequences of what they are doing. When they were dancing, when they were bringing their women in line for Donald Trump to actually expose the entire region and just, Iran's stance is very clear. We don't have to explain ourselves. But even having such a neighbor just next to us in this level of, degrading your culture and bringing your own people dance for the genocidal president of the United States, and now being so coward and sitting at the behind and saying that I am not in this war. You are. We have our eyes on you for many years. What is the purpose of having American bases in Bahrain? Everyone knows. All the operations, everything, all the purpose was because to target Iran. And there was a very interesting interview with one of the Bahraini figures. He said something very interesting. He said right after Iran attacked the American bases, which is actually really far from people, like residential building. Again, another fact for us to understand where Iran is targeting. Too far from people. When that American base was hit, he said Bahraini people were shocked because there were so many American soldiers just running away from the American base to the very city, to the very residential buildings. And they were like, oh my God, who are these people? Why they are coming to us? This is the refuge you gave to your invaders. This is the miscalculation you made when you thought the threat is Iran.
Well, exactly. And Nahid, I mean, as you're mentioning Bahrain, we saw a few days ago, unfortunately, also the kidnapping of people there, Shia to be specific. They kidnapped, they tortured to death, and later released his body to his family, basically investigating, according to them, their ties with Iran, saying that they are so-called spies. Again, this is similar strategies that we've seen by the Zionist regime itself.
I just want to make one point here. This is the ties between people and dignity. It's not about ties with Iran. It's not about ties with Hezbollah. It's not about ties about anything else, except these people have dignity and they don't want to sell it out.
Well, exactly, Nahid. I mean, it's very interesting, Kim, because we continue to see whether Saudi Arabia, UAE, their occupation stealing resources in Yemen. We've also seen the financing and arming of terrorists in other areas committing genocide and starvation. I mean, again, this is the first time, perhaps, that the war has come to their door. Mr. Liang, I do want to cross over back to you since we do have you, and ask you a very important question that a lot of people have been on edge about in regards to what a lot of analysts started asking at the beginning of this aggression, again, into it now 34 days, and the situation is still escalating. People were asking that, has this imposed war on Iran by the U.S., by the Zionist regime, by their own allies, whether directly or indirectly, is it their attempt to remove Iran for their next move against China, as a lot of people are saying?
Well, I think that the China dimension is always there, but I don't think it's the be-all and end-all aim. Because as I pointed out earlier, the United States wants to use Israel as its proxy to dominate the Middle East, and including, of course, the Arab Peninsula, trying to bring all the big players to the side of the American interests. And of course, Iran has been standing in the way for a long, long time. So that's point number one. Point number two, although it includes China, the closer relationship, I wouldn't use the word alliance, but a closer partnership or relationship between Russia, Iran, and China had long been highlighted by the doyen of American foreign policy, the late Brzezinski, who was the mentor of Henry Kissinger. In his seminal book called The Grand Chessboard, on page 55, already mentioned the alliance or partnership between Russia, Iran, and China as an existential threat to American dominance. So I think that it's this closer relationship with this anti-hegemonic alliance that has been a thorn on the side of the United States, and including, of course, Trump. So he wants to, first of all, fracture or suppress Iran, if not just destroying the entire nation. He wants to curry favor with Russia so as to move it away from China. So that, I think that this dimension is there. But of course, China is very well positioned, has long thought about this eventuality. It doesn't, China's survival or development doesn't depend entirely on this alliance, even though it relies on energy from Russia to Iran Iran something like 15%, Russia something like a bit more, and the whole of the Middle East oil represents something like 40% of China's oil imports. But as far as China's energy usage is concerned, as much as 40% now is accounted for by renewables.
Yes.
Renewable, of course, is homegrown. And of course, a lot of the oil from the Middle East passes through pipelines. So China is in a very well position. But the point I'm trying to make on this occasion is that I think Iran should seize the opportunity, because the United States Trump administration, the reason why he was doing this live address to the nation is because he's worried about his midterm prospects. His popularity has been going down, and the prices are rising at the pump, and even his own solid Republican bloc, and there are dissenting voices. So that's why he's trying to, first of all, create a narrative of victory, and he wants to double down on destroying Iran, so as to have some credible proof that he's
yes,
is winning.
Mr. Leong, I do apologize, but it seems unfortunately our time has run out. But I'd like to thank you, of course, as always, for joining us during this ongoing rolling coverage. Mr. Andrew Leong, independent China specialist, they're joining us from Hong Kong. And of course, I'd like to thank our Press TV colleague, Nahid Puraita, joining us here in the studio. Pleasure as always. And again, for our viewer, Donald Trump can attempt on claiming victory. We know the response from Iran, of course, is going to continue until they receive a harsh enough response. And as our Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Sayyid Ali Khamenei, had mentioned, this will be the end, hopefully, of the Zionist regime. Viewers, please stay tuned to Press TV for the latest updates. Goodbye for now.
Almost 3 weeks into the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, their strategic plans are falling apart. The objective was clear: cripple Iran's military, dismantle its leadership. On day one, they martyred senior commanders and the leader of the Islamic Revolution. They hit military installations. They hit residential areas, hospitals, schools, 1,500 people dead, more than 200 of them students. And yet, Washington and Tel Aviv have failed. Iran has not broken. Instead, the response has been swift, organized, deadly. Iran has now launched numerous waves of its Operation True Promise 4, each wave more precise than the last. U.S. military bases across the Persian Gulf, Israeli command centers, hit with precision-guided missiles. Iran has also taken control of the Strait of Hormuz. American-Israeli-linked vessels denied passage. Global oil markets rippling. Washington's traditional leverage in the region undermined. Western media tries to censor the losses, but the truth leaks out. Damaged aircraft, disabled radar systems, American defense circles now admit Iranian missile technology has challenged decades of presumed U.S. superiority. Unable to win militarily, the enemy shifted tactics, tried to destabilize from within, incite protests, trigger economic panic, force regime change. It backfired. From Tehran to Mashhad, Shiraz to Tabriz, millions have taken to the streets. Not just government supporters, even critics of the system united against aggression. Internal divisions dissolving in the face of external threats. And while the bombs fall, the country keeps running. Essential goods are available. No panic buying, no shortages. Tehran's metro still operating. Emergency management infrastructure working. This is not luck. This is decades of preparation. Sanctions and pressure forced self-reliance. A nation under assault, functioning with discipline. The balance of power in West Asia is shifting. Iran's doctrine, deterrence, strategic depth, indigenous innovation, is holding its ground against technologically superior adversaries. And on the global stage, nations across Asia, Africa, and Latin America see this for what it is: unjustified aggression. Iran's right to self-defense, enshrined in international law, is gaining recognition. What was meant to weaken Iran has done the opposite. The aggression exposed Western strategic miscalculation. It revealed Iranian resilience. It showed the world a nation that under fire does not fracture, it unites.
روز بخیر خانم‌ها و آقایان. با درود به روان پاک شهدای اسلام و با آرزوی سلامتی و طول عمر شما را به هواپیمای ایرباس A300 خوش آمدید.
اگر صبور و شکیبا نه این که ساکت و سردم جهان به تجربه دیده همیشه مرد نبردم من از قبیله دریا من از عشیره طوفان آهای کشتی جنگی مراز نعره نترسان شبیه پرچم کاوه به گل نشسته درفشم منم که وارث رستم منم که صاحب رخشم شبیه مین به کمینم میان خشکی و دریا اگر کرد شبیه از من قلم کنم قدمت را
leaders of the West build bunkers underground. They hide behind concrete and steel, sending a silent message that their safety is worth more than yours. Their survival is an asset that has to be preserved at any cost, locked away from the people they claim to lead. But there was another way. Imam Khomeini walked in a bombed and bleeding Tehran. He refused to run, staying in his own home so that people would know their leader did not seek safety they did not have. That was the covenant. Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei inherited that bond. He refused to disappear into a bunker, not out of recklessness, but from deep understanding. For a leader who sees himself above the people cannot lead them. To demand sacrifice while seeking comfort is hypocrisy. To call for resistance from a bunker is cowardice. The West saw this bond and feared it. Unable to defeat the idea, they targeted the man in a cowardly act of terrorism. A missile aimed not at a military base, but at a voice, aiming to kill the soul of a nation. But their missiles hit a principle. This was not an assassination, it was a transformation. Ayatollah Khamenei understood that a leader's ultimate power is not in surviving, but in standing. He stood in the trench because if a jurist calls on the people to sacrifice, he must be the first to offer it. His final act proved them all wrong. His blood became the seal of the revolution, washing away the lies. He's no longer just a man. He became a symbol, an architect whose foundation is sacrifice. They wanted to eliminate his voice. Instead, they have made it eternal. The leader has paid the ultimate price to show us the way.
Welcome back, everyone, to this ongoing rolling coverage coming to you from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Day 34 here, of course, of the U.S. and Zionist entity imposed war or aggression on Iran. And as promised, as per its title, of course, True Promise Operation number 4, 89 waves have indeed been launched or fired off, not only towards the occupied Palestinian territories, but also in regards to any U.S. Zionist entity interest or base in the region, specifically, of course, the Persian Gulf states. We have been emphasizing, of course, during this ongoing rolling coverage, some of the highlights of today. We have, of course, Iran's President, Mr. Masoud Pezeshkian. We, of course, elaborated on his speech directed towards the Americans to basically wake up and see what your regime is doing. We've also pointed out on Trump's so-called awaited speech, which was nothing new. We also had, of course, reactions by lawmakers, analysts, and experts from around the world. With that, let's go ahead and welcome in our guest joining us, first of all, in the studio, Ms. Nahid Puraisa, our Press TV colleague. As always, a pleasure to have you with us, Nahid.
Thank you so much.
And I also would like to bring into our rolling coverage, joining us from Beirut, Ms. Julia Qasim, journalist and political analyst. A pleasure to have you with us, Ms. Qasim.
Thank you.
Nahid, let me go ahead and start off with you. It's interesting because what we continue to see in regards to Donald Trump's speech again, and the situation is, let's remind our viewers that since Yemen, the Ansarullah movement entered this battle again, there's been joint operations between Yemen, Iran, and Hezbollah being carried out specifically on the occupied Palestinian territories. A lot of people had been asking, when Yemen would enter the battlefield. They have entered. What difference has it made?
Look, the moral of the axis of resistance, I would say, is the foundation of how we are going forward in this war, and since the very beginning when the great architects of axis of resistance, Haj Qasem Soleimani and Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, were designing such a beautiful network across the region. We also had Commander Ghani a couple of days ago. He said this network has a lot of more surprises to come. I think to answer to the question about the importance and criticality of Yemenis in this war, it's so important to remember what Yemenis have done to Americans. So it was only 2 weeks of war between Ansarullah and Americans, and that was an absolute humiliation. The Yemenis like literally intimidated Americans, and after 2 weeks they were like, all right, goodbye. So their navies, the American navies were actually at first were attacked and intimidated by Yemenis and then Iran. It's so important to see how all these forces in this network from Hezbollah, I mean, for each of the forces, we have to talk about them. Don't worry about Iran. Axis of resistance right now, what Iraqis are doing, what Hezbollah is doing, what Ansarullah is doing, each of them, we need weeks to explain the details of their operations.
Yes.
The numbers of operations and the Merkava tanks that Hezbollah have been eliminating, the Hezbollah that for everyone more than a year, they were like, it's over, there is no Hezbollah anymore. And we are losing the numbers of Merkava. How many Merkavas so far? It's so many.
Well, exactly. And Nahida, I'm going to come back to you. Let me go ahead and cross over a bit to Ms. Qasim in regards to, like you did say, of course, it's going to take a long time if you want to elaborate on each specific point of the acts of resistance, because each of them have been doing their own operations in a magnificent way. Ms. Qasim, coming to you there from Beirut, of course, I mean, just now Israel's army radio saying around 70 rockets were launched from Lebanon towards a northern settlement simply from midnight. When it comes to Hezbollah re-entering the battlefield, as my esteemed colleague did mention, 15 months of a ceasefire. The Zionist regime, the U.S., mainstream media had said that Hezbollah has been done. They have no more military capabilities. However, the complete opposite has been shown. Yes, Ms. Qasim, can you hear me?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, not a problem. Ms. Qasim, in regards to the operations that we're continuing to see from the Lebanese resistance movement, Hezbollah, since re-entering the battlefield, of course, how much of a difference has it made not only there in Lebanon, but for the axis of resistance?
Repeat it just one more time, because I just, the studio feedback was really loud.
Not a problem. I'd like to apologize again, the communication, as you do know, during the circumstances of the situation. Basically, in the significance of Hezbollah re-entering the battlefield and their operations up until today.
Right. I would also like to apologize. It just got cut off for a couple minutes there. So on both of our ends, in a war zone, we're facing some technical difficulties. So Hezbollah, it re-entered the key elements of Hezbollah's success on the battlefield, and especially the Zionist entities' failures on the battlefield, is the preparation. Hezbollah had been preparating for 15 months, while the Zionist entity had become so overconfident that its incursions in the context of a ceasefire, when there is no response back, were somehow an incursion into victory. Of course, Hezbollah, in those 15 months, they have closed the security communication gaps that the Zionist entity had exploited and exposed. They had rebuilt their capacity, they had reorganized their ranks, and they returned to a kind of a more distributed, dispersed organizational structure that is allowing them to be very agile on the battlefield. So we see that the Zionist entity, they're barely able to enter, despite the propaganda that they've been trying to promote, and this is exactly why I believe they murdered Fatima Fatuni and Ali Shaib, the journalists from Al Mayadeen and Al Manar that were killed a couple days ago. This was done specifically because they were exposing the burning tanks on the border, the lack of ground that the Zionists had covered, despite the drone images that they were perpetuating, that they were taking from the sky, trying to make the appearance of advancement. But we see a Hezbollah that is stronger and more agile than ever before. Even more than 2006,
And while the 66-day war in 2024 demonstrated extremely strong fighting capability from the Lebanese resistance, this time that they've just become definitely stronger than ever and more prepared to thwart the Zionist entity on ground, but also on air as well. The Zionist entity was not prepared for the strength from the resistance. And keep in mind, this is the first time that in both Iran's case and Hezbollah's case, there isn't Syria as a support front. Syria is now a launch pad for the enemy. But nonetheless, they've been fighting them off on the ground, preventing them from entering. The Zionist entity cannot even withdraw their troops from the soil of South Lebanon under the heavy resistance fire that has been targeting grouping after grouping, and they're walking themselves into ambush after ambush. So the 15-month period Hezbollah took as a tactical retreat. So we're not seeing tactical retreats on the battlefield as much as that whole year-and-a-half point being used to take advantage of the Zionist entity's overconfidence in violating the ceasefire territorially. So, you know, the resistance has been really going in for the killing against the entity. And if you've noticed, even the Zionist entity has also been hit along points in the north that correspond with where the focus of incursion is. For example, the IRGC and Hezbollah have been coordinating on joint air attacks on Zionist entity positions in the north of occupied Palestine along the axes of infiltration. So targeting the key bases before they even move into South Lebanon. So that's been happening a lot as well from the beginning until today. So a combination of preparedness, coordination, and recalibration in the ground strategy to kind of resemble more of a 1990 style agility, you know, referencing the 18-year-long period of battle of attrition in the south when Hezbollah had more kind of a more secretive but decentralized fighting structure, guerrilla structure that we're seeing come up again. So this is contributing to the successes that we see on the battlefields, and it really closed up the security gaps that the Zionist entity exploited and exposed in 2024.
Exactly. Ms. Qasim, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm going to come right back to you. As you were saying, I mean, again, the continued operations by the resistance, the images that were being shown to our viewers, of course, the utter destruction continued by the airstrikes of the Zionist entity, of course, on their families being massacred. Another 4-member family yesterday, another 4-member family in Humin Tahta yesterday, today in Nabatiya. So again, this is a strategy of, unfortunately, the Zionist regime, and the resistance has proved that they will stay on that path. Before we do ahead and continue in regards to that, let's go ahead and turn a bit over to some reactions on social media to, of course, Donald Trump, one of the headlines today, his much-awaited speech, which definitely the social media has been elaborating and reacting to. So let's see some of those comments real quick. So first of all, we have, of course, from Brian Krasenstein saying, what a disaster the speech is. Oil prices will naturally come down when the conflict is over. He then goes on to explain that they will come down because Iran wants to make money. Iran isn't attack their own oil cargo, you idiot, is not attacking. Of course, you're not that point. So again, in regards to that situation, let's see what some other people are saying. So also we have here from Arnud Bertrand saying pure savagery and textbook genocidal, saying the Iranian people belong in the Stone Ages means he's targeting them as a people, which is a definition of genocidal intent. That's where letting Gaza happen without consequences gets you. So again, more people are even tying it to the situation that we are seeing in Gaza and in other locations. Let's see what else we have.
The help that he promised to send.
Exactly. From Chuck Schumer, we've been covering this one. Has there ever been a more rambling, disjointed, and pathetic presidential war speech? Donald Trump's actions in Iran will be considered one of the greatest policy blunders in the history of our country. He is completely unfit to be commander-in-chief, and the whole world knows it. Again, Chuck Schumer, along with other lawmakers and other senators, making their own statements. Again, social media has also commented on Donald Trump as saying, we have here from Daniel Davis, Deep Dive, this kind of talk continues to bring shame to the United States of America and humiliation to the name of Donald Trump. And then he has audacity to actually complain that other people are not trying to clean up his dirty work. It is a shame from which we may never fully recover. Definitely, it's Americans that are receiving a lot of the blunt about this, no matter what they try to do.
That actually reminds me of what our great martyred leader said in his very last speech, that they will never going to recover from the slap that they're going to take as a military force, as the strongest military force of the world. It just reminded me of his speech.
Exactly. And also we have, I believe, another comment coming us. So this address thus far is nothing more than a summary of Trump's Truth social media posts of the past weeks in chronological order from Trita Parsi. Again, I believe, yes, in chronological order, the last 8 tweets or social media posts that Donald Trump has been doing, he brought them together, put in some linking words, some addresses, and went ahead and said it in, of course, his prime night Wednesday night speech. I believe that is...
He's unifying everyone against him. He's unifying Iranians. He's unifying all these political forces that they are very different in their actually perspective when it comes to Iran.
100%. Well, here we see from Mr. Rick Wilson saying he's utterly awful tonight. Weak, impotent, dying in front of us, metaphorically and literally. Again, very important points. And I believe we got one more to go in regards to the reactions, of course. Let's go ahead and see what we have here on their social media. What a disaster this speech is. Yes, so this one, we go ahead and repeating it. So in regards to those, now here, let's go ahead and focus on the one that you were just commenting again. In regards to what we had heard from martyred Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, I mean, he had mentioned before that if an aggression happens, this will be the response. Donald Trump is trying to get out of it. Many people have been describing that he's been stuck or trapped in regards to his statements. Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. As we discussed it in the last session, the main reason, in my opinion, the main reason that Donald Trump is continuing this war, it's because he doesn't have an exit strategy. That's, I think that's the only truth about his situation right now. He's confused, he panics, he doesn't know how to make another level of threat to Iran. Once he says, I'm negotiating, and then he goes, I'm negotiating with someone, but I cannot bring the name because that person is going to get killed. And then he tries to make Iranians to feel like, okay, maybe there is something happening here, and maybe someone is actually negotiating with him. But the reality is, even if that's the case, look at how desperate he is, that by trying to saying that someone is negotiating with me, he is trying to showcase his power. How frustrated he is that even this lie showcases how weak he is right now. That no, someone from Iran is actually negotiating with me.
Yeah.
So at the very beginning, if we go back to the day one of the war, they wanted to finish Iran. They wanted to assassinate our leader, and after that regime change, and Iran is over. Now what he is saying, even he is lying, but he is saying that no, someone from Iran is actually respecting me to the level that they are negotiating with me.
Well, again, more hallucinations, as you did mention. Ms. Carlson, let me go ahead and cross over to you to one of those social media reactions. Again, in response to Donald Trump, he has that he, of course, claims that the Strait of Hormuz will just open naturally after the war ends. So he's removed it from his own hands, from Iran's hands, saying it's naturally going to happen. Your response to that, please.
Yeah, so again, Donald Trump, he got very overconfident with his whole brinksmanship strategy, where he just bullies the nation into doing what he wants, does maybe like what he calls a surgical operation, decapitation strikes, the U.S.-Israeli MO, and uses this kind of criminality to push and force the nation he wants to subjugate into a decision. So they test grounded this in Venezuela before coming to Iran and trying it again. Well, they failed. And unfortunately, U.S. military power, U.S. political power, and U.S. military power rests on the U.S.'s ability to wage aggression and to basically wage submission as a result of that aggression. This whole formula failed in Iran, and I believe Iran is the country that it failed the hardest in. In past cases, the U.S. would be eroded after like a 10, 20-year war of attrition, like we saw in Afghanistan or Iraq. But it's just the cards, the spectacle. The U.S.'s facade of political power that rests on aggression completely collapsed with Iran's resistance, with its steadfastness, with the fact that they were basically able to neutralize any kind of threat the U.S. threw its way and nationalize the Strait of Hormuz to actually turn the script around and place the large international waterways as a financial liability onto the U.S. rather than the U.S. this time putting an economic liability or an economic strangling economic chokehold on Iran. So the leverage is now in Iran's court, and Trump is desperately trying to make any kind of appearance or have any kind of leverage to try to resuscitate his so-called art of the deal strategy. But of course, it doesn't rest on anything concrete or anything material at this point. Anyone could see that the ball is in Iran's court. Anyone could see that Iran has all the leverage in this case, and that there's no U.S. threat that's really going to be able to allow Trump to exercise his brinksmanship strategy that he was able to do elsewhere. So this is the situation he's in. This is why people are seeing him just going so erratic. His whole administration is just going crazy and going erratic because they have lost any of the leverage that could that they've been able to exercise and basically politically blackmail the world with.
Well, exactly, Ms. Qasim. In regards to, again, I mean, what Trump is trying to say, and what we're actually hearing here from Iran, we've got the spokesperson for Iran's Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters not long ago made also a statement in regards to different points, saying that, of course, do not bother yourself to even count our missiles, our drones, our strategic systems. You'll be wrong and achieve nothing. And of course, you must pay for the aggression you started against our honorable, beloved Muslim nation. I mean, a lot of people have been saying that Iran has been not only defending itself but the entire world. And at this, we also, it seems we're having reports that there might be a speech later today, of course, by Iran's Ansarullah leader, Sayyid Abdul Malik al-Houthi, with the latest developments on the situation. In regards to that, they still have not taken closed the Strait of, the Bab al-Mandeb or the Red Sea also. They have not even started on that side. Ms. Qasim, if Yemen does decide to open up that front line or close it in any case, how much of a difference would it make, not only economically, but for the advantage of the current situation?
Yeah, this will completely bring the U.S. and the Zionist entity and their allies to heel. So we also have to remember DP World, UAE, they operate kind of proxy forces and have proxy leverage on the coast of Sudan, in Israel's attempted breakaway state, Somaliland. So that whole, any kind of leverage that the UAE and Israel working through the UAE has built in that area for the last 10 years will be completely broken. So, and it has been. I think that the blows that Iran has dealt onto the U.S.'s satellite states in the region economically have already done a lot to squeeze and erode this economic capability from the U.S. and Israel's proxies in the region, as well as militarily. But the Bab al-Mandeb Strait will completely close any kind of possible corridor for the U.S. and the Zionist entity, as the Ansarullah has demonstrated alone in the previous 2 years. So what we're seeing with the U.S. Navy and any kind of passageway for U.S. and Israeli vessels in the waters in West Asia. It's already been challenged and already been crushed by the Ansarullah alone before Iran entered the fray and closed the Strait of Hormuz. What this will do, as I said, is additionally kind of destroy the leverage that the Zionist entity and the UAE has built up in Sudan and in Somalia, and the Somalia breakaway port. This is what I see as the kind of the next point of escalation with the Ansarullah's participation in the holy defense on the war of the imposed war on Iran. So this is what I see on the maritime field. On the ground field, of course, this is going to we're going to definitely see more unfold in terms of Ansarullah's continued precision striking of ballistic missiles on the Zionist entity, which has been done by Iran and the Hezbollah resistance daily. So this is kind of what I think we're going to expect to see.
Well, with that, Nahid, in less than a minute, if you can go ahead and summarize. I mean, again, when it comes to Lebanon, we're talking about the resistance fighters, their operations. Just now we have the announcements. A few days ago, we had a video of the fighters coming out wearing their shrouds, of course, their kaffans as known. The main one who gave the statement has now been announced as a martyr. Just in around 40 seconds, excuse me, what you believe the Hezbollah fighters are contributing to this continued battle?
Well, that's a very great loss for the entire axis of resistance, I have to say. I have been mesmerized with what Hezbollah soldiers and I would say the children of Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah have been doing since the day one. Definitely it's a great loss, but again, that's the beauty and that's the contradiction that we carry, the antagonism between the martyrdom and the beauty of martyrdom and also the loss. But at the end, this blood, the entire axis of resistance has proved to the whole world that the blood of our heroes, of our leaders and soldiers are actually going to pump more courage to the entire resistance. So even though we are mourning and we are sad for many martyrs that we have sacrificed for the cause of, I would say, liberation of Palestine, but we are also very proud to have these martyrs.
Exactly, as you did mention there, their blood is actually more of a memory than when they were alive, and it pushes everyone further on the path of resistance and, of course, the liberation of Palestine. I'd like to thank both of my guests joining us during this hour of the rolling coverage, of course, from Beirut, Ms. Julia Qasim, journalist and political analyst. A pleasure, as always. And as per our colleague here in the studio, Press TV colleague Nahid Pouraisa, thank you, as always.
My pleasure.
Viewers, please stay tuned. We're going to get back to in just a few minutes with this hour's top headlines. Don't turn your channel, and goodbye for now.
کشور مستقل و دارای شناسنامه روشن تاریخی به نام فلسطین بر اساس یک توطئه وحشتناک غربی با سردمداری انگلیس در دهه 40 قرن 20 از ملت آن غصب و به زور سلاح و کشتار و فریب به جماعتی که عمدتاً از کشورهای اروپایی مهاجرت داده شده اند واگذار گردیده است.
دولت‌های غربی در طول این سالهای متمادی همیشه رژیم فاسد رو کمک کردند، پشتیبانی کردند، در محافل جهانی از او حمایت کردند، انواع و اقسام کمک‌ها رو به او رسوندند. امروز در دنیا هیچ کس تفاوتی نمیگذارد میان رژیم صهیونیستی و آمریکا یا انگلیس. همه میدونن اینا یکی. آمریکا بیشرمانه قطعنامه شورای امنیت را برای قطع بمباران و آتش‌بس به تو میکنه. اینا با هم فرقی نداره. اینا یکی. یعنی چه به تو میکنه؟ یعنی همدستی میکند در ریختن بمب بر روی کودک و زن و بیمار و پیر و مردم بی‌دفاع. آمریکا موافق نبود اسرائیل جرأت نمی‌کرد. این همه میدونن در دنیا. آبروی آمریکا را. آمریکا شریک جرم قطعی جنایتکارانه. یعنی تو این جنایت دست آمریکا تا مرفع در خون مظلومان و کودکان و بیماران و زنها و اینا داخل شده و آلوده است. در واقع او داره به یک نحوی مدیریت میکنه این جنایتی رو که در غزه داره انجام میده. آمریکاست که داره مدیریت میکنه. آمریکایی ها با ادعای حقوق بشر بیشرمانه از این جنایت ها دارن پشتیبانی میکنن. نه فقط پشتیبانی، در این جنایت ها شرکت میکنن. سلاح آمریکایی است، نقشه آمریکایی است، تلاش بین المللی آمریکایی است. آمریکایی ها با کمال وقاحت میگن ما از رژیم صهیونیستی حمایت میکنیم، پشتیبانی میکنیم. اینو صریح میگن. از جمله بیشرمی هایی که امروز سیاستمداران غربی، رسانه‌ای های غربی دارن نشان میدن اینه که مبارزین فلسطینی رو میگن تروریست. کسی که از خانه خودش دفاع میکنه تروریسته. کسی که از میهن خودش داره دفاع میکنه تروریسته. اون روزی که در جنگ جهانی دوم آلمانی ها آمدن پاریس رو گرفتن، پاریسی ها با آلمانی ها مبارزه میکردن، مبارزین فرانسوی تروریست بودن. چطور اونها مبارزن؟ ما یه افتخار فرانسه ما جوان حماس و جهاد اسلامی تروریسته. بیشرما. قطعا دشمن نمیتواند در قضیه فلسطین موفقیت مورد نظر خودش رو پیدا کنه و فلسطین آزاد خواهد شد. تردیدی نیست که فلسطین آزاد خواهد شد. ممکنه اندکی دیرتر، اندکی زودتر، لکن قطعا این اتفاق خواهد افتاد. مبارزه امت اسلامی برای نجات فلسطین انشاءالله به نتیجه خواهد رسید.
سلامتی و طول عمر شما را به هواپیمای ایرباس A300 خوش آمدید.
اگر صبور و شکیبا، نه این که ساکت و سردم، جهان به تجربه دیده همیشه مرد نبردم. من از قبیله دریا، من از عشیره توفان، آهای کشتی جنگی مراز نعره نترسان. شبیه پرچم کاوه به گل نشسته درفشم، منم که وارث رستم، منم که صاحب رخشم. شبیه مین به کمینم میان خشکی و دریا، اگر خاطرت شبیه از من قلم کنم قدمت را
They were clearly marked, cameras ready, press vests on. They weren't hiding, they were telling the truth. And still, Israel assassinated them. In southern Lebanon, a place already scarred by years of conflict, an airstrike hit a vehicle carrying journalists. Among those killed were Fatima Ftouni, her brother Muhammad, and veteran war correspondent Ali Shai. A paramedic who rushed in to help was killed too. This wasn't just an attack, it was a message from Israel. Don't report the truth. Ali Shaib had spent decades on the front lines documenting wars, occupation, and resistance. He didn't just report history, he stood inside it, fearless, relentless, always there. Fatima Ftouni believed journalism wasn't just a job, it was identity, it was belonging. She told the stories of her people, corrected misinformation, and gave a voice to those living under fire, right up to her final moments. Days before her murder, she reported on the killing of her own family by Israel. Still, she kept going, because for them, the mission was bigger than fear, to witness, to document, to make sure the world could not look away. But when journalists become targets, when even ambulances are struck, what does that say about the cost of truth? More than 270 journalists have been killed by Israel in Gaza alone since 2023. Many labeled, many accused without proof. And yet, the cameras don't stop rolling, because someone must show what's happening. Someone must tell the story. They knew the risks. They stayed anyway. And now, others are stepping forward, picking up the cameras, continuing the mission. Because the truth doesn't disappear when you silence the messenger. It only gets louder.
Hello there viewers and welcome to Press TV, the rolling coverage of day 34 of the imposed US-Israeli war on Iran. I will just go through the headlines for now and then we'll begin our rolling coverage. Our first headline was as Iran's armed forces continue their retaliatory operations against the US and Israel, a military spokesman says the operations will continue until the enemies regret the war they began. The second one was Tehran says it does not accept the vicious cycle of war, negotiation and ceasefire, adding that repetition of the cycle would be disastrous for the entire region and also beyond. And the topic that we want to focus on today is for this half hour is Trump's speech at the White House on the war against Iran, which has drawn condemnation from the US lawmakers, and oil and stock markets also reacted negatively to this speech. And for that we have our very own correspondent and analyst, Ms. Nahid Purisa with us. Nahid, good to see you again. Nahid, I have, first of all, let's get your thoughts on Trump's speech last night, which was around 4 o'clock in the morning local time, so many people could not watch it live, but I'm sure you know exactly what he said.
Absolutely. So far we are at the 34th day of the war, and we have seen him contradicting himself, sending a message of threat to Iran, and then later claiming about negotiations with Iran going so well and finding new people in the new regime. Apparently he has been very successful to conduct a regime change, and he's talking to some delusional figures. And then again, when he realizes that this kind of nonsense is not going to have a very direct impact on the market, which I think that it's his main focus right now, especially because there are many analysts discussing the private profit that he and also the very close circle of the inner side people around him are making during this war. Because of the fluctuations that we are seeing in the market in the United States, they are actually making millions of dollars. So some people say it's a Israel first war. I would say it's a Trump first war. He is making profit for himself, and with what he's saying about negotiations and then trying to reduce the price of oil, then again talking about a Stone Age, the help and the support that he promised Iranian people. Now it has been really materialized. So now he's talking about taking us back to the Stone Age. Let him wish. My understanding about this speech is that there are two layers here. One is definitely it's exposing his confusion, his mental situation, that he's panicking. But then we also have to see through the lines and read through the lines that between the lines what we can see also is about actually seeing higher chance and higher possibility of a ground operation. We all know that our commanders and whoever is in charge for the defense system of this country, they know exactly what is happening and what is the ultimate purpose and objective of the United States and Israeli regime. But for us, for media, for people to understand what is happening is that Iran is fully aware and prepared. Many people are actually arguing now why it's always about Iran being prepared, which has been really proved to everyone that yes, Iran is prepared. With the scale of response Iran has given, it's already evident for everyone. But they are also asking this, I think it's a valid question, that Iran has been really patient with the enemy, waiting for the attack to be conducted first and then respond, why not Iran is not doing something preemptively? But I think something is in between, which is the very strong crushing attack that Iran had yesterday, which based on Israelis was the strongest operation since day one. And I think that was a very important message from Iran to Israelis, but more importantly to Trump, because they knew in a couple of hours Trump is going to have a speech and it's going to claim something. So before then,
I was going to ask, the timing of it is... Yeah.
Exactly. Iran made sure that you are receiving the crushiest operation right now, Tel Aviv, everywhere. So now I invite you to listen to Donald Trump and to see if what he is claiming is actually in line with what is happening on the ground.
Yeah, because Donald Trump, I think it was him that said they basically decimated nearly 90% of Iran's missile power. There was also an analyst saying that Trump's speech was a sign of desperation. He said U.S. President Donald Trump has no real option aside from trying to strike a deal with Iran. The analyst's name was Andreas Krieg, a senior lecturer at the School of Security Studies and a fellow at the Institute of Middle Eastern Studies at King's College. He said his speech yesterday was a sign of desperation, that this U.S. administration doesn't really have any leeway. And he said Trump's twofold message, in which he suggested war crimes against civilian targets, but also indicated he wanted an off-ramp for the war, ignored the enormous impacts on the world economy. He said it shows how clueless this U.S. administration is, how little strategy they've had since the beginning, and how little planning has actually gone into it. So my question would be, some say they didn't have a second plan.
No.
Or a backup plan, and they're stuck right now, and they are looking for a way out. Now, this is one part. The other part is Trump wants a way out, but Netanyahu wants the war to prolong. Is that true? You're right.
Well, I would say yes and no to this very important question that everyone raises right now. I would say that we are talking about U.S. imperialism. Maybe for a moment we have to put aside the Zionist regime and its interest as an entity, and we just talk about what are the interests of the imperialism in this war. I think the great miscalculation of the enemy by thinking that if they're going to assassinate the leader of Iran, that would lead them to full victory in this war was very important. Why? Because it wasn't only Donald Trump and Zionist regime considering that Iran is an individual-oriented power. So if you target that individual, it's going to fail. It's going to collapse.
The leaders, the high-ranking officials,
the leader,
the
exactly. So Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei was seen in their eyes that he is the only one who is holding this country together, who is the main reason behind the power of Iran. At some point, it is true, because we had great respect for him, because Iranians, he wasn't just a leader, a political, or let's say a head of state. He wasn't. He was far beyond that. But this very fact about Iranians and how they see their leader is not something they can understand. This is the gap. This is the gap between the reality of Iranians and their really low knowledge of the society of Iran. So the first thing was about how they saw that this framework is not a system-oriented. It's just based on one person. So if we remove that person, the framework collapses. That was the first thing. The second, then the military, if we go back to the 12-day war, the response Iran had while we had our leader, it was more than 12 hours this time, without a leader, our response was in less than an hour. So,
and we had also lost the previously the previous generals and
exactly
them as well, yeah.
Absolutely.
More than a dozen it was, I believe.
Yes, and still they could finalize and they could start and begin the retaliation very quickly. So that was the first thing. The second thing, which I don't think is less important, it's the presence of people in the streets.
Exactly.
What is the day today? 34th day of the war, and we are still, like last night I was at the Revolution Square of Tehran. People are there, like new faces are joining the crowd, and I think if there was, I don't know, a bit of chance for their regime change, that would be only feasible if there was no one in the streets. And with the presence of people, everyone is like, not only they are chanting against Israelis and Americans, but also more importantly, they are really aware of what Iran has to do, which is no surrender and no negotiations. We have to just make sure that, as our great martyr leader said, make the enemy regret from what they started to Iran.
That's what I also wanted to. I was watching, going through social media. I saw a lot of people being surprised that we have these gatherings. I don't want to say demonstrations. These gatherings on squares around not just Tehran, around the whole of the country, around Iran, maybe 100, 200, 300 places at the same time, every night for the 34th straight day. They were saying it's surprising how they are, during the war, they are supporting their government, their leaders, but in the US, we had the No Kings protest against the government or Donald Trump, and also in Tel Aviv as well, in the occupied territories, against Netanyahu and his administration.
Well, I like to quote our great martyr leader, his last speech that I had the privilege to write about this speech. So that's why I remember every single point that I try to elaborate on in that article. Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei started his speech by talking about the importance of people, the very critical role of people in the Islamic Revolution, in the Islamic Republic, as an, how to say, institution maybe, because his very main focus, I think, for 37 years he was the leader. I think for the entire time he was trying to emphasize on the criticality of institutionalizing the values of Islamic Revolution, making sure that you are not relying on people and even their heroic roles in the steadfastness of this country. It's about these institutions and that one interconnection between those and, of course, overarching framework, which is the state, so that it tries to see through all the problems and opportunities. Going back to your question, what we heard from his speech from the beginning, and then the very last point he made in his very last speech was again people. How the ties between the state and the people and the nation are really close. So, and he explains the power of Iran, the power of the state of Iran is unbreakable because it's rooted in grassroots. This is his argument. And we saw it. We saw it after his martyrdom, that people do not leave the streets. And I want to say the first days, I think the officials were kind of seeing the importance of reminding people that you have to stay in the streets. I think later they realized that they don't have to remind this anymore because people are fully aware of the importance of this demonstration. You didn't want to use the demonstration. I will use it because they are demonstrating.
In a way, yes.
They are manifesting a new, deeper, I would say, a revolution inside the Islamic revolution by making sure that we are deepening the values of our sovereignty and independence.
Is it fair to say that the Iranian people, they say they're knowledgeable, they now understand the US's main plot, the people who did not before. Now, during this war, the 12-day war, and now they have become to realize that it's not for the interest of the Iranian people and the Iranian nation.
I interacted with those people, actually. I had the privilege to talk to them. Yes, they, you know, it's not a very comfortable moment for you to talk to someone who is actually regretting. And maybe they were even participating in the January 8 and 9 riots. Again, I want to go back to what Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei said in his last speech. He said many of those who were even involved in those riots, they are also considered as martyrs. And this is utterly important because we can see the outcome of that decision right now. Those ones that, of course, we have the Mossad agents, they are paid, they are trained for destroying this country. For the case for them is totally understandable that they are terrorists, and it's a different story. But for the rest of the crowd, that actually the protest started from the very legitimate demands of people that have some control over the national currency. The inflation is actually killing us. We are not in a good situation. But then later, it was hijacked by the imperialist and Zionist regime to make sure now this is a terrorist war against the country. So yes, many people were in that riots, but now they are like, I didn't know the support and the help that Donald Trump was promising me is this, that I'm seeing my neighbor, my university, my historical sites, my country has been destroyed and damaged right against my eyes. No, I do not want that. I denounce it.
As you said, Nahid, latest report was a century-old medical research center in Tehran attacked. It was targeted the Pasteur Institute of Iran, a medical research center founded in 1920. It was severely damaged, that, and also there was a report that 33,000 homes in Tehran have been damaged so far. So, Nahid, unfortunately, we have to cut this rolling coverage short. I would like to thank our analyst, Nahid Purisa, for being with us always, and also you, dear viewers, for being with us. But stay tuned, there's plenty more to come here on Press TV. Take care now, for now.
Almost 3 weeks into the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, their strategic plans are falling apart. The objective was clear: cripple Iran's military, dismantle its leadership. On day one, they martyred senior commanders and the leader of the Islamic Revolution. They hit military installations. They hit residential areas, hospitals, schools, 1,500 people dead, more than 200 of them students. And yet, Washington and Tel Aviv have failed. Iran has not broken. Instead, the response has been swift, organized, deadly. Iran has now launched numerous waves of its Operation True Promise 4. Each wave more precise than the last. U.S. military bases across the Persian Gulf, Israeli command centers, hit with precision-guided missiles, Iran has also taken control of the Strait of Hormuz. American-Israeli linked vessels denied passage. Global oil markets rippling. Washington's traditional leverage in the region undermined. Western media tries to censor the losses, but the truth leaks out. Damaged aircraft, disabled radar systems, American defense circles now admit Iranian missile technology has challenged decades of presumed U.S. superiority. Unable to win militarily, the enemy shifted tactics, tried to destabilize from within, incite protests, trigger economic panic, force regime change. It backfired. From Tehran to Mashhad, Shiraz to Tabriz, millions have taken to the streets. Not just government supporters, even critics of the system united against aggression. Internal divisions dissolving in the face of external threats. And while the bombs fall, the country keeps running. Essential goods are available. No panic buying, no shortages. Tehran's metro still operating. Emergency management infrastructure working. This is not luck. This is decades of preparation. Sanctions and pressure forced self-reliance. A nation under assault, functioning with discipline. The balance of power in West Asia is shifting. Iran's doctrine, deterrence, strategic depth, indigenous innovation, is holding its ground against technologically superior adversaries. And on the global stage, nations across Asia, Africa, and Latin America see this for what it is, unjustified aggression. Iran's right to self-defense, enshrined in international law, is gaining recognition. What was meant to weaken Iran has done the opposite. The aggression exposed Western strategic miscalculation. It revealed Iranian resilience. It showed the world a nation that under fire does not fracture, it unites.
Every home has a story of joys, sorrows, and memories. Memories of childhood days, of laughter and tears, the hard days, bitter and sweet moments of life. Home is where life flows. A refuge for passing moments, a place for hope and tomorrow. That ruthless storm that turns a home into ruins of memories that can no longer be touched. Cracked houses, broken windows, memories crushed beneath the rubble. Residents of a neighborhood in Tehran on one of the days of the Israel war on Iran. In the middle of the day, when one was busy cooking in the kitchen, another watching television. Children, happy with the holidays, were playing. But with the sound of an explosion, life came, however, to a halt for them. And all their shelter and the memories of their lives collapsed over their heads. What remained for them was destruction, ruin, and pieces of the bodies of neighbors and families.
برقتون قطعه؟
آره برق من قطعه و این سم نه نبودیم ما برای طبقه بالا بچه ها رو تمام خونه هاشون اون پشت اصلا دیوار قلبه کن شده. ما اینجا کوچه پشتمون فروشگاه کوروشه، در اونا کنده شده بود، پشت شیشه های پشت همه ریخته بود. یه همسایه رفیق داریم اون برای اون بنده خودم تمام شیشه و کمود اونا همه در بود. خدا هم کرده بچه زیر روسته بوده، روسته رو افتاده بغل دختر بچه باشه. مثلا موندم خیلی خیلی بد زده، مثلا آدم نمیدونه باید چی بگی خدا وکیلی.
کلا میگه این چند تا چیز قابل سوء
من اصلا اینو میبینم خانم مثلا خودمو یادم رفته باور مثلا میگم ولشون، من اصلا حرف زدنش خنده داره، اصلا چی بگم اصلا اون آدم میبینه اینو میگه بود به خدا نمیدونم چی بگم.
میتونیم خونه همسایتون هم ببینیم اگر باشون صحبت کنیم؟
But amid all this destruction and devastation, people search for pieces of their lives under the rubble. Even in the heart of war, as walls collapse, they seek life and resist death and destruction.
این کار دستیش بوده؟
کلاس سوم کاشف بودی.
اصلا نایمدن، نه این دوستش فقط یه دو که پا اومد وسیله هاشو بود، این که اصلا نایمدن.
Life in those homes has not ended. Every piece of this land bears witness to the resilience and inner strength of people who never fall. Every ruin tells the story of the lives of men and women who, in the heart of destruction, fought for life and still stood strong.
جمهوری اسلامی یعنی یک ملت زنده. جمهوری اسلامی یه حکومت جدا از مردم نیست. جمهوری اسلامی عبارت از ملت ایران، این ملت پابرجا، این ملت مستحکم، این ملتی که حاضره برای پیشرفت خودش زحمت بکشه، کار کنه، تلاش کنه و به حمدالله پیشرفت کرده در این 47 سال. اون روزی که جمهوری اسلامی نهال باریک بود، شما نتونستید اون رو از زمین قلع کنید و بکنید. امروز به حمدالله یک شجره مبارکه بلند و پرثمر جمهوری اسلامی.
Dear viewers, now let's go live to Bushehr, the hometown of the late Brigadier General Ali Reza Tangsiri. A funeral procession for the commander of Iran's IRGC Navy. As I said, Brigadier General Ali Reza Tangsiri is being held in, I believe, his hometown of Bushehr. And yesterday we had a funeral ceremony or procession for General Tangsiri in Tehran, downtown Tehran as well, where thousands of mourners took to the streets in downtown Tehran to bid farewell to the Navy commander who was assassinated in a US-Israeli attack. Participants waved flags of Iran, chanting slogans in support of the Islamic establishment. And earlier in the week, IRGC announced the martyrdom of Tangsiri due to injuries he sustained during the retaliatory operation that inflicted heavy losses or damage on enemy facilities. Mourners also bid farewell to the body of Major General Jamshid Eshaqi yesterday on Wednesday, an advisor to the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, and a number of other staff martyred in the recent US-Israeli attacks. Now, for that, to get more insight of General Tangsiri and also his legacy, we have our very own analyst, Ms. Mariam Azach, here with us. Mariam, good to see you again. Mariam, obviously, let's begin with the late general's martyrdom, General Tangsiri, and the importance of this general, especially as we see now the Strait of Hormuz.
Of course, I mean, what General Tangsiri is actually known for more recently is because of his decision to shut down the Strait of Hormuz in retaliation for the U.S. and Israeli aggressions on Iran. And of course, you know, he had said in his last interview, he had said that the greatest honor for us is to give our lives in defense of Iran. And so, I mean, he was martyred, and yet even after he was martyred, what happened is the Strait of Hormuz continues to remain shut to the U.S. and Israeli regimes and other ships that actually serve their interest. And it has had a huge impact on the oil prices. And it's not just oil prices. I mean, we understand that the Strait of Hormuz is a chokehold for various products are supposed to ship past the strait, in addition to the 20 to 30% of the global oil passing through. Also, various products such as actually fertilizers and what's needed for fertilizers. So what's happening in the U.S. now is that there has been a major, increase in the price of these items as a result of General Tangsiri's decision to actually shut down the Strait of Hormuz, because of course, he understood, as Iran has understood time and again, that the only way to stop the U.S.-Israeli aggressions on Iran that happened time and again, that, this time happened, once again when Iran was in negotiations with the U.S., that Iranian commanders have realized that the only way to stop the aggressions on their people is to actually cause pain where it actually hurts. And that, for the Western regimes, is very much the economy, for instance. And so he made that decision, but he's also made a lot of sacrifices. I mean, we're talking about a 50-year-long career, serving during the 8-year imposed war on Iran. And so he has actually led the country through 3 different imposed wars. We had the 8-year imposed war soon after the victory of the Islamic Revolution, in which he served. Then he served during the 12-day imposed war, and then the most recent U.S.-Israeli unprovoked aggression that he also served the country in.
And Mariam, talking about the assassinations, it began with the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, on the very first day, and obviously we can't forget the Minab incident, or catastrophe, you could say. More than 150 children being killed, school girls being killed. They began with that, and these assassinations continue. Dozens of high-ranking officials or generals being assassinated, and the presumption was these assassinations would bring down this Islamic establishment. So what happened?
So, I mean, I mean, assassinations are, the Israeli regime is an expert, and the U.S. regime, they're experts in assassinations over the course of the years, in addition to Iran's officers. And it's important to mention that when a country is not in war, so we had during the 12-day war, for instance, when during the 12-day aggression against Iran, Iran was not at war, Iran was negotiating. And so when they targeted Iran's commanders, they were practically targeting civilians, because that's what they're stated as in times of peace. And so, you know, they targeted, and they have also targeted not only the commanders, but over the course of the years, assassination has been the major tool of the U.S. and Israeli regimes. They've assassinated commanders, scientists, we're talking nuclear technology, we're talking even AI scientists that were targeted, scientists in physics and various fields. And that was how actually these Western regimes maintained their dominance over people in our region, was by assassinating their scientists as well. But as you said, with all of these efforts, I mean, Iran is still able to hit back. And, you know, they were talking, I mean, it's very interesting because Trump has said that, you know, we've had the regime change. Now he started to call the Iranian government instead of what they used to, you know, refer to as a regime. And, of course, what's interesting is that I mean, he only managed to actually murder Iran's leader, who was already 88 years old. I mean, he was, and this was the best way to go, because he had said time and again that his concern was that after years of working hard, that he would die a simple death and not the death of a martyr. But then what happened? He stayed put in his office where he was targeted with 8 family members, actually. And what happened was then his death became this major, it created this major momentum. The Iranian people would definitely have been extremely furious at any aggression against their country. But when it started with the aggression against the leader of the Islamic Revolution, which of course also enraged you know, people across the resistance front and across the world, and so really helped create this momentum that not only did it not weaken the Islamic Republic, it strengthened it, it gave it new life. And then Iran's leader was of course replaced by a younger one, because of at 88 years of age. You know, we have great leaders, you know, and age definitely adds experience, but every person dies at a certain point of time. So when a person dies the death of a martyr, like the passing, like the loss we had of Imam Khamenei, or like the passing of General Taksiri, of course, that makes them, not only does that, you know, make them a hero, and that actually gives them blessings as a martyr, but also it injects new blood to this revolution.
Mariam talked about the new leader, you talked about martyrdom. After the martyrdom of Rear Admiral Tangsiri, in his message of condolences, the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei, hailed Rear Admiral Tangsiri as a courageous commander who was honored with martyrdom after years of struggle, citing a Quranic verse that those slain in the path of God are alive and sustained by their Lord. The leader said his martyrdom during the ongoing Israeli-American war of aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran stands as a great source of pride. Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei said the sacrifice will serve as an enduring inspiration for the people of Bushehr, his hometown, as we can see from the pictures that we can see on your screen. The youth of southern Iran and the country's armed forces, who have long safeguarded Iran's independence and maritime borders, particularly in the Persian Gulf. The leader also expressed confidence that Iran's path of maritime strength and resistance would continue with greater power and determination. Your thoughts on that, Maya?
Of course, what General Tangsiri, Admiral Tangsiri's martyrdom also inspired was the Wave 87th of Operation True Promise 4, because that operation was actually dedicated to Admiral IRGC Martyr Tangsiri. And during that operation, let me read you what some of what was done. So basically, command and control centers, drone hangars, weapon support sheds, and hiding centers of terrorist soldiers of the U.S. and Israeli pilots in various regions were hit, including 5 American bases in the region and military centers in the south center and north of occupied Palestine, including Haifa, Kiryat Shmona, Tel Aviv, Beersheba, Dimona, Al-Kharj, and Jafar Victoria and others. Now, they were effectively targeted with Imad and Khorramshahr 4 and Qiyam solid and liquid fuel ballistic missiles. And they were also attacked with drones. So every one of these heroes that are martyred, that are killed by the U.S.-Israeli regimes, they actually inspire a lot of action because, of course, you know, it enrages people to actually retaliate. And the people, of course, are standing behind this retaliation, supporting it every step of the way. And it only brings more destruction on the U.S. and Israeli regimes. And it only helps, actually, with the American decline, if anything.
Mariam, you talked about the Strait of Hormuz and one of the legacies of Rear Admiral Tangsiri. How is affecting the global markets, not just oil? You've mentioned fertilizers and stuff like that. A new report says that I found was for farmers across South Asia, the US-Israeli war in Iran unfolding thousands of kilometers away is not just a matter of distant geopolitics, but their livelihoods as well. At the center of this unfolding crisis in the Strait of Hormuz, a narrow shipping lane, which is very narrow, a few kilometers wide, through which 1/5 of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas, essential for manufacturing nitrogen-based fertilizers, passes, which is very important. Interruptions in the supply of fertilizer can ripple quickly, reducing crop yields, increasing costs, and raising food prices. So it's just not oil, it's affecting basically food crops, and it's all over the world. It's not just the Southwest Asia region, it's not just America, it's not just Europe, the whole region.
Because, of course, Iran has understood that the only way to protect its people is to actually inflict pain on major powers. And, in fact, if the U.S., instead of spending all these trillions of dollars on their military budget, if they spent a fraction of that amount, for instance, the money that they fund the wars with, could have eradicated poverty across the world, not only in the U.S., but across the world. And yet, this country, the U.S. regime, with the highest GDP in the world, has a major problem with actually food insecurity. We're talking 1 out of 5 people or so actually are suffering as a result of food insecurity in the U.S. alone. So all they need to do is actually redirect the funds that they're spending on these expensive military weapons that Iran is shooting down. I mean, Iran, the AWACS that Iran shot actually was, I mean, the cost of that was $700 million. Imagine how many farmers that it can provide for. Imagine how many children it can feed. Imagine how many people it can provide with health insurance, which Americans, a lot of Americans actually don't have, and or with education, that they actually have to be in debt for the rest of their lives, a lot of them, because they just want to have a higher level education. And you see, that's the problem, because they actually, in their systems, they make decisions for where the money goes, and then whenever Iran tries to protect its people by targeting their interests, then they will cite, you know, the livelihood of people. In fact, the people of the world will be far better off after the U.S. decline, because what we have here in our region, we have millions of people in our region that are suffering as a result of the Western aggression. In the last 50 years alone, the U.S. has murdered at least 38 million people, and that's only with the sanctions. So we're not talking about all the wars they have started in various countries, and they've murdered so many people in our region, and they've murdered so many people across the world. We're talking, and as we're speaking, I mean, the siege they have placed Cuba in, patients are dying in hospitals. Why? American interests still have electricity. American interests are still supported. But the everyday people of Cuba are made to suffer because of their choice to be sovereign.
As you said, Mariam, people need to wake up. Thank you, Mariam Azarcher. Mariam Azarcher, our correspondent and also our analyst in studio. Thank you, Mariam. And also you, dear viewers, for being with us. Thank you. Take care and stay safe.
حس دلتنگی اعضای و رهبرم که دستش دادیم حس خشمه برای اینکه به مملکتم به سرزمینم تعرض کردن.
الان سربازای ما دارن از مرزهای ما دفاع میکنن. کاری که ما میتونیم بکنیم اینه که اینجا قوت قلبی باشیم برای اوناست که بدونن که ما محکم پشتشون ایستادیم.
تمام کشور عاشق رهبر ماست. اینا رو احترام و نتانیاهو خوب میدونن. فکر میکنن رهبرمون رو ازمون گرفتن.
حتی اگر رهبرمون رو هم شهید کردن که ایشون به آرزوشون رسیدن، هیچ خلالی در این انقلاب ایجاد نمیشه.
یک خامنه‌ای یک ملت شد. با این یک ملت خامنه‌ای میخوان چیکار کنن؟
حسین عزیز من به رفیقش پیام داده فلانی اگر ما پای کار آقا نباشیم کی پای کار آقا باشه؟ تو این ماه رمضانیه با زبون روزه شهادت چقدر میچسبه.
تو جنگ احد اومدن داد زدن گفتن محمد شهید شده. امیرالمومنین اسدالله الغالب علیه السلام ندا داد اگر محمد کشته شده خدای محمد که زنده است.
تمام عالمیان میدانستند که یک روزی در جهان جنگی بین حق و باطل اتفاق میفته و اون جنگ امروز اتفاق افتاده. همه جای دنیا همچین چیزی قفله که بالا سرشون پدافند کار بکنه، موشک باران باشه رو سرشون، وایسن و رجز بخوانن. به نظرم ترس برادر مرگه، هر کی بترسه زودتر میمیره و اگر میخوایم که مملکتمون رو نجات بدیم باید محکم بایستیم.
ما از اول اومدیم، از همون شب اول اومدیم. خسته نخواهم شد. خدا یاری میکنه بازم میام.
تا روز پیروزی انشاءالله این جنایتکار عوضی ما رو نزد ما هستیم.
یک کشور مستقل و دارای شناسنامه روشن تاریخی به نام فلسطین بر اساس یک توطئه وحشتناک غربی با سردمداری انگلیس در دهه 40 قرن 20 از ملت آن غصب و به زور سلاح و کشتار و فریب به جماعتی که عمدتاً از کشورهای اروپایی مهاجرت داده شده اند واگذار گردید.
دولت‌های غربی در طول این سالهای متمادی همیشه رژیم فاسد رو کمک کردند، پشتیبانی کردند، در محافل جهانی از او حمایت کردند، انواع و اقسام کمک‌ها رو به او رسوندند. امروز در دنیا هیچ کس تفاوتی نمیگذارد میان رژیم صهیونیستی و آمریکا یا انگلیس. همه میدونن اینا یکیه. آمریکا بیشرمانه قطعنامه شورای امنیت را برای قطع بمباران و آتش بس به تو میکنه. اینا با هم فرقی نداره. اینا یکی. یعنی چه به تو میکنه؟ یعنی همدستی میکند در ریختن بمب بر روی کودک و زن و بیمار و پیر و مردم بیده. اگر آمریکا آمریکا موافق نبود اسرائیل جرأت نمی‌کرد. این همه میدونن در دنیا. آبروی آمریکا را. آمریکا شریک جرم قطعی جنایتکارانه. یعنی تو این جنایت دست آمریکا تا مرفق در خون مظلومان و کودکان و بیماران و زنها و اینا داخل شده و آلوده است. در واقع او داره یک نحوی مدیریت میکنه این جنایتی رو که در غزه داره انجام میگیره. آمریکاست که داره مدیریت میکنه. آمریکایی‌ها با ادعای حقوق بشر بیشرمانه از این جنایت‌ها دارن پشتیبانی میکنن. نه فقط پشتیبانی، در این جنایت‌ها شرکت میکنن. سلاح آمریکایی است، نقشه آمریکایی است، تلاش بین المللی آمریکایی است. آمریکایی‌ها با کمال وقاحت میگن ما از رژیم صهیونیستی حمایت میکنیم، پشتیبانی میکنیم. اینا صریح میگن. از جمله بیشرمی‌هایی که امروز سیاستمداران غربی، رسانه‌ای‌های غربی دارن نشان میدن اینه که مبارزین فلسطینی رو میگن تروریست. کسی که از خانه خودش دفاع میکنه تروریسته. کسی که از میهن خودش داره دفاع میکنه تروریسته. اون روزی که در جنگ جهانی دوم آلمانی‌ها آمدن پاریس رو گرفتن، پاریسی‌ها با آلمانی‌ها مبارزه میکردن، مبارزین فرانسوی تروریست بودن. چطور اونها مبارزن؟ ما یه افتخار فرانسه، ما جوان حماس و جهاد اسلامی تروریسته. بیشرما. قطعا دشمن نمیتواند در قضیه فلسطین موفقیت مورد نظر خودش رو پیدا کنه و فلسطین آزاد خواهد شد. تردیدی نیست که فلسطین آزاد خواهد شد. ممکنه اندکی دیرتر، اندکی زودتر، لکن قطعا این اتفاق خواهد افتاد. مبارزه امت اسلامی برای نجات فلسطین انشاءالله به نتیجه خواهد رسید.
و سمیه یاوری خبرهای روزنامه دیواری مدرسه را آماده کرد.
همین الان هم مدرسه فوتبال میروم. آرزوی من این است که بتوانم به تیم ملی بروم.
پدر بزرگم میگوید معلمی شغل انبیا است و برای اینکه یک خلبان شوم باید بتوانم این کار را خوب انجام دهم. من خودم نقاشی را خیلی دوست دارم بتوانم نقاشی‌های قشنگ بکشم. می‌دانم برای اینکه یک دکتر شوم باید نمرات خوبی داشته باشم. خواهر بزرگم همیشه میگوید دکتر بودن سخت است ولی درآمد خوبی دارد. اما من دوست دارم بتوانم همه مریض‌ها را خوب کنم. ساختمان‌هایی که می‌سازم حیات هم دارد که بچه‌ها بتوانند در آن بازی کنند و هیچ کس از بازی بچه‌ها ناراحت نشد. پرواز کردن را دوست دارم مادرم سوار هواپیمای من بشود. مادرم از هواپیما میترسد اما پدرم همیشه با هواپیما به مسافرت میرود. من میتوانم عده زیادی را با هواپیما به این طرف و آن طرف ببرم.
بچه ها رو نزدیک خودم کردم، چسبوندمشون به قفسه سینم. همه جا تاریکه، تاریکه، تاریکه. ما بلدیم، ما یاد گرفتیم که اگر ایستادگی کنیم، اگر بمونیم، اگر توکلمون تنها به خدای متعال باشه، هیچ قدرتی، هیچ اسلحه‌ای، هیچ توانی در برابر ما پیروز نخواهد شد. به بچه‌هاتون اینا رو هنوز یاد بدیم. باید بهشون بگیم که رزمنده های امروز ما، رزمنده های اکنون ما، همون دخترها و پسرهای کوچیکی هستند که سالها پیش بدون هیچ امکاناتی روی پاهای خودشون وایسادن، تلاش کردن، درس خوندن، دکتر این مملکت شدن، مهندس این مملکت شدن. حالا اونا هم که پای لانچران، اونا هم که پای اسلحان، اونا هم که پای موشکان. الله اکبر، الله اکبر، الله اکبر.
Welcome back to this live coverage here on Press TV. Of course, we're bringing you the latest on the U.S.-Israeli aggression against Iran and the Israeli aggression against Lebanon, as well as the Iranian retaliation, and actually the retaliation of all the resistance front in the entire region. Let me give you an idea about what is happening in South Lebanon, of course, with the fact that you have continuous confrontations between the Israeli aggression, the Israeli occupation forces, and Hezbollah's resistance fighters. We also have the fact that in certain areas, like, for example, in Hasbaya and Al-Arqub, this is in the eastern part of the border, the Israeli occupation forces seem to be moving and working on special certain works in that area, trying to find a gap into where, in which they can probably find a way in, excuse me, deeper into Lebanese territory. Now, when we look at, of course, the fact that the Israelis have been saying for a whole week that they have actually entered at least 14 kilometers, when some experts look at that, especially in the town of Bayada, which is in the western side of the border, what we see is that it is actually not more than 9 kilometers. And that also, despite that, we can see continuous confrontations even further off. So it seems that the resistance, based on what the definition of resistance is, they are circumventing the occupation forces from all sides after they had allowed them to enter and lured them into several death traps. Actually, we're looking at more than one ambush. We're looking at more than one confrontation simultaneously, whether in the east, the west, but we also have the center, which is also very significant, the so-called triangle of victory, Bint Jbeil, Aitarun, and Hainata. That is considered somewhat of a huge challenge and a complex for the Israelis. It's something that they had always wanted to do since 2006, and up until now they seem they are incapable of doing so. Israeli media, as well as Israeli experts and officials, have said that the city of Bint Jbeil itself, Marun Ras itself, has always been somewhat of a challenge to these Israeli occupation forces. Of course, with that, we also have continuous aggressions on various sites across the country. We're not just looking at South Lebanon or the southern suburbs of Beirut. Of course, we spoke yesterday about the attacks that are in areas which were deemed safe, where there are displaced people. And that is in the outskirts of the capital itself. And that is, of course, also in addition to areas that are being struck and where you have martyrs even after they had been displaced. Of course, with Hezbollah's resistance operations, we have many. The most important issue that has happened today since the early hours of the morning, the Israeli channel 16 is talking about the fact there are more than 100 rockets launched by the resistance since the early hours of the morning. And we're talking about all the settlements, all the occupied territories that Hezbollah issued warnings to, especially Kiryat Shmona, Naharaya, as well as Avivim, Margiliot. And so all of these settlements, which many people have also already memorized, I believe, are under attack by Hezbollah's rockets. This is in addition to the targeting of the Israeli helicopters, the Israeli drones. And of course, we've seen that on and on. Yesterday, Hezbollah, more than 10 different sites targeted soldiers. The occupation forces, of course, more than one instance. And with all of this, of course, we have the so-called speech for U.S. President Donald Trump, which for many say, of course, it has given nothing new. It is always the same talk, the same words that are put on social media, and the same words that he does sporadically. Now he put them in a speech. Nothing new there in that speech. But of course, we will be discussing this with our guest today, Mr. Rodwan Rizk. Thank you very much for being with us on this coverage, on this talk. Let's begin first of all with Hezbollah's resistance. We spoke about this many times, you and I, and we, of course, when you look at the fact that some claim that Hezbollah was weakened and so on, and some claim that, oh, the Israelis entered, they were able to successfully begin an incursion in that area, you know, 9 kilometers deep, 10 kilometers deep, whatever. But is it the job of the resistance to actually stop them from entering, or is it on the contrary? The resistance's job is to let them enter more. The more they enter, the more they are prone to attacks from all sides, from all directions, and attacks against their armored vehicles also is some more likely. And we heard from Netanyahu telling them, don't hide in the houses, don't bring in more armored vehicles, and so on. How do you look at that in the latest rounds of confrontation?
Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate the Iranian and the Mesopotamian also people for the New Year, the Nowruz celebration for the most of the Iranians, which goes back into history for 6,776 years.
Yeah.
So we are that deep into history and civilization.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. So this is just I wanted to mention that because we want to cross that when we talk about the Trump's speech this morning, Beirut time. First, answering your question about the job of the resistance. Now, it seems it's clear and so obvious that the resistance, Hezbollah, and the people who are fighting at the front, they have changed their tactic totally than the previous 66 days war in 2024. Because it's not the job. The resistance is not an an army, let's say, and it's not its job to fight this advanced army equipped with the most sophisticated weapons in the world from the Americans and the technology. It seems that now the tactics is being used so far since now 31st days, I think 32 days, the tactics are working very well because they are dragging they are pulling the Israelis into the killing zone, it was already pre-prepared for that area, which is a kind of a trap. So, and it seems that the Israeli army is falling in those traps, and that's why we are seeing that high numbers of destroyed tanks for the Israelis, and the casualties also revealed by the Israelis themselves, that 350. And we always know, we know that the Israelis try to hide their casualties and they restrict any news coming out due to the restrictions from the Israeli army itself and the what's the news or the people who can reveal any information about the casualties inside the Israeli army and the cities of Israel. So that's why, and some other reports talking about 600 or 700 Israeli cases or
yeah.
injured or killed.
They talk about injured. They don't really mention the death, unless it was from Lebanon. The confrontations, they have acknowledged 10 elite soldiers killed by the resistance.
If we make quick calculations of 150 Merkabas has each 4 personnel, we're talking about 600 people or soldiers were inside the Merkabas, destroyed Merkabas, despite the other vehicles, the arm, the Humvees and the carriers. So we are talking about 1,000 casualties at minimum, at least, among the Israeli army in 30 days, which is more than 20 to 30 casualties every day. Most of them could be killed or severely injured, or maybe some of them will suffer out of permanent damage or permanent, could be losing of a limb or something like that.
Yeah.
So, and this is destroying the morale of the Israeli army and reflecting on the morale of the Israeli army. The Israeli army now is suffering, and it's due to its generals that they are running out of, they are short of soldiers. They need more of the army reserve, which is 30% of the army reserve didn't reply to the call, and
they ran away. Maybe.
They ran away. Yeah, maybe they're hiding. They don't want to go. So they what's left of the army reserve is about 300,000. So they have to keep some of those at the Gaza front and some of the in the West Bank, just to control any uprising that could happen in the West Bank. And also the main force or structure of those reserves are based on Lebanon's border.
Yeah. How about the unverified reports saying that there are mercenaries fighting with the Israelis, and this is why a lot of times they do not acknowledge the deaths of many of them. However, when it is those elite soldiers, so-called, or sergeants that have families in the occupied territories, and they have those Zionists, they are forced to acknowledge and say that we lost this person, name them by name, put their pictures out.
In Gaza, there was about 4,000 to 5,000 mercenaries, which is, they got about $20,000 a month, and many of them were killed. And many from Spain, France, Germany, England, and many of them were killed. And that report's revealed by one of the American general called McGregor, said that about 79 American mercenaries were killed, plus the same number from American Marines were killed in Gaza. And this is, if we add those, this is a very high number of dead people inside Gaza from the mercenaries, which is, the Israelis don't recognize and don't reveal any information about those. So we might have the same thing in Lebanon now, because the Israelis are short of personnel, short of soldiers, and the reserves are not trained enough to go into this war. While on the other side, we have seen that the Hezbollah fighters were waiting for 15 months. They were preparing themselves, restructuring the front, and that's why most of the whole world, including the Lebanese people, were surprised by the reaction and the active soldiers, active resistance fighters inside Lebanon. So pulling the Israeli army inside Lebanon 9 or 10 or 15 kilometers does not mean at all an occupation. This is nothing to be referred to an occupation. This is between the brackets. This is being pulled by the tactics of the resistance, and sometimes that's the Israeli army are advancing a few kilometers, and to be surprised they are being attacked from behind, which is that the resistance are hiding, letting the Israelis in, and then they got between the two forces, one in the front, one in the back, and that's why we are seeing so much easy. What we are seeing in videos and films, that the attacks are being so easy just to hunt the Israeli tanks. Because when you see a line of tanks entering, 5 or 6 or 7, they are hitting the first one and the last one, which is, not letting or preventing the one in the middle from retreating. So they got caught in the middle, and then they are being destroyed at ease for the resistance. Plus, that we have seen on films and movies, that some of the survived soldiers from the tanks are leaving their tanks and running away. So this is
and the
nothing.
resistance documented that with their footage.
That was
very
filmed.
clear.
That was filmed. This is nothing that nobody can doubt that, and nobody can deny it. So this is hard evidence of footage. So this is why we are saying this with full confidence that what we are saying is not just a propaganda to lift up the morale of the resistance. So, and my information that the resistance fighters are fighting at ease, and they are very relaxed. They are very well organized and controlled, and they know exactly what they're doing. Imagine that they're still at the front line. If they are talking about 9 kilometers. If you know the geography, of course you know yourself, but let the audience know that Marun al-Ras is a few hundred meters from the borders, a few hundred meters, and the fighting still going in Marun al-Ras. Khiyam is still fighting, so Bayada is also at the borders, Shama also. We are talking about few hundred. This is in wars you don't count or you don't take into considerations hundreds of meters or 2 or 3 or 4 kilometers. This is something, we call it a front line. We still have it.
We're still within that confrontation zone.
Exactly, so that's why, and if the Israelis, if we can just make another calculation that the Israeli army has only 500 to 600 tanks of the Merkava's 5. So if 150 already destroyed, that's not many left to be destroyed. I mean, at the end of this war, the Israeli army will not have any of them, of the Merkava.
That's something that Sayyid Nasrallah
that's fulfilling of the promise of Sayyid Nasrallah, because he promised them, and he was very honest with his promise, that you will not have any more Merkavas to left after the war is over. So now, with all the propaganda that Israel tried to show itself as the aggrandizer, that's undefeatable army and undefeated army, and always the victorious army, is all lies, and it's now that it's time of the truth.
The issue that the so-called, epic invincible army, that was broken in 2000, I believe, and many experts say that. I didn't want to interrupt you, but let me just mention some of the last statements that we have out by the resistance, actually. They have targeted groups of soldiers and gathering of soldiers and their armored vehicles in the town of Ershef and Beit Liv with a salvo of rockets. We have another one as well where they targeted groups of soldiers in Kfar Jaladi and Al-Marj, and this is on the other side of the border. And of course you mentioned the fact that there were confrontations. We know that there were confrontations in the eastern side, in the eastern neighborhoods of Khiyam, and that is a border town. And so like you said, they have actually circumvented these occupation forces coming to them from the back, in addition to the other confrontations that we have on the border. Now when you mention the documentation, because this is something I want to talk about, I believe that we followed up the time of the occupation. The Israelis always used their campaign to tell the people, your sons are dying in vain, they are not achieving anything, and there were many operations. Then Hezbollah learned their lesson by making sure that they document their operations. We have the first operation that was documented in the 1980s, and we can understand how risky that was with using the VHF, them having to return, having to document that and show it to the rest of the world to show them that, no, our operations are quite successful. And now, of course, with the documentation that we have, we can see that the morale of the people has not been weakened here in Lebanon, whereas the opposite is true for the Israelis. I mean, when will we hear a shout out, a scream of those Israeli settlers telling them it's enough because there's a political price here that is being paid?
Well, one of the settlers wrote on his page few questions to Netanyahu. Netanyahu, you told us that you have destroyed Hamas, and you didn't. You destroyed Hamas, and you destroyed Hezbollah, and you have destroyed Iran. The question for you is, who is firing at us then, all those rockets? If you have destroyed those powers on those your enemies, so who is firing those rockets at Israel? So it's so obvious that you cannot hide your lie anymore. And God knows what will happen tonight, because tonight is at 8 o'clock. The warning will take its place, and it will be ended, and then a new phase of the war that is going to face Israel. And we have seen just a symbol of that from Hezbollah firing, and for the first time in ever wars fought with Israel, the Squad missile, which is about 1.5 ton of warhead. So this is changing.
This is something the Israelis are talking about. Hezbollah has not really actually mentioned it, but that the Israelis themselves recognize this and say that it struck a military barrack and base within the occupied territory. This is telling something.
The south of Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
And I believe it was called Jaladi or something, maybe. I don't remember the name.
I'll look back to the name. You have to see that.
And the Israelis are, going mad, because this missile is about 14 tons, weighs 14 tons, with 1.5 ton warhead, which could take down the whole neighborhood inside the city. But Hezbollah didn't use it against the city of Jaffa or Haifa. He used it against an army
military
base,
site. Yes,
a military site.
Target.
So this could be changing the whole war, because the distance in Lebanon is so close. The chances are much higher than rockets coming from Iran, and because of the interceptors, from the Arab countries first, and then Jordan, and
exactly. So the close proximity of Lebanon, that makes it easier for us, to be able
much
to strike
easier, because of the short distance between Lebanon and the occupied Palestine. It's only takes about 80, 90 kilometers, and that could be crossed in 1 minute for the rocket. So it does not, the interceptors don't have enough time to prepare themselves to intercept this kind of missiles. And then can you imagine if you have launched about 5 or 10 or 20 missiles of those Squad missiles, which means the whole news for the Israeli army that Hezbollah has this kind of missiles, which is Israel did not expect at all that Hezbollah could have any kind of this missiles, which is the capability of destruction is extremely high. It's much more than 200 or 300 or 400 warheads. So that could change the whole phase of the war, and the Israeli must deal with that. And all these propagandas that Smotrich and Ben-Gvir and Netanyahu try to sell for the Israeli people, but it's not being bought anymore, because now the Israelis are seeing in their eyes, they are living the war now. They are feeling the war. They are paying the price for the war. How can you give them some kind of peace, mind, and relaxed life, while they are being hammered, and every day around the clock? They are living most of their days in the shelters, and they don't. Some of them are suffering from many skin disease, because they are not being cleaned well, and many of them are wearing diapers because they don't go to the toilets.
In addition, we had 2 settlers dying just from running away from the Iranian missiles.
So they are suffering on a daily, every minute. While the morale of the Lebanese people, it's totally different. It's extremely different. We know, we have lived through wars. We know that's the price, defending our country and the sovereignty of our country and our dignity also, it has a price to pay. Here it comes, not the arms, not the will, not the strength, here it comes the doctrine of the people. So how can you ask a settler coming from Poland or Holland or Germany to have this kind of morale against the indigenous people of Lebanon, who always lived here for thousands of years? We are not talking about generation. We are not talking about 1,000 or 2,000 years. This country is 7,000 to 8,000 years old. And always we were here. We have established a history. We have belonging. We don't know any other land in the world, and we don't want to have any other land in the world.
Yeah.
So this is our will and this is our determination.
There's also the issue of credibility, because we recall during the confrontation, of course, with the Israelis for decades, while Secretary General, the martyr Said Hassan Nasrallah was Secretary General, there was always the issue of credibility, where to the extent that the Israelis would tell their leaders that we believe him more than we believe you. And now during the last year and a half, Sheikh Naim Qassem on various occasions, he told them we are rehabilitated, we are strong, we are ready to face. But a lot of people used to mock him, the Israeli officials, even some commentators that are pro-West here in Lebanon. They will know you don't have rockets. The Israelis have destroyed them all. The Israelis would say, we destroyed everything. We just need to make sure that we clean out and purge South Lebanon. But now with what we can see, that every single word he said, he meant. And so this also would play out when it comes to the psychological warfare against the Israelis, that it is always the leaders of the resistance that are honest and our leaders that are only lying to us.
Well, Sheikh Naim Qassem told them many times that we are running out of patience. Don't try us, don't push us. Try to avoid any future confrontations, because you are going to regret it. And it seems that they didn't believe him, and not even the Lebanese government or the Lebanese people. And some of the devil voices inside Lebanon were just, selling propaganda for the American embassy or other embassy agents, just to spread the propaganda about that Hezbollah and the resistance in Lebanon is finished. And they were preparing even jails for the leaders of the resistance. They want to arrest and, issue an arrest.
Yeah, one leader, Samir Jaza, the head of the Lebanese Forces Party. I mean, he's a leader of a party and a political parliamentary bloc who says, yes, we need to arrest Sheikh Naim Qassem. On what basis?
Because that's his job. Because he is being paid to say that. He is being,
a proxy of the U.S. and
he is employed to play this role. The urgent of the Israelis and the needs of the Israelis to create fractions among the Lebanese, let's say, society.
Yeah.
And so far, they are failing, total failure for Samir Jaja, because now at the results coming from the front and the footage that's being released, he knows deep inside that he lost his bets on the Israelis, his masters,
Yeah.
So, and now he is squeezed in the corner. And what will he do? I believe that Samir Jaja, at the end of this war, he will run away. He will leave the country, because he will have no more space in the country, and he will have no more role in the country. Because if he is trying to employ this kind of speech by the name of the Christians, this is totally wrong. Because the Christians, the majority of the Christians, are backing or defending the resistance. And what we have seen from the bishop in Dibble refusing to flee the Dibble, by the way, let's explain to the audience, because Dibble, Ain Ibil, and Ermesh are Maronite villages along the borders, Christians, Maronite villages along the borders of Palestine. they have refused to leave their villages, and they told, and they hold a press conference telling the Israelis and the Lebanese government that we are not leaving our homes. So, and while so ashamed of this kind of a government that we have, they pulled the army out of those villages, leaving the civilians inside those villages without any kind of any protection.
Exactly.
Or defense. They are not armed, they are not fighters now, and they're defenseless. So now the resistance has a job, another job to do is to defend those people inside the Christian villages. So this story cannot be bought anymore, and it cannot be sold anymore. That Samir Jaja, you are not protecting the Christians in Lebanon, you are slaughtering the Christians in Lebanon. So this is this story out. Now we come to the speech of Gibran Bassil, the leader of
the Free Patriotic Movement.
So he's talking in a way that we have to defend our country first, and the Lebanese army is not capable or prepared to do this job. So we need this resistance to protect the country, despite the religion, despite the political, let's say, belonging, differences or any other ideas. So, and Gibran Bassil represents the majority of the Christians in the country, and plus other, let's talk about Sleiman Frangi and other, and even the daughter of Bashir Ismail said,
yes.
You know, and that was...
She's had stances before like that, which was very supportive of the people of South Lebanon. It's not an issue of being politically supportive of Hezbollah.
No.
But this is, I mean, a principle. When you have your country under attack, the only logical thing to do is to defend it, isn't it?
Of course, because at the end we are all Lebanese. So exactly, how can you stand with the enemies against your own countrymen? So this is what we call betraying the country. Not only the people, you are betraying your country because you are selling your land to your enemies. And what's most surprisingly that Smotrich and his group are not hiding that they want to occupy Lebanon. It's not the whole Lebanon. It's not only to Litani River, their borders. And they were selling lands inside Lebanon to establish some sort of, settlements and bringing settlers from all. I believe this story is falling. There's no more Greater Israel. This plan and this project is falling apart because as soon as Ben Gurion Airport will open, most of the majority of the Israeli people will flee the country because they don't believe this story anymore. They don't buy it anymore. So Netanyahu, put himself and put his own government and his own people, the settlers. We don't call it people because they are not people. They are a bunch of different groups gathered together on one doctrine, saying that we are the chosen people of God, and then we settle to the promised land. This cannot be bought anymore. So people are not buying this story anymore. So that's why many of them are talking about as soon as the airport will be open and they are free to go, majority of them, they will go.
And now even when you talk about the dynamics of the politics, but just concerning, I would really love to see the face on Morgan Ortegas, because she felt that she was doing a big job by taking one of the rockets, saying that this is Hezbollah rockets, taking a selfie with that in South Lebanon after the so-called mechanism was in its work. I'd love to see the look on her face now with these Scud rockets also pounding the Israeli military sites. But apart from that, we have also the dynamics of the region changing. Experts are looking at the fact that the empire of the U.S. is falling, but Netanyahu, what he did is actually accelerate that by putting the U.S. interests in the entire region at risk after launching this attack against Iran. And after the U.S. is weakened, what is left is Iran facing Israel on its own, and it cannot withstand that.
I believe that's, if I want to call about Morgan Ortegas, and I remember at that time I wrote an article about Morgan Ortegas, and how shameful of our, let's say, government to allow her come to our country, behave the way that's the ugly way that she behaved, and the way that she was wearing the Star of David, it's kind of humiliating for
disrespectful for a lot of people.
For the government, and to announce from our presidential palace, which should be the Lebanese people presidential palace, not the president, to announce that we have defeated Hezbollah. Who are you if you represent America or you represent Israel? This is the question. And what's most disappointing that our government didn't comment on that. Announcing the victory of the Israelis over Hezbollah from the Lebanese presidential palace. I believe that Netanyahu and Trump did us a very big favor. I believe so, because the moderate people among us, now they have no more voice. Now we are the voice of the hardliners. Negotiation is not
There's
permitted.
No more gray zone. It's
No. This is
not.
It was not gray, but there were some, let's say, what we call rational people. They believe that we can deal with diplomacy and we can negotiate. We don't have to. We have to avoid the war. That does not mean they didn't believe in the resistance or power, but they have a different way of thinking. While other people, the hardliners, or say the restricted leaders, don't believe or don't buy this story of negotiation with the enemies, because those enemies many times stabbed us in the back while we are negotiating. Because we had deals. We have the truce deal in 1949 with the Israelis, and that was not respected. And also in 82, and 70, and 93, and 96, and 2000, Israel never respected any kind of deal, protected or dominant by any other country. Not at all. They have no respect for any human law or international law. So, because they believe that international law was created for us, not for them. We have to go to obey and go by the international law for the weak countries, not the strong countries. And they believe that they are above the law. And so far, it's proven that they are above the law, which means there is no law whatsoever, no international law, no human rights law.
It lost its value. All this international
it has no value whatsoever. It only applies for the weak countries, which is we considered the weak countries, but not anymore, because in 1982 we have started something. We have started a resistance, a serious one, not just propagandist one as we used to have before 1982, just telling fake stories and lying for the people and all these let's say parades, and it was kind of
proven to be only just a
showing off,
and
But in 1982, something has changed. The Lebanese people, leader Imad Maghniyi and Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah started with few fighters, very serious resistance, backed up by the Iranian revolutionary, and then it went on growing till it liberated Lebanon from the occupation in the year 2000. During that, we had many fights. From 93 that we had a war, and 96 another war, and then in 2000 the Israelis gave up on keeping the land because the price was very high, and they pulled their agents with them also, about 2,000, 3,000.
Actually left them in the street.
And they left them in the street.
They betrayed them, just like what happened with Afghanistan and the Americans also fleeing.
And that's why I addressed many times on Al-Manar channel and here advice for my country people: please don't bet on the Americans. because I don't like to see you hanging from the planes, running or fleeing away from the country. Because if you don't remember, look at the pictures and the films from Vietnam, what's happened to the betrayers, and also in Afghanistan. So don't do this to yourself.
But if we can compare it, but during the time of the occupation, they were actually using those collaborators as human shields. We know that the resistance had always said, this is an obstacle between us and the Israelis, and it took the resistance so long in order to say, okay, we have to target them in order to reach the Israeli, actually reach the Israeli soldiers. Now they don't have that. Hezbollah is stronger. They know the land, of course, more than the Israelis, and now the Israelis are on their own there in South Lebanon. Isn't that considered a plus for the resistance?
Well, that's totally right, because now they don't have Saad Haddad or Antoine Lahed. They don't have any kind of army formations, Lebanese army formation in the south, so they can use them as human shield to protect them, to fight for them. So now they are face to face with the Hezbollah fighters. Now the Israelis' blood is falling down, not the Lebanese, among the Lebanese also, or against another Lebanese. So this is totally different. And I believe that the resistance now, in a way, that the victory, it's in their hands. The victory has happened. It's not going to happen. The victory already happened. Now it's the question is, when is the war is going to stop? When is the ceasefire going to happen? But victory have been achieved from day one, because they surprised that the whole world, and the Lebanese people, and the Lebanese government, which is now trembling with its steps. I believe that's, I don't know what they are going to do. In a way, they are being, so sad and disappointed.
Yeah, the deputy of the Prime Minister said that we did not get any response on the issue of the call for negotiations, not from the United States nor from Israel. And so we know that all their calls for the so-called negotiations have been in vain. They've been met with nothing, with no response. And so it seems obvious that the U.S. and Israel do not care about any sort of talks. But there's also an issue. You're telling me we're waiting for, it's just about time that we have maybe a ceasefire. But we've tried ceasefires with the Israelis before. It was always been at the time of the ceasefire that the Israelis grab more territory, that they use it to strike more, whereas we know that Hezbollah respects the ceasefire. So is it to the advantage of the resistance, and then we'll talk about Iran as well, is it to the advantage of them to continue with the confrontations right now? Until, of course, the Israelis withdraw before we actually have a ceasefire, because we know they're not going to withdraw if we stop.
No. That was not what we have heard from the Iranian government, because the whole negotiations is going to include Lebanon first, and the presence of the Israelis inside Lebanon. So after
no occupation,
with
no violation.
Total withdrawal for the Israeli army from the Lebanese land. This is first. And we don't want to talk about Palestine now. Palestine is coming next. So we are talking about Lebanon now, because we don't believe in the presence of this government or this settlers occupying Palestine. So this is the main cause for us is still Palestine, not only Lebanon. So, but let's take it step by step.
And when you weaken the Israeli occupation forces in Lebanon, that weakens them also on the outside.
So I believe this kind of a state is falling apart now. It's not the same as it used to be. And mastering the whole region is a dream that went away. They were building castles of sands. Now the winds are taking those castles away. So we know that any kind of a solution and negotiations between the Iranian government or the Iranian leaders, and it's going to include the whole front, the whole axis. It's not only Lebanon, not only Yemen, not only Iraq, the whole axis. And the demands of the Iranian government, especially led by Al-Murshid Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei, is so obvious. He is the one who is determining, deciding which way the negotiation goes. Now I believe that negotiations are not going on in any way with the Iranians. The Iranians, Trump said, announced many times that we have negotiations with the Iranians. The Iranians denied that. Not in any authority, that nobody in Iran authorized to go into any negotiations.
Yeah.
We have still, let's say, messages between both countries, but not a negotiation. Messages being sent by Iran, and that was very strict, full control of Hormuz, total solution for the axis of resistance. Second,
reassurance that they do not
lifting of sanctions. All right,
and compensation for the war,
and paying compensations for the war, which is we are talking about between $1 trillion. All right, this is what the Iranians are asking for, and full protection and full rights of the nuclear research, because it's our rights, and nothing can get near the missiles program. So. These are the terms of the Iranians.
Yeah. When it comes to this issue of the diplomacy and so on, we're still looking at contradictions in the Trump rhetoric. Of course, we heard yesterday the speech. Nothing new there. Still a lot of contradictions. There's actually nothing to really break up and analyze, because what he had been saying through the last 15 days, he said it again yesterday. But when it comes to the issue of the prospects of the war, I mean, I want to go back to my previous question, that this so-called empire of the U.S., it is weakening, and maybe he might find a state where he needs to withdraw and leave the Israelis on their own to all of the resistance factions. What would be left from Israel? This would also assist the resistance and Iran to really weaken Israel.
About a couple of years ago, I was on Press TV, and I mentioned something, that the fall of this empire is getting so close and near.
That was before the Al-Aqsa Front operation? Or
Yeah. That was before Al-Aqsa Front. Because if you study the history of the empires and how do they end, why the empire vanish, how can a large, let's take the Alexander, let's take the Roman, and they take the Mongolian. They have contained and conquered half of the world. The Mongols. Where did they go? How did they vanish?
The more they expand?
The more they expand, the weaker they get. The more, let's say, hunger they have, the more aggressive they become. And the more that's powerful they can be, the more weaker they can get.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall, as they say.
Exactly. So that's why the Mongols vanished totally from Earth. We don't have any kind of what's so-called Mongol state.
Just nomads living
there.
It's
totally dissolved in the societies where occupied people. So if we want to talk about this, America is facing the same destiny. But the difference is that many of the empires lived between 500 to 1,000 years. All right, so the Roman lived for 1,000 years, the Ottoman Empire lived for 700 years, Mongol Empire for 500 years, but the American Empire didn't reach 100 years. This is a very short time life of an empire falls, because if it's of its structure.
It's not a civilization.
It's not a civilization. It's just groups of immigrants who took over the land, occupied the land by massacring the indigenous people, the Red Indians. 112 million people, Indian, were killed, were massacred over 300 years. So the whole country is 250 years old, all right? So, and you are coming to threat from his speech last night or this morning, Beirut time, to threat a country which goes deeper. We're just celebrating the new year for the people, 6,776. This is the new year time, but to reach this kind of celebrations, that means you were here a couple of thousand years previous or before.
Exactly.
So you are talking about 10,000 years. Countries have living people, and then created civilization with all the meaning of civilization, and the modern empires they were, the knowledge, the science they have obtained from medicines to astronomy. So this is, you are coming like a cowboy living in the prairies of United States, just taking care of your cows. You want to destroy a civilization thousands of years old? This is something very
And that's
stupid.
evidenced by the fact that they are targeting UNESCO sites, they're targeting pharmaceutical factories in Iran, everything that has to do with humans and everything that has to do with life, actually. I want to ask you a little bit about the economy. When it comes to the fact that whenever Trump gives a speech or says certain things, you have markets going up and down, especially with the prices, of course, rising, even in the United States where he said we don't need the fuel, we don't need the oil, and so on, and we have prices of gas also increasing day by day. You also have reports about how the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, is actually investing in military industry. The son of Trump also investing in issues related to petrol and so on. So is this war just actually about personal gains?
For them, yes. For Trump and his families, yes.
Even if it means the fall of the U.S.
He doesn't care, because a child sexual abuser, and some films and the news, from the Epstein files, were talking about killing a child, just murdering children. It's not only abuse and pedophilia. It's killing children,
So
and that's why
well.
he is fully controlled by Netanyahu, because that could not be pardoned in front of the American people,
Yeah.
in any way, because this is a killing crime. It's different than sexual crime. So that's why he is, being there like an obeyed dog, doing what Netanyahu wants him to do.
Yeah.
But on the other side, he's doing good business, because to give you an information, that his son bought in the market on Friday afternoon for $50 million oil contracts in the market, because he knew that the attack was going on Saturday, to happen on Saturday morning, and during Saturday and Sunday, market would be closed. No markets working. It's closed. So nobody can sell or buy during this time. But he bought at the last hour, before the market closed, contract for $50 million. When the market opened on Monday, after 2 days of attack on Iran, the price went up to 120. He made $1 billion in 48 hours. All right? And can you imagine that goes along with all his stuff and his gang? This is what happened. Now he is playing this. He is playing good business, because if you watch the market, it's going up and down, up and down, up and down. It's playing so unpredicted, because when he says something that the barrel of oil goes down $10, $20, $30, and then goes up as much. So, and the gold price is going down, and they are doing business in the market. That's all. For them, it's just a kind of business. Now we come to the other part, which is, concerns Netanyahu. That why are they destroying the universities of Iran and schools and pharmaceutical?
This is a war crime.
It is what's being the main target. It's not the nuclear program, it's not the army, it's not the regime, it's not it is that the knowledge and the science that Iran could have built it over 45 years. Just to give you an example, in Iran we have 17 million school children. 17 million people goes to school between age of 3 and 18, and then we have 6 million university students. There's a very high knowledge. Illiterate people are zero in Iran. So they are after the knowledge. After, when you have that high of educated people, you have scientists and you have educated people, you have all the resources you need, and then what you have, if the large country. So you have the history, you have the knowledge, you have the geography, and all those will create a superpower. And they are after destroying the superpower. And Kissinger said and warned after the the victory of the Islamic Revolution, he said that we have occupied 7 countries, the Arabs, and he is talking about those Muppets in the Gulf region.
Yeah.
But we still need to occupy Iran or destroy it. Kissinger said that in 1979, and that's why they have pushed Iraq to launch a war over Iran.
But he also understood, I think in his late years, when he spoke to Mr. Ali Larijani, the martyr Ali Larijani, told him that we cannot beat you, so we're going to just have to hold negotiations with you and have talks with you. This is something Trump did not understand.
They were buying time, I believe so, because they were not prepared. That's why during those times they were building bases around Iran, in all Gulf region and all Gulf cities. And they want to control also Yemen, which is, did not work for them, and that was a surprise for them, because the American army has a logistic problem, because if they want to invade Iran, and they need those logistic lines all the time, coming from America is too far, and Israel cannot provide the needs of the American army. So that's why they have built all those large bases around Iran, so they can launch a ground attack, boots on the ground. Iranians were smarter than them. They have destroyed all those bases within 24 hours of the war. So
and this also created something with a rift among the allies, and this is important. I mean, Austria has just said, that they refused all requests from the U.S. to fly over their airspace. We also have the French president saying that this is not our war. Of course, the British have said that on and on. The Israelis are saying that now they're actually antagonistic towards the Europeans. It has created this rift with these who are considered allies. They're not ready to come and fight for the sake of Israel, it seems, despite the fact that it's important
for the global economy, countries are not being able to go into other wars, because they will fall, totally fall. They will vanish. They cannot afford a major war. Second, they are fed up with the Israelis, because the Israelis are, being, milk suckers for 78 years. Now being just paid and supplied and protected by the Europeans, and also being the adopted child of the Americans. Now the whole thing is, the common interest of Europe and America are just deviating. Now we might see in the future, and I would like to mention that people will demonstrate in Germany to kick the Americans out of the bases in Germany, and also in Japan, because now the consequences of this war proved that those bases need somebody to protect them. They cannot protect you.
Yeah.
All right? So that's why the Arab governments, those countries, Arab countries, they thought and believed that those bases will protect them. So it ended up that they are protecting the bases. So what's the need of those bases? Why am I paying those trillions of dollars, and you are taking our oil for nothing, and you are ripping us off, and after all you come to protect you? So that's why the first consequences we are seeing of this war, and that's why I told you we already won the war. Victory is behind, it's not coming. Victory has happened, all right? The Qatar are pulling out. Just I read as I was entering the studio that Qatar will withdraw from any kind of agreement with the Americans, and will not allow the Americans to use their air bases to attack Iran. This is by Prince Tamim. And demonstrations happened in Germany against the presence of the American soldiers also. So what's the need of the Americans being there? And at the end, that Japan might do that, because if they don't do that, North Korea will hit them hard, very hard, And what will happen then? The future of the country is shaking, and some countries could be wiped off the map. So that's why all we need is to keep on going. We are going. We are doing the right thing. The empire is falling. This ship is sinking.
It's, of course, we're yet to see the actual political implementation of this victory that you are talking about.
I can promise you with full confidence, in 2028, 29 at most, that Israel will not exist.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Radwan Razak. Thank you very much for this great talk. Actually, just to give you a quickly recap, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said that they have arrested 5 spies for the Israeli regime. We also have sirens sounding in several areas in the Galilee, specifically also Haifa and the Kiryat, of course, and Akka as well, as a result of the launching of more rockets from Lebanon. Thank you very much for being with us. My colleague will be joining you, I think, in less than 2 minutes. Stay with Press TV. Goodbye.
So this just happened. Iran has a new leader. After a week of discussions, the Assembly of Experts announced Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei as the new leader of the Islamic Revolution. The news broke late Sunday night during Ramadan prayers. So who is Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei? Let's get into it. He was born in 1969 in Mashhad. He's the son of the martyred leader Imam Khamenei. But his story goes way beyond that. At just 17 years old, during the Iran-Iraq war, he volunteered to fight on the front lines. While still a teenager, he was serving with the 27th Muhammad Rasulullah Division in Tehran. After the war, he dove deep into religious studies. In 1989, he moved to Qom to begin advanced seminary training. He studied under some of the most respected scholars, focusing on jurisprudence and Islamic law. In fact, his lectures in Qom are known to be some of the most widely attended. Students respect his depth and his way of thinking. On the personal side, he married in 1997 and has 3 children. But there's also been immense tragedy. His wife was martyred in the recent illegal US-Israeli aggression, the same attack that martyred his father and his mother. He's also known for his close ties with resistance figures. But there's the thing, he's always kept a really low profile. No personal publicity. Instead, he has focused on scholarship, supporting academic institutions, and even talking about things like AI, tech, innovation, and helping disadvantaged communities. Now he's stepping into a leadership at a critical moment, with the country facing war. But with decades of experience, strong ties in religious seminaries, and respect across the board, he's ready to carry the legacy forward. Officials and armed forces have already pledged their allegiance.
Studio in Beirut. I'm right here with you, Marwa Osman at Press TV, and with me is Mr. Ali Rizq, political commentator. Pleasure having you again with us. Mr. Ali, let's just dive in and begin with the latest statement given by the IRGC Navy, where we can start by discussing that and hopefully move on to something else. We have the statement said that we retaliated against the attack on infrastructure. IRGC Navy Command escalating the war will broaden our bank of goals and accelerate the regional expulsion of the United States of America. In a series of operations to retaliate against the attacks of the American Zionist enemy on the country's infrastructure, the following points were targeted. 1. American steel industries in Abu Dhabi. 2. Al-Had industrial city in Bahrain. 3. Remaining infrastructure of Bahrain aluminum. And 4. Coming soon. This is literally what they said. 4 is coming soon. So now the war has escalated into the economic side of it, not only with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and what that could do to the global economy, not only the economy of the Arabian Peninsula in general and the region of West Asia, but now also attempting to and actually succeeding at firing and targeting those industrial institutions that are directly linked to the United States Army in the region of West Asia, in Persian Gulf Arab monarchies. How do you read this escalation?
Well, it's become clear ever since the start that Iran is willing to do what it threatens to do. Previously, it threatened to close the Strait of Hormuz. It threatened that there would be a regional war. The late Supreme Leader, the former Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he said that a new war will ignite the entire region, and indeed Iran has lived up to its words. So I think that it's stopping at nothing in order to show that it's willing to take it to the very extremes. And this, what we just mentioned, or what you just mentioned, falls in line or is consistent with this approach of Iran not backing down and of living up to what it says, living up to its threats. Of course, the new escalation against Iranian infrastructure comes after US President Donald Trump's speech in the early hours of this morning, whereby he appeared to indicate that there's going to be some rather rough days ahead. Pete Hegseth, the War Secretary, said some similar statements, so I don't think it's that unexpected, these latest developments that have taken place.
We have also a new statement by the Islamic Revolution Guard Corps where they are speaking of Wave 90. They say that we are implementing the second phase of Wave 90, the destruction of the infrastructure of crime and terror in the region. They say that this wave of True Promise 4 operation with the blessed code of "O you who are severe in punishment," and dedicated to all the honorable families in Iranian land and in response to the crimes of the Israeli regime's terrorist army and the United States in assassinating and attacking cities in our Islamic homeland, points in Tel Nov, Palmachim and Ben Gurion air bases and gathering centers of military forces in Tel Aviv, Haifa, Eilat, Naqab or Negev and occupied Bir al-Saba, Beersheba, along with U.S. military bases in Ahmad al-Jabir, Ali Salem and Al-Kharj, were targeted and destroyed with heavy ballistic missiles and attack drones. They say they also targeted the rapid warning radar systems of Al-Dhafra base again, and the Emirates also struck accurately and destroyed. And last night was a nightmarish night for the Air Force of the terrorist U.S. armies and the criminal Israeli regime. So also another wave, or the second wave of the second part of Wave 90 across the Zionist Israeli territories in occupied Palestine. Also non-stopping that, especially after the Dawn speech, which you referred to Donald Trump, where he said, again, he's a bit, either he's confused or he's really just contradicting himself within one speech. If you listen to his speech, it's more like recycled posts of his Truth Social, just put in one brief and given to the people live on TV. He says that they have taken out the Navy. The Navy sends a message saying that we took out this, that, and that. He says that we took out the force or the capability or the missile capability of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and they keep hitting not only the bases but specifically the Zionist Israelis in occupied Palestine. So at this point, it's not us who are pointing at this confusion. If you watch the American news cycles and if you watch their shows as well, because usually the American public would rather watch late night TV show than to actually watch the news cycle of every night. If you watch those late night shows, whether it's with Jimmy Fallon or with I forgot his name from Comedy Central as well, who's also very well.
Stewart.
Yes, exactly. So if you watch these people who usually directly talk to the American public, even them, they are pointing this out and saying that there's confusion. There's a lot of non-facts, that's what you can call them. These are non-facts that are being spoken by the President of the United States of America. Where does that put American superpower in the region? And where does also that put the capability of the Islamic Republic of Iran in keeping the retaliation action on its foot?
First of all, regarding Trump's speech, this is what is known as a prime time address. 9 o'clock in the evening, I think it was local time in America.
Yeah, in Washington.
When presidents issue or make these speeches at that timing in particular, it's focused at a domestic audience. What you just mentioned, the fact that Americans watch late TV shows and that they're all criticizing and expressing doubt in Trump's claims, That's why he chose to make this speech. It was a response to the domestic criticism because it's directed primarily at a domestic audience to make the case for war, to say that, okay, we've achieved goals, to make the case that America needs to continue with these operations. And most important of all, I think, was to calm the situation, or to try and calm the American fears regarding the economic fallout, because he emphasized that this is temporary and that soon the prices will restore back to normal and the economy will be recovering. Now, the fact that he found that he needed to do this in a primetime address shows that his previous focus, whereby he relied on Truth Social, wasn't working anymore. It wasn't calming the sentiments. So now he had to resort to this particular method of a prime time address. Now, will that succeed? I'm not sure. The signs aren't clear yet. But I think that that he chose to make this speech, or that he felt obliged to issue a prime time address. I think that speaks to the difficulties he's encountering and the fact that he appears to be losing the argument and the narrative domestically, meaning that there are voices now, growing voices expressing doubt.
Mr. Ali, a CNN report just last night said that Trump, for the first time in history, in the history of American presidents, the public poll for Trump was -17 when it comes to public support for a sitting U.S. president. What does that say?
Well, I didn't come across that particular. I know that his ratings have declined. I haven't seen that one in particular.
I had to repeat the video. I was like, am I hearing this correctly? And
well, look, Trump has disappointed, I think, a lot of people. There were many who pinned their hopes. For example, look at what's happening with MAGA. There's a very, very sharp divide within MAGA. And I think that many of the people who voted for Donald Trump are now switching sides. The people who, for example, belong to the Tucker Carlson, Taylor Greene club, they're changing their position. And from the start, it was very polarized American society. Now, within the same Trump camp, it's becoming polarized. So that leads, I think, or that explains the very sharp decline in Trump's popularity, which is further, I think, further intensified by the domestic situation, like we saw with ICE agents, etc., the situation in Minneapolis. So it's not a big surprise that he's doing this, because I think he's lost the best of the two worlds, if you would like. He's in a state of animosity with the traditional wing, and he's in a state of animosity with those who want no wars, or for the other MAGA wing.
And he's in a state of animosity with NATO, and he is in a state of animosity with the Persian Gulf monarchies. He basically have no friends anymore.
I wouldn't say he's in a state of animosity with the Persian Gulf monarchies. He did make that criticism towards MBS, the Saudi Crown Prince, but if you notice in his speech yesterday, or in a
this morning,
it was very, very conciliatory towards the Persian Gulf.
It's like
Arab
he's
countries.
backing up to the criticism that he issued.
Look, in the end, I think that he needs these Persian Gulf Arab countries. He's afraid of losing them.
Well, Caroline Leavitt said it in her own words 2 days ago. She was asked by one of the White House correspondents whether anyone else will be picking up the tab for the war, and she smiled with that big smile and said, we're hoping that the president is hoping that our friends in the Gulf will be picking up that tab. So she literally
well, look,
said that.
I think it's clear that he wants to preserve the alliance. He needs these Persian Gulf Arab monarchies for different reasons. One of them is money. The other reasons are, for example, related to the superpower rivalry. For example, look at what China did a few years ago when it brokered the restoration of ties between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And I think that he wants to prevent China from making further inroads to become a major player in the Middle East. So that's part as well of his calculations when he looks at. So this shows you that this is a person who doesn't think very well before he speaks. Rather, he speaks and then he goes ahead and reconsiders. And that's pretty dangerous when you have the leader of the superpower of the world who has these kinds of characteristics, very unpredictable. It leads to a state of turbulence, if you would like, in the world and in global affairs.
Because look, he did attack NATO. He said that we don't need NATO, and then he said when we called them they declined to help. And then he said, we will be leaving NATO. And now he says NATO is just a paper tiger. And then which was extraordinary for me, for a leader to do what he did, was just point a finger at J.D. Vance and say, in the event the diplomatic situation falters, I mean, first of all, you're predicting failure. That's new. If you are in negotiations with your enemy, you don't predict anything. You say, we're just talking. So he predicted failure and said, in the event that fails, it's on J.D. Vance. What's going on?
I'll tell you something. I think, I don't have any information, but I think that this is related to divisions within the Trump administration, between those who are for talks and against war, and those who are against talks and for war.
Because it seems that J.D. Vance is on a different page than Pete Hegseth.
That's what I'm trying to say. That perhaps Vance is telling Trump to opt for talks, to choose the talks. Now, maybe Vance, maybe he's convinced Trump in the end to go for talks. And so Trump is saying, okay, look, I'm now taking the advice of Vance, but if Vance's advice ends in failure, then he takes responsibility. So I do think it might be reflective of a genuine rift within the Trump administration.
Where does that put Rubio?
Rubio has been pretty careful, if you would like, but knowing Rubio and knowing his history, you remember in 2016, when Rubio was a presidential candidate, he was known as the neocon candidate. And I think Rubio is just as enthusiastic as Netanyahu is for so-called regime change in Iran. Maybe he's a bit more behind the scenes than Hegseth is, because he's much more smarter than Hegseth.
And Hegseth is more of a showman, you know. It's like for him it is show business. He comes from media. It doesn't mean that anyone who comes from media is like this, but in particular that human is very odd and likes to put on a show and likes to flex his muscles and take off his shirt for some reason, God knows why.
That's why Trump picked him, by the way, to be Secretary of War, because Trump likes these
Why not
kinds of
Secretary of Information? Why Secretary of War?
Well, he used to serve in the American military in Iraq. He's someone with military experience, and most important of all, he's someone who's going to do what Trump tells him to do.
But he did cause a fracture within the Pentagon.
Are you referring to, what are you referring to exactly?
When Pete Hegseth at some point, he was so aggressive to a point that there were voices that were, if you will, quoted in American media, very much complaining and voicing their concern for the well-being and the national security of the United States of America because of what Hegseth, not only what he speaks about, what he does as well.
Yes, and he's trying to remodel the American military to focus on white men, people with good fitness, no one who's obese, eliminating woke from the American military, basically creating what you would call a Christian nationalist American military. But that's fine with Trump. Trump has no problem. And so I think what Trump places, the priority for Trump in his employees is loyalty. It doesn't matter how competent you are or how well qualified you are. It's about how loyal you are. And Hegseth is someone who has shown complete loyalty, I think, to Donald Trump. And that's very different from Trump's previous administration when it was Defense Secretary back then who was James Mattis. Now, James Mattis was no dove on Iran, but he didn't used to do what Trump told him to do. He was known as one of the adults in the room who would maybe go against or circumvent Trump to prevent Trump perhaps from making rash decisions. Now it's different. The people surrounding Trump, they're much more loyal. That's why I think that's one of the reasons why Israel succeeded in dragging Trump into the war, because this time round there was no adult warning Trump, okay, look at the repercussions if you do this.
I would argue that Netanyahu himself had a hand in how Trump handpicked those around him, because it shouldn't be a surprise for anyone that those specific people are loyal to Netanyahu at some points more than they are loyal to Trump himself, the way that they vocalize their support for Zionist Israel and for the plans of the Prime Minister of the Israeli entity, Netanyahu. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of a preparation for this kind of administration to be involved around Trump specifically at this point in time. But I have a, I do need to understand how things work properly when it is between the military and the administration. But it's not a secret that the American military is one of the most organized and institutionalized group of battalions, if you will, and brigades and whatnot in the world, which means that there are, to be objective, capable, maybe wise, and most definitely professional people within the army that know when things might get wrong. And this is why we saw the Deputy Chief of Staff send a written letter to Trump before he began the war of choice against Iran, which begs the question, would we see some sort of a crack between Pete Hegseth, between the administration presented by Trump and his entourage, and the American military at some point?
That's why Pete Hegseth is trying to remodel the military in order to prevent that particular thing from happening. You remodel the military whereby it reflects Christian nationalism, which would support Israel ideologically. You know that Christian nationalism has a special place in their heart when it comes to Israel. So I think that's one of the reasons. So whatever Trump does, he'll be able to preserve a loyal military. It's something similar to...
Is it a coup against the actual American military?
I don't know if you can...
Reverse coup?
I don't know what you can call it, a coup or not, but they are trying to build the military more in their image. The White House, I'm saying, Trump and Pete Hegseth.
The administration,
I think that's what they're trying to do. It goes back, by the way, even back to Trump's first administration. If you recall the individual Mike Flynn, who was National Security Advisor, he's also considered to be a Christian nationalist. And I spoke, by the way, on one occasion to Lawrence Wilkerson, who used to serve with Colin Powell. He was Colin Powell's Chief of Staff. And he spoke to me at length about the growth and the rise of Christian nationalists within the American military.
Was it a matter of concern for him?
Yes, it was. And he told me that he's encountered these particular people. And now I think it's becoming more and more clear, this particular project. And that's dangerous because the American military, I mean, you can fault it for many things, but it's never been that ideological. When it becomes ideological, that becomes a problem. One other thing regarding the competence of American military generals, I think there's also a problem here. I recall Jean Abizaid, who used to be CENTCOM commander. He's of Lebanese descent, by the way. Jean Abizaid is a very knowledgeable individual. If you look, one of his statements which caught my attention was regarding Syria. He said, if I were to prioritize in Syria, I would focus on Salafi jihadi groups, and then I would focus on countering Iran and Russia. Meaning that Salafi jihadis are the more dangerous. Now that reflects a pretty correct understanding of the situation. I'm not sure you still have that many people in the American military who are very knowledgeable. You might, but I'm not sure. And
well, they have the power to stand against the wave that is sweeping across the American military. We don't know if that's the case. Exactly. But you said if that happens, that could be very dangerous. To whom?
It could be dangerous, first of all, to America domestically. That's a major danger when they have it. And it would be very dangerous, I think, to the whole world, because when you have the superpower that behaves according to ideological beliefs, then there's no longer that much importance for strategic sound calculus. They would throw that away and be driven more by ideology, as we saw with the war in Iran. That was one of the factors.
Well, why would it be a risk on the inside?
A risk on the inside because it's a racist military. So it's what you saw, for example, with ICE. You might see that further broadening. You might see Trump using the military, for example, to secure, let's assume, a third-term presidency. Maybe. I mean, these are all possible. I'm not saying. I'm just giving you examples of what could happen and what the dangers would be if he builds a military.
It's mind-blowing. We're putting theories that we would never have thought about before. But with a person like Trump and his entourage, this could be a serious threat to actually the United States of America, to actually the process of being united and staying united. Because if you remember when he was the 45th, during his first term, there was voices from within, for example, California and at some point Texas, when he sent in the, when Biden sent in the, if I'm not mistaken, the federal guards to stand against the actual police inside of Texas, because Texas wanted to just completely put an end to any kind of immigration, and they were not happy with what was going on, and Biden was like, no, this is inhumane, we can't allow this to happen, despite the fact that he doesn't know the first thing about humanity. But anyways, this is what was happening. And now, looking at this, because it did start on the first term, Biden tried to stop it a bit, but then now, if you look at the polls, and then look at what would happen in case the experiment of ICE, that trial and error where they face certain errors, they could take that, maybe fix it a bit and put it on a larger scale across the American military, across the United States of America. For how long would the United States remain united?
Look, I'm not going to speculate about the future fate of the United States, but I think that we can all agree that there's an unprecedented level of polarization in the US, and that Donald Trump is intensifying that polarization to levels I think we've never seen before. And with the war on Iran, I think many people now are comparing him increasingly to a dictator. A dictator, for example, internally with ICE, and now a dictator in terms of taking a decision to go to war without there being any reason whatsoever. Again, and I think you and I discussed this before, George W. Bush, at least there was some logic to the argument. America had come out of September 11. There was something that had harmed America. In this case, you have nothing of the sort. A war of choice, and maybe a war which benefits some of the individuals like Jared Kushner or others. So it's more and more resembling the dictatorship, and we're seeing these protests of no kings, which we saw recently,
10 million.
And with increasing numbers.
And supposedly it's going to happen again soon as well. Another protest where people are promising even larger numbers, but I was telling my guest last night that I'm a pessimistic person when it comes to that. I don't think that could change anything when it comes to the internal American politics, unless there is something vital happening in each state at the level of the representatives and the congressmen. Otherwise, nothing's going to really change. But I have alternate motives when I asked you about that question. You just gave us some sort of an image in our minds where we can set about how the administration is working, how it is working with the army, changing the army, and what vision they have for America internally and externally for their foreign policy. Let's put the Iranian army and the IRGC facing that. There is complete synergy between the current Iranian government, the authority, and the military authority. There's complete synergy between the Iranian public, who have never left the streets all across, not only Tehran, all across Iran, celebrating their identity and supporting their military and their new leader of the revolution. And there has been, surprisingly, a high level of acceptance, not only acceptance, but also support towards the Islamic Republic of Iran at a public level that we can see on major social media outlets like TikTok, like Twitter, like Facebook, where Americans themselves are literally putting snippets of videos of the spokesperson of the IRGC and saying that this man is actually telling the truth, or snippets from what is happening inside of Iran with people giving Fox Pops in the streets and saying, I agree with what he's saying. Putting those two images face to face, what could you say about the solidarity and synergy inside of Iran facing this kind of, it's not a collapse, but it seems like at the verge of collapse in the United States of America?
That's what Iran is pinning its hopes on. When Iran focuses on certain American installations in the Persian Gulf, when it focuses on the Strait of Hormuz, I think Iran knows that Trump is hurting domestically. And by making it more and more costly for the Americans, it's playing on this particular card which you just explained, the lack of synergy, the lack of support for this war, in the hope that in the end Trump will be forced to capitulate or to back down as a result of the domestic pressures and the lack of popular support and maybe even institutional support for his war. That's why you see the Americans focusing even more on American targets than they are on Israeli targets, because the Americans are vulnerable. I think Netanyahu, I still believe this, that Netanyahu still does have a rather strong domestic support for the war in Iran. Trump doesn't have that. And that's something which the Iranians are trying to take advantage of as much as they can. That explains their strategy, or partially explains it, in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz.
And added to that, there is also a lack of at least sympathy that comes from his long-time allies in Europe, where we see that Spain, Italy, France decided to shut off its airspaces in the face of U.S. military that is taking part in the war against the Islamic Republic of Iran, beginning with Spain, but later on other states just followed suit, and the mocking of the French president, as we said, as we saw yesterday by Trump, and even Britain itself, who is, it's hard to say that Britain and the U.S. are allies. They're like an entity, one entity usually. Even them, even Starmer was very clear and vocal about not wanting to have any part with that war that's going on at the moment. And we've seen regular support from the natural allies of the Islamic Republic of Iran, whether in Russia or China. It could be just support that comes in the word of diplomatic words, or in the form of intel sometimes by Russia, if that is actually true. I don't have evidence of that, but if that is actually true. And we've seen also great support from the region of West Asia, from the axis of resistance, Lebanon, Iraq, now parts of Syria. I was surprised there to see certain groups come out in Syria and say, we want piece of that cake in Zionist Israel. It's not only Iranian missiles that will be falling, also Syrian ones. That was a big surprise for me. But also in Yemen, the support for the Islamic Republic of Iran. So at that level as well, you see international withdrawal from the circle of Trump. On the other side, regional and international, represented by Russia and China, support for the Islamic Republic of Iran. It seems that it's getting clearer by the day. But might there happen something? Can something actually happen that would flip, God forbid, but we have to ask these questions, that will flip the situation in a way that would benefit Trump in the region?
You mean like a false flag terrorist attack targeting
one.
European countries?
Two, you have Mohammad Safa, who is a UN diplomat who basically leaked a document and then resigned from his job, saying that the UN is preparing for a nuclear strike against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And he's made it, he had documents that he published, and he's every day, he made it his job now to talk about it because he's very concerned about it. So we have learned throughout history and the experience that we had with the consecutive regimes inside of the United States of America, that they tend to go the full mile when it comes to securing whether their interests or harming their enemy.
Look, first of all, this is more about securing Israeli interests than it is about securing American interests. And this is something which Iran, because it's such a big issue, such a dangerous war, look at how dangerous it is whereby the Europeans aren't willing to join it. They usually join the Americans automatically. But because, number one, there's no justification for this war whatsoever, the Europeans didn't join. And number two, they didn't join because of how dangerous it is. Because to enter into a state of animosity with Iran, that for the Europeans is more dangerous than going against Trump. So they would go against Trump if they want to protect Iran. So I think that that is the prevailing situation which we have. The Americans are risking losing their allies, European allies, just for the sake of satisfying the Israelis.
الرحیم. روز بخیر خانم‌ها و آقایان. با درود به روان پاک شهدای اسلام و با آرزوی سلامتی و طول عمر شما را به هواپیمای ایرباس A300 خوش آمد.
اگر صبور و شکیبا، نه این که ساکت و سردم، جهان به تجربه دیده همیشه مرد نبردم. من از قبیله دریا، من از عشیره توفان، آهای کشتی جنگی مراز نعره نترسان. شبیه پرچم کاوه به گل نشسته درفشم، منم که وارث رستم، منم که صاحب رخشم. شبیه مین به کمینم میان خشکی و دریا، اگر کرد شبی از من قلم کنم قدمت را.
its governmental institutions. This great steadfastness is an obstacle in the face of everything that the enemies are trying to achieve, a very dangerous phase in their Zionist project. And they have also wanted to get rid of what they called the biggest obstacle as well in the region, in the Islamic world, in the Arab and Muslim world, which they call the Middle East, to try to attempt and have the ability to take very dangerous steps which threaten primarily the Arab countries. Before any other country, they are threatening the Arab countries, and the significance of this battle is where the front of resistance, the front of jihad and holy struggle has moved on all various fronts in a unified manner, a unified front, the so-called unified fronts as well, as they called it and gave and coined it. Actually, this is part of the resistance path in all levels, on all fronts against the enemies, and also the position that should have been taken by all the Muslim nation, the Muslim Ummah together. This is what they should have done. They should have faced the Zionist project, and they know that this threatens them all. It faces them all. It is obvious. It is uncovered from the beginning of this project, and it is linked all the steps, all the aggressive aggressions taken by this enemy in all the past phases. Now it is even more clear than ever before. It is even more obvious, and they are more vocal about it as well. Since the beginning of this U.S.-Israeli aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran, against the people of Iran, the Muslim people of Iran, the Israeli enemy, along with their partners in the U.S., they are stressing and saying very clearly that their main objective is to realize the Zionist project, and also the plan and plotting and implementation for this plot and its slogans and the names that they are using as well to begin this aggression. It is all Zionist, actually. And this has become clear to the entire globe, to the world. It is known in the United States. It is known in Europe. It has become known for all the countries in the world, and everyone knows this reality right now more than ever before. And this is why in the confrontation, it is significant to see that the results are very important, and everyone knows that if the enemies are able to get rid of the Islamic Republic in Iran and lead it to collapse, and lead the people of Iran, the dear Muslim people of Iran, to the state of surrender, then they would have went directly to completely crush out the people of the region and to achieve the other steps that are even more dangerous for the rest of the nation. And those so-called regimes which take this path with them, they will also be under scrutiny and under attack, that it is only their objective to try to destroy them and decimate these countries, and they believe that they will only lead to surrender of these countries as well. And so therefore there is no option but to face and confront the enemies in all means, and the readiness is in its projects of the enemies have been clear. This path of the enemy has been also from all manners has been clear and ready, because the confrontation is always the option, and this would allow it to move within the framework on all levels. And it is unfortunately, those countries are putting themselves in the line and at the expense of the enemies, no matter what the cost and whatever they look at the results. But of course, no matter what the results, it will definitely lead to the victory of Iran and the front of resistance, the front of jihad. The result is extremely significant, and it will be significant to lead to the failure of the enemies that will stop them from implementing their objectives and their greater project. And this is a major step and on the path towards this objective and this great project, and every single phase has a level of achievements which they try to implement, which they try to achieve: occupation, taking control of the land, enslaving the people, forcing hegemony over the people, dictating the options, dictating the choice of the people and determination. And this will also lead to the following as well. They are preparing to various issues and for the next steps to take place. And so this is why it's very clear in its motives. This project is quite clear in its projects, in its motives, in its objectives, and this is why it is definitely targeting the entire nation, all the Muslim Ummah. They are targeting now primarily Iran, the people of Iran, but because of their role, because of their significant role in reasserting the face-off with and the confrontation of this project, which they had begun a long time ago. And this is why shows the strength of the Iranian stance and the strength of the resistance factions in the face of the Israelis and the Americans, because it is extremely significant for all of the Muslim nation to protect the Muslim nation, to also defeat this objective, because it has reached a state of extremely dangerous state, and they are the honor, Iran and the resistance are the honor of this nation, of the Muslim nation, and they are an interest for the nation as well, for the Muslim Ummah, and they are also for the interest of the Palestinian cause. The U.S. enemy, and along with the Zionist Israelis, are pushing forward with this Zionism. And they are working also hard on, doing what we saw, for example, the so-called release of the documents of the Zionist Jewish Epstein. And they show the so-called masters of the Zionists that are linked to these scandals, to these crimes, and how this is linked also to the targeting of the entire Ummah, the Muslim Ummah, and to see the details on that. But of course, primarily their main target were the Muslims. Their path to face and to weaken this nation, they are betting on decisively ending this battle from the beginning. And that the nature of the plot that they had chosen against the Islamic Republic of Iran, directly targeting the leaders, directly targeting the capabilities and even the command and control centers, they wanted to have quick realization of their objectives, quick achievements, quick victory. They wanted to see a surrender of the Muslim people of Iran. They wanted to see that this would change and they would have control over the entire region. But they were at a loss, and they noticed that they had not been able to achieve this objective with the effectiveness of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the retaliation of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the deterrence that they would be able to force, and the salvos of rockets pounding and raining over the heads of the Israeli Zionists with also very significant operations. These are operations that are not haphazard, they're not chaotic, they're directly, precisely targeting the enemies, targeting the military bases, targeting the military sites, the military barracks. These are military targets that have been targeted, and these are, of course, the operation grounds of the Israelis and the institutions that are also very important for the enemies in launching their aggressions. And all of this has reached a state where there is an international crisis, and Iran was able to see the effectiveness, were able to see the effectiveness of the Iranian stance, and they had thought that they would decisively end this battle in hours, maybe, and some even said in days, perhaps, that they would able, during that time, to take control and invade countries, to occupy these countries, to also even collapse and remove governments. But, of course, they were in a state of shock, and to see the effectiveness and the strength of the Islamic Republic of Iran and how it has faced these and defeated their goals and defeated their objectives. And this is why this is a huge lesson. that shows the steadfastness, of course, that we saw in Gaza, in Lebanon, great steadfastness, of course, that we saw, and firmness in the support that we had in Yemen as well, also the support and steadfastness from Iraq as well, all of this steadfastness, all this firm ground and firm stances from the fronts of the resistance, and also the very strong military capabilities that the Islamic Republic of Iran has, also the high potential to be able to really strike hard and to show that they are extremely influential. They can influence the front, and they can really also inflict heavy losses on the enemy and show them that there is a price to pay, whether it is at the level of the steadfastness and firm stance, but also the effectiveness of the performance of the military. And based on this, our Ummah, our Muslim Ummah, has an opportunity to also regain deterrence and not be in any way prone to the enslavement and surrender. And this could be realized as a result of the stance of this great performance of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the stance of the Iranian people in Iran. And of course, even if there are sacrifices, this is a huge result. It's a very significant achievement, because this is part of the jihad in the name of God Almighty. It's struggle in the name of God Almighty, but we know that there are sacrifices, and it is within that framework, within the framework of sacrificing and fighting in the name of God Almighty, and this is all in the name of God, and these are fruitful sacrifices. They are not in vain, and it would come as in the Holy Quran, the holy verse, do not be weak as you come and face those enemies, because if you are hurting, they are hurting as well. But you pray to God, and you pray and ask of God what they do not ask, and God Almighty is great and giving. And this is the equation that God Almighty has given us in the Holy Quran, that we as a Muslim nation, as a Muslim Ummah, does not accept that it is in harm, all forms of harm and suffering, all this suffering, this would not be alone. It is not the only side that is suffering. It is the enemy that continues to violate rights, to violate and occupy and destroy and kill, and to try to achieve everything to its interest without any reaction, without anything, any punishment or any sort of confrontation, that where they would also experience loss, where they would also experience also the certain harm, because this equation that God Almighty gave us showed us that we can also deter and harm the enemy as they are harming us, but also to make us in a state where we are facing the enemy, not in a state of surrender, not in a state of defeat, or in a state where we accept this hegemony or we accept this aggression. This is a state and a stance that would give us support from God Almighty. God promised us support. He promised us victory if we do confront, if any enemy comes to target our Muslim nation, that therefore we confront this enemy, we can see results, we can see fruitful sacrifices, we can see a face-off and a punishment of its crimes. And this is in the name of God Almighty. But we need to be serious. We need to be firm in confronting them. We need to be steadfast as well. And God Almighty has said, do not be weakened. Do not feel that you are weakened. You are the ones who need to go and strike them, follow them, chase them, kill them. Do not be in a nation that allows the enemies to enter as they wish and do as they wish. No, do not allow it and give it the chance and the opportunity to come and violate your land, to violate your sanctity, to violate your dignity. And this is what God Almighty says, that God Almighty was wise and knowledgeable. He knew very well that if you are steadfast and that if you stand unweakened and that you are firm in this stance, that he would allow you to be more significant in your performance and more influential in your performance and effective as well, because this would push the evil of these enemies away from you and push their crimes away from you and stop them from committing crimes against you. And this is what is important now in the current battle. This is a war, this is a face-off from the resistance front, all the fronts of the resistance working together. This is a marvelous and great image that we are seeing. This is in line with the wisdom of the Quran, with the lessons of the Quran, with righteousness of the Quran as well, and righteousness as a whole. And this is what the nation of Islam needs to be about. This is what the Al-Ummah of Islam needs to be about. This is the righteous stance to work on all fronts, on all levels, in various forms of resistance. And when the sons of this nation, we can see how they would have more motive. All the sons of this nation would look at this front, but if they all move together, they would see that this enemy that is a danger to all of us, to all the nation. Had all the Arab countries and Muslim countries worked together, shoulder to shoulder, side by side, in this front of jihad, in this front of resistance, then all of the Muslim nation would be one single united front in the face of the kafir, of the infidels, of the aggressors, those who are targeting the Muslim Ummah as a whole. How would the image be? What would the bigger picture be? What would the impact and the effectiveness be of this front? It is quite clear. We know that there is a problem for this nation. Unfortunately, this is a nation of treason. It has all the potential, all the capabilities to be able to begin this movement and take the right action and the righteous stance and even the practices. However, this is only them shying away from their responsibility, the fact that they do not have the correct objective, which is based on God's teachings and God's acceptance and deeds as well. For the first time, the confrontation with the Israeli enemy and the U.S. enemy in this region, it is the first time that it is that effective. The strength of the position, as well as the heavy strikes and effective strikes of targeting the U.S. bases, the military U.S. bases, the U.S. interests in the region, the strikes of the Israeli military bases, the bases and barracks in the occupied Palestinian territory. This should have been a manner or an opportunity for a Muslim Ummah to invest in this, to take advantage of this, exploit it and use it. Use this strength, use this firm stance and steadfastness. This is an opportunity for all the nation to move, to also make sure that they can work together as a united front in the face of the Israeli enemy and with their U.S. partners, because there is an aggression. There is clear criminal aggression launched against this nation. This is an oppression, an injustice. And this is why we have the right. It is a righteous stance to face this aggression that has come from the enemies. This is a legitimate right for the Muslim Ummah, and it also is in line with the teachings of the Quran. And this is where we would get the good deeds and fruit of God's acceptance. And this is where they fight together as one single body. They in line with each other. They are with one heart, with one united heart and mind. This is what the nation needs to do. This is what the Muslim Ummah needs to do, that we need to fight together as one in the face of the U.S. and Israel and their projects, the Zionist project. This is an issue that does not need explanation. There is no doubt. There are no explanations or details into this. We can see the alliance. We can see how the U.S. and the Israelis, are against a just cause, and our cause is a just cause. And of course, they are in a state of aggression. They are in a state of evil that goes against all of human societies, and not only this region. And there is a record of crimes, and their main objective is that of a devilish, satanic objective that targets not only Islam and the Muslim world and Arab world, they target all of humanity. And so this stands the endeavor of the Resistance Front is in line with the teachings of God Almighty and what the nation needs to be doing, what it needs to be taking. We can see that this is an issue that we need to honor, that we need to salute and praise, and it should acquire support as well, and backing and funding when we see that all of the people of the Muslim Ummah have seen this example, and this is quite exemplary when we see the level of how it has even unified the nation in light of the righteous stance within this legitimate right to fight. God Almighty has said in the Holy Quran that He has asked you to fight in the name of God Almighty. Who is He talking to? Who is He addressing? He is addressing His prophet, the final messenger, Muhammad, peace be upon him and his family, who is our teacher. He is our idol. He is the main example, where God Almighty has said that He is an example for you, and He is someone that you need to follow the example of. Fight in the name of God Almighty, and we will not force you to do something that you cannot do, but incite the Muslims, incite the followers to fight, and the faithful, incite them to fight. But God Almighty is capable. He is the one who is able to face with you and destroy and defeat the arrogance and the tyranny and the oppression of the enemies. And so what targets us in the beginning as Muslims before anyone else, and what is actually enforcing this enmity and has also declared this enmity, are the Jews. And this is based on the Quran and what God Almighty has also stressed, that He is knowledgeable of all His faithful, and He also has said that He is the most knowledgeable. What is it that realizes for this nation deterrence, and also to acquire the support and backing from God Almighty? And this is the call that God Almighty gave to this blessed call and demand, calling on Prophet Muhammad to fight in the name of God Almighty. That was the duty of Prophet Muhammad. And that is the method in order to allow us to face and deter the enemies. But we also were promised that God Almighty will intervene. This would allow us or give us the intervention from God Almighty and to give us victory, therefore, divine victory from God Almighty. Why doesn't the Muslim nation take this as an example? Prophet Muhammad, God Almighty, with His Holy Quran, has given us and drawn for us the keys of victory and the keys of being able to deter the enemy, to stop them from fighting us, to stop them from launching aggressions and their crimes. This is the righteous path that is we see through the Holy Quran that would allow the nation to be able to have the support of God Almighty, that God is with us, that if God is with us, no one can defeat us, and that if God would Almighty, with His divinity, also in His support, He would be able to deter the enemies and stop them from committing more crimes and stop their tyranny and their aggressions. That if there was another way, then God Almighty would have used other terms. God Almighty would have given Prophet Muhammad the other keys or other means, but the only means that He said is fight, to stop the enemies. The Islamic nation is the target as a whole. Primarily it is the target, but what is at the forefront of this target are the Arabs. Since the day of the occupation of Palestine until today, the Israeli enemy has constantly launched aggressions against the Arabs, and its stated objective is to take control of the Arab world. And they are enemies of Islam. They are enemies of the Prophet of Islam. They are the enemies of the holy sites of Islam, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, all the holy sites, all the mosques. They are the main primary source of evil for all of the region, for all our countries, all the peoples of this region need to face this. And of course, the partnership of the U.S., this could not have been possible without the partnership of the U.S. and full support of the U.S., and they are part and parcel of this crime. They are partners in this crime. They give all support to the Israeli enemy. They give all levels of partnership and support and coordination. And this is quite clear. There is unconditional support to Israel. And one good thing for the nation, and the responsibility of this nation is clear in confronting this enemy, in also taking serious steps and actions. God Almighty has said, Satan is your enemy, but take him as your enemy. And this is where God Almighty has promised. Through the Holy Quran, he said, the most enemies, the most brutal enemies against you will be the Jews, today's Zionists, and they are the ones that have more animosity towards the Arabs and Muslims in all levels, at all fronts, at all times, and everything that they commit, all the crimes that they have committed in the last 2 years against Gaza, and before that, since the occupation of Palestine until today. And their crimes against the nation, especially the Arabs, against Lebanon, against Syria, against Jordan, against Egypt, against the people of the region in general. This shows the level of enmity that they have against this nation, its culture, its beliefs, its convictions, and everything that they have practiced shows and proves that they are the enemies of this nation. And this is why we need to be aware of this. We need to have full understanding and be educated on the Zionist enemy, and that our countries, our people, our region cannot have full stability or security or peace and other so-called slogans that they use with the existence of this entity and the occupation of Palestine, this regime and its occupation of Palestine, where they begin and launch their crimes and their aggressions and their so-called Zionist project against the region. It is impossible to have peace with this Zionist enemy, because they are the source of evil at all levels. Their projects, their plans, their objectives, every single reality and every single step is based on their objective of being enemies against us, of aggressions against us, and all their hateful and despising of the rest of the world. And of course, the situation where we see, unfortunately, silence, shying away from responsibility from those countries in our region, is something that leads it to launch more aggressions. And this forces us to say that it is conclusive, that we need to confront this enemy. And they, of course, are stressing that they will continue with their project, with their aggressive project. And of course, there is a righteousness for the path of the resistance, and unfortunately there are certain regimes that have different positions, and of course they have different opinions, and they say that the right path is to normalize ties with the Zionist regime and to also deceive the people of the region, and to say that even the principles that are known by everyone, that are most significant and clear principles and givens that are well known, whether in the Holy Quran, the culture and education and conviction and beliefs of the religion of the people, of the region, and even at the level of humane instinct and nature. This requires that we face this Zionist enemy and the project of the Zionists, which is targeting, of course, the entire region. We're also talking about the significance of the path to face this and fight in the name of God Almighty and jihad. But of course, he said, he also warned, God Almighty warned of any loyalty to these enemies. And of course, we're talking about what the enemies and what the Arabs or the Muslims are doing. Should the loyalty lie for the Israeli enemy and its partner, the U.S., which is its partner in everything, or with its people, with its fighters, with the free people of its region in order to face and confront this enemy, or to be loyal at least to the verses of the Quran, to be loyal to the Prophet of Islam, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him and his family, to support and be loyal to its sanctities, to its holy sites, to its dignity, to its nobility, to its also sanctities, its treasures, its resources, its countries, its people. Who should they be loyal to? Who should this nation be loyal to? It is quite clear. The righteous position is where it is quite clear where our loyalties lie. But the problem is also with the continuous practices and the campaigns, the media campaigns, which the nation, which is taking the nation to another path. And this is a huge complex problem, because to an extent that some of the sons of this nation, of the Muslim, Arab, and Muslim worlds, they might change their stances because they do not understand. The lies reach to a very, very high state to make them believe otherwise or the opposite of the truth. And when we see that there's an aggression against a Muslim country from an enemy that is an enemy of those regimes, and like God Almighty has said, that those infidels are fighting them, but God Almighty also wants you to fight them together. He wants you all to fight. He wants you all to cooperate. He wants you all to face that common enemy that is a danger to all of you, that is targeting you all and all your countries. And as the enemy tries to divide the battlefield and divide the front, they're going from one country to another, from one people to another. And at the same time, they're also trying to realize alliances that would support them in order to realize their objectives, which is a danger to everyone and a threat to the entire region. And this is why the Ummah, the Muslim Ummah, needs to listen to the verses of the Quran, to God's words of the Quran, to God's teachings, to God's guidance, which has all the need to allow us to be guided and take the right path, to do what is for your interest, what is for your benefit. Because God Almighty does not need our fight. He doesn't need us to fight for Him. He doesn't need us to do anything for Him. God is in no need of any endeavor and efforts from us. This is to fight for ourselves and defend ourselves. And these are this is common knowledge. This has become common knowledge, and also an issue which is only logical. We, as Yemeni people, our position was correct. Our position was clear from the beginning of the confrontation. And the hand, which we said in the past, previous speeches, we said our fingers on the trigger has actually begun launching rockets and UAVs with joint operations with the front of resistance against the Zionist criminal enemy. And we have always said that we begin from these principles that we spoke about that are quite clear. Who is our brothers? Who are our brothers? Who we have this brotherly ties based on Islam, based on a righteous cause, based on this cause that unites us together in the face of a clear enemy that is a common enemy for all of us, an enemy for our people, for all the region, and all the people of the region as well. This is an enemy that is tyrant and oppressor, and is an oppressor, is a killer, is a criminal. And they clearly have this Zionist project that targets everyone. And they speak about this every single day. On a daily basis, they say they want to change the Middle East. He said, we are changing the Middle East. All the countries of this region, we are part of this region. We will not stand idly by. We will not shy away from our duties. We will not allow them to achieve what they want to achieve. We will not put this burden on the rest of the region, the rest of our brothers, as we do nothing. No, we will fight together. We are the Yemen of wisdom. We are Yemen with a historic stance in the nation. We are from the beginning of Islam until today, from the forefathers of Islam until today. This is why we cannot be absent from this front, from this battle, in light of the current dangers against us as Muslims on all levels. And this is a danger by all meaning of the word. This is a threat, and it is our duty, our Islamic duty. And also we call upon all the Muslim people, for the sake of the sanctities and for the sake of Islam, to face and deter this enemy, and to stop them from committing more crimes, to stop them from launching their aggressions. They are oppressors, they are tyrants. The position from the Zionist enemy and their partner, the US, is more wise, is the wise position. With all the enmities in the region, all the problems, all the complexities, all the divisions, the most pure of positions is that you fight the Israeli enemy. Fight the Israeli enemy. This is the correct path. With this position, there's nothing that would question this position. Nothing would question this path. This is a clear enemy that we all need to face. They are a genuine threat against all the Muslim nation, and it is the entire nation that is required and has a responsibility and a duty to face this enemy, an enemy of Islam, an enemy of our Prophet, an enemy of the Quran and our holy sites. And so it is the entire nation that needs to take this path. They need to take action. They need to stop it, or else they will not be spared. And they should not care about all those lies, all those mouthpieces for the Zionist enemy that attempts to even distort and change and divert your position and your understanding of things. We are taking an action, and this is the natural way to do it, and this is the logical way for us, because we are protecting Islam. And this is in the essence and depth of righteousness. And this is for the interest of all the region, of our people, of our country. And this is an enemy that has declared its enmity. Every single Muslim people in every geography, in every area, in every country, in our Islam, they are targeting us in our own religion, our Islam. This enemy has said that their enemies are Muslims. They want to end this freedom of conviction, our freedom of faith that we have. They want the people, all humans actually, to be their slaves, and only to be able to torture them, inflict suffering upon them, and exploit them, and use and do whatever they want, what they will with them. And they, of course, want to enforce this enmity upon us with everything that they ask. They do not have any atom except of enmity. Everything that they do is all just evil and enmity. And we will not enter into things that do not belong to us, that we have nothing to do with. No, this has definitely everything to do with us. The Zionist Jews have attempted, with the Americans with them, through their spies and their collaborators, to try to distort and defame the image of the resistance bloc. There is a huge campaign in the media on all levels, and there is even also an attempt in social media in various different ways, and to try to, first of all, defame and distort the image of the Islamic Republic of Iran, this confrontation, even beyond the confrontation, always trying to use it, and even use the same type of campaign against the rest of the fronts as well. They're using all the mouthpieces of the Zionists, where we see their ugly sounds and their false fabrications, their false so-called testimonies. This is Israeli, Zionist, U.S. campaigns. They want to try to change the position of the world towards the Islamic Republic of Iran. For example, how do they describe the response, the retaliation of the Islamic Republic of Iran facing the aggression where Iran targeted the U.S. bases and U.S. interests in the region? They, of course, the enemies, targeted Iran, committed all forms of crimes, targeted the people of Iran, killed women and children, destroyed its facilities, whether the civilians' facilities. The Iranian response and retaliation was a legitimate retaliation, and it is the right of Iran to face this aggression by launching all U.S. bases and all sides and all areas where these strikes are launched towards it and are used to launch strikes against Iran. How do they describe this every day on their media, their political stances? They say the Iranian aggression on the region and the countries of the region. This is how they describe it. This is how they describe the legitimate retaliation from Iran. And they also try to defame, of course, other stances in the region. They're saying that they are dragging their countries into something that does not belong to them or that does not concern them. Like, for example, when you face the Israelis, who is your enemy, is the enemy of your faith, of Islam, of your holy sites, who is also targeting you and occupying your country, your Arab country, and their project is clearly part of that confrontation, of that aggression. They are using soft and hard war against you. When you're doing something that does not concern you, this is what they are saying. This is what some of them are saying. And this is what they said in Gaza of Palestine. They would defame and distort the position of the fighters of the Palestinian resistance, that they are serving Iran's agenda as if Palestine is not their cause, as if Gaza is not their cause, as if the Al-Aqsa Mosque and Al-Quds are not their cause, and that all the aggressions that have struck the Palestinian people, whether killing, destruction, imprisonment, the crimes committed against the prisoners, the demolishing of homes, the confiscation of territory, all forms of aggressions and crimes committed against Palestinians, as if all of this is not a cause, is not a reason to fight, as if the Palestinians are people who are doing something that does not concern them. This is what they are trying to portray. This is what they are trying to create and manufacture, but that the people should form one single battle. They don't want the people to have be together and united. And so facing the Palestinians, facing the Palestinians facing the Israelis, and all the nation facing the Israelis, that they want to try to also say that this is a cause, that this is basically a Jewish area, and they're trying to say that the Arabs do not have a cause, as if what the Israelis are doing by targeting them, targeting their holy sites, occupying their territory, killing them, that even the countries that are, the people that are being killed by the Israelis, they're being targeted not only by killing, but also occupying their territory, confiscating territory and resources, dishonoring and also violating dignity of the humans, and all forms of killing and crimes committed. They want to try to tell them that this is not a cause for you Arabs. They're saying that Arabs are simple. They're simple-minded. And this is quite ridiculous that Arabs, some Arab regimes, have taken this mindset and used it, trying to say that what the enemy is doing against them does not concern them. It is the Zionists who shout death to the Arabs, occupy the lands of the Arabs, violate the sanctity of the Arabs, commit genocides against the Arabs, and everything that they have done, all the criminality that they have committed against the Arabs. How could this not concern us? Palestine concerns us. Every single Islamic country that is targeted, it concerns us. This is what Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him and his family, tells us, that whoever rises in the morning and does not care about and is not concerned about the issues of Muslims is not a Muslim. And those, when we hear someone who calls out, "Dear Muslims, where are you?" and we do not listen to their call, we do not hear their call, then therefore we are not Muslim. How could this not concern us? This is an enemy of all of us. How could this not be our cause and our concern? God Almighty has asked us to be concerned about this. God Almighty has ordered us, if we are faithful, dear people who are faithful, O faithful. This, not for those who are traitors, not those who are pretentious, not those who are not in a state of faith or allowing the enemies to enter. No, we are loyal to God Almighty, and God Almighty has also signified and designated to us what concerns us and what should not concern us. It is our dignity that should concern us. It is Islam that should concern us. And it is all of the nation, the Islamic nation, the Muslim Ummah, and its holy sites should be a concern of ours. It is Palestine that is important to us, because this is an enemy that launches its projects, its aggressive projects against all of us, and attempts to realize its projects against all of us and target us in any way. The enmity against it is important. It definitely is important to us and should concern us. This is why we say the Israeli enemy from the beginning has targeted the Arabs, occupied Arab territory. From the beginning, they used to say the slogan, "Death to Arabs." They used to say Greater Israel is on Arab territory, and they target Arab territory. Targeting and implementation, realization of the Israeli project is also a targeting of the Arab nation. And so all our people need to be aware and need to understand well that this campaign against every movement or action that with all honesty and credibility fights based on that concern for the Islamic nation, and with actual practical measures and actions. Our nation is targeted on its military and its civilian sites with the Israelis, the Americans, and their partners as well, all forms of targeting. We see this in all the phases, in the past phases in history of this regime, and they're very important realities that we need to be aware of, we need to understand. Primarily the contradictions that we see in the logic of the mouthpieces of the Zionists and those who are loyal to US and Israel, those who are a part of the Zionism actually, and one of them is treason. You can see the treason of this nation, unfortunately, in some of these regimes. They are traitors not only to Islam, but also to the Prophet of Islam. And what they used to also say in the last few years, for example, there were certain proposals given from regimes, from media as well, the Arab media, and with them also the fact that they have reached a state of supporting takfiri terrorists and those groups where they used to use the questioning of the credibility of the Iranian position. They always said Iran is not serious in its support of the Palestinian cause. It is not truthful in its, or honest in its support of the Palestinian cause and its face-off of Israel and the U.S. They used to question this credibility and this honesty. They had, in an indirect way, said that this is the righteous cause. But it's not Iran that's taking the correct stance, because it did not confront the U.S. directly or Israel directly, and the U.S. and Israel will not also confront and launch an aggression against Iran, a military aggression and so on. They used to question this issue in other fronts as well. They used to question Hezbollah's stance. Although Hezbollah is the most pure, a very pure example and is unprecedented in all the forms of resistance in the face of the Israeli regime, but they still question the stance of Hezbollah. But sometimes they even launch accusations that are ridiculous and foolish. They even accuse Iran and Hezbollah of being spies and agents for the U.S. and Israel. This foolish campaign that is baseless, and it was clear, of course, that it was baseless. Also, we see the developments, and we were able to see who is honest and who is not honest, who is honest in their willingness and readiness to face this aggression, to face this arrogant tyrants. We were able to see the liars, who are the liars and who are the truthful and honest people. And after this, we cannot question any stance, and it is quite clear, the division is quite clear, everything is as clear as the light of day. After this, when they lost this campaign, they lost this claim, they come and they start ridiculing the stance, and they support the Americans and the Israelis in the crimes that they are committing. Even when the criminals, our enemies, strike and kill the leaders of the resistance and the martyrdom, they ridicule the martyrdom of the leaders and all the sacrifices. They ridicule and mock all these sacrifices that are made by the fighters, whether in Lebanon, in Palestine, in Iran, in Yemen. What we are looking at is that they cannot question the honesty and the genuine honest stance of these countries and the resistance, but what they tried now is something else. They're trying to ridicule it. Before they said, why do you not fight the Israelis directly, face to face? They would ridicule our slogan. They would ridicule our call to say that Allahu Akbar, God is great. Down with Israel, down with the U.S., victory to Islam, death to the criminals. They tell us, if you are honest, fight. You want to fight with slogans? What will the slogan do for you? But then we see that this path was obvious, but when they saw that there was a confrontation, a heated battle, and we gave the highest level of sacrifices, and they were able to see with their own eyes the credibility of the stance of the resistance and the front of resistance. They now have become partners in the aggression. That on one side they try to ridicule the position, that this is the wrong position, and the other options of normalization of ties, option of using the lies of the Israelis and the enemies is important, but there are, of course, different types of partnership with the enemies, and also some of them are also partners with them in the intelligence, in politics, in economy, and different forms of partnership with the enemy. And this has shown and really sifted the nation, the people of this nation. And the people need to be aware of this. They need to see and be educated on this, because this is part of God's practices and God's way of really differentiating and showing who is the true liar and who is the honest fighter, to know who is the pure at heart and who is the evildoer, who is honest and who is actually lying even before them. Those in the past, in history, God Almighty has always tried and shown clearly the difference between the liar and the honest person. God Almighty has said in the Holy Quran that, do they think that they will not be uncovered? But you will know them from their faces. At one point he told Prophet Muhammad, he told him, you will know them from their faces. You know now from their logic, you know this will uncover them. And this will show them, will show their reality, their truth to the rest of the world. And God Almighty has said that He will give us suffering, a state of suffering, in order to show the reality to the world and show the truth and uncover everyone and the realities of everyone. We see how they are happy when there is a suffering of the resistance front, and at the same time they are sad whenever there is an achievement for the resistance front. As God Almighty said, God Almighty has said that if there is goodness for you, they will be sad, but if there is a suffering for you, they will be happy at this. But if there is suffering, of course, they say that, oh, we have seen how they are happy at this, and we know their loyalty, and we know where they are. And this is why our people, the people of this region, the people of the Muslim Ummah, need to take advantage, need to understand and take advantage and learn from this. And it is also time for the enemies as well, for the U.S. and Israel. Look at their commercials, look at their advertisements, how they were targeting their media and their campaigns. They were targeting the Iranian people. They were saying, we're not targeting the Iranian people. We're only targeting the government of Iran. Although these sanctions, the blockade, and all forms of conspiracies were actually targeting the people. But in this aggression, what are they doing? They are targeting militarily, with their bombs, with their rockets, the Iranian people in all their life issues, and to prove, they are proving themselves that their war is against the Iranian people. They're targeting residential buildings, they're killing the Iranian civilians, they're killing the women. And they were trying to raise the slogan of freedom of women, liberty of women, and of course to use this as South sedition within Iran. And now we see them killing hundreds of Iranian Muslim women. They're killing the children. They killed hundreds of children. They're killing the elderly. They're killing the young. They're killing the men and the women. At the same time, they're also targeting all the facilities, the civilian facilities, the governmental institutions that are necessary, that are needed by the people, that are at the service. And for the people's service, they're targeting universities to show that they are the enemies of civilization. They do not want any civilization that could rise as a Muslim nation. They are the enemies of knowledge. They are the enemies of advancement. They are targeting students of universities, professors of universities, even targeting elementary schools, killed the women and the young girls, little boys. They are targeting everyone, and this is why they are trying to say that they are the enemies of the people. The aggression against Lebanon has not stopped either, even after the ceasefire, of course, for 15 months. After the agreement with Lebanon, with a so-called guarantee of the mediators, the aggression continued. And Hezbollah took action at a certain point. This is a correct stance. This is the right position, the right time to make use of the great firepower of the Islamic Republic of Iran. This means that their position is correct, that taking action at this point is 100% accurate. And whoever comes to blame them, to try to incite people against them, to incite the government against them, but it's quite clear. The enemy of Israel is an enemy of Lebanon. They are a threat to Lebanon. They are occupying Lebanon. And they have, of course, posed a great threat against Lebanon for a very long period of time, and they have not heeded any agreement or any ceasefire. This is why we see the effectiveness and the high performance of the fighters of Hezbollah in deterring this enemy and facing and confronting this enemy in this very qualitative and effective operations, military operations, and in the high level of the firepower, also the performance of this resistance in quantity and in quality. This has led to the huge loss of the Israelis and the fact that the Israelis are in a state of misery as a result of the inability to face these actions. The Americans are still stealing the resources. They're stealing the Iraqi resources, the Iraqi petrol. They're taking most of the income, the revenues, and they are not allowing this money to reach the Iraqi people, and to the extent that they even have vetoed the name of a prime minister, or the election designation of a prime minister in Iraq. And they are also, of course, monitoring and creating more sedition. There's conspiracies on a daily basis, daily plots against the people of Iraq. But when the free people of Iraq, the fighters of Iraq, the tier fighters of the resistance in Iraq, the Americans would try to incite the government against them, or others in Iraq against them, to put pressure in order to stop their project, to stop their operations. But they continue to exploit and violate the territory and the airspace of Iraq and intervene in internal foreign affairs of Iraq. They have also committed crimes against Iraq as well. In Yemen also, it is the U.S. that is behind all the suffering of Yemen and the Yemeni people, along with it the UK and Israel. Their projects against the Yemeni people, they're targeting, of course, all of the nation. Their evil will continue until this nation takes action and once more puts the cause of the Palestinian cause as a primary cause. And this is why the Palestinian cause needs to be a primary, also priority, and all the steps that go with it, and to face the aggressive actions and steps of the Israeli enemy to try to end the Palestinian cause. Some of the very significant developments targeting the Al-Aqsa Mosque, shutting down the Al-Aqsa Mosque from the end of the holy month of Ramadan. For more than 1 month, it was completely closed to worshippers. This is a very dangerous policy of the Israelis, where they try to, of course, with collective punishment, to try to reach their objective by destroying the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And so there is a clear motive behind this. This is a huge crime. But God Almighty has also taught us about this crime by saying that those who prohibit worshippers to go and pray in his house, the house of worship in the mosques, are only those who are fearful of you, because they are in despair, they are humiliated in this life, and they will have punishment in the afterlife. And so this is a crime. This is a crime in Islam. And this is one of the most holy worships in Islam. But this is not a law, but a so-called policy to execute the prisoners, in the Palestinian prisoners that are being tortured in Israeli jails. Some of them were martyred as a result of the continuous crimes and torture against them. This is a crime where we need to see that there is action and steps being taken to stop it, because this violates all international and religious laws. And they, of course, have, after taking this ratified, they have celebrated actually by drinking wine after they have ratified this so-called law, this criminal action in a very criminal celebration. They celebrate crime, they celebrate killing. The Israeli enemy continues to commit crimes of killing, crimes in Gaza by killing, destruction, by sanctions, by also completely demolishing residential buildings in the West Bank as well. They are committing all forms of crimes and violations. And this is why they are trying to take full control of all of Palestine. This is why the responsibility, the duty of the nation, based on its blessed duty, need to take action. What the resistance faction, the resistance front is doing in the face of these Israeli and U.S. partners is very significant, to try to unify the people in light of this holy cause, but not to fall in the trap of the enemies to try to criminalize even partnership and cooperation. Cooperation with among the nation is something that should be blessed, that should be lauded and not criminalized. This is why they are launching all forms of campaigns to call it even treason, and to say all of these lies, that they have become to a state where being at the service of the Israeli enemy becomes something that is lauded. The treason, as they continue to give services to the Israeli enemy and support the Israeli enemy, whether individually or with their cooperation as well. But the nation needs to take action, because God Almighty has promised that there is a result to this endeavor, to action, but a lot of people do not know how honest God Almighty is. And God Almighty said that it is my duty, it is a right of God Almighty to give support and to intervene in supporting the fighters. And God Almighty has also promised that they will end this regime. The people of Yemen will continue in their fight, in their struggle, based on faith, based on their Quranic campaign, their Quranic project, in order to begin with more effectiveness, to show the level of faithful stance. We will hold summer activities for the youth as well, to raise their education, to raise awareness, and this is a true, fruitful issue, as well as mobilization of more fighters. And this is an issue that we need to also work on more profoundly. The military operations in support and cooperation with the rest of the resistance front and the resistance alliance will continue as well. The protests as well on a weekly basis will continue, and one of the most significant activities that I believe our people need to understand is part and parcel of their fight and of their struggle. It is extremely crucial, and this is why I call upon our people, the dear people of Yemen, to understand the significance of coming out in the millions tomorrow, on Friday, God willing, in large protests in Sana'a, the capital, and other provinces as well. This is a very significant issue and a very significant timing, and in light of this, of course, awakening, this faithful awakening and the support and struggle of our people in the face of the Zionist project, which targets the entire nation. We pray that may God Almighty give us and allow us, give us the fruit of our deeds. May He have mercy on our martyrs. May He give quick healing of our wounded. May He give us His victory. May He hear our prayers. I hope and I aspire that the protest tomorrow in Sana'a and other areas would be a very large gathering of protesters, as we have seen in the past confrontations and past rounds and the past history of these protests and these demonstrations, that all those people come out and take part in this, and they should understand that this is an issue that would also put terror in the hearts of the enemies. Peace be upon you.
کسی آسیب ندیده؟
پلاکشو میدونی خانم؟
جانبازیه پلاکش جانبازیه.
ببینم این خانومه رو میشناسی؟
کوشش آره مادرمه. خب این همراهش کی بود؟ مادرمه.
اینجا یکی از محلاتیه که روز گذشته مورد حملات هوایی قرار گرفته و گروه امدادی دیروز پیکر شهدا و مجروحین تخلیه کردن. بعد از این کارهای اولیه گروه های مختلف میان برای پاکسازی محل و تثبیت اون موقعیت برای اینکه خطرات احتمالی به حداقل برسه، یعنی اون آوار برداری بشه و دیگه آسیب ایجاد نکنه برای بعد از حادثه. اومدیم به سری بزنیم به یکی از این نقاط نزدیک میدان انقلاب در تهران که روز گذشته در 4مین روز جنگ تقریبا 1 ساعت قبل از افطار مورد حمله هوایی خیلی شدیدی قرار گرفت. اصلا جالبه که این کاورایی که من دیدم تنها این بچه ها هستش برای یه گروه در واقع خیریه است که در واقع از گروه های مرسوم مثل آتش نشانی امداد و نجات نیستن. باشون میرم صحبت بکنم ببینم که از کجا اومدن، کارشون چیه.
ما هلوش 50-60 نفریم که از دیروز صبح اومدیم تهران. دیروز بعد از ظهر رفتیم ترکمنستان، اونجا مغازه بود که بنده خدا مدارکش که داخل مغازه زیر آوار بود، بچه ها کمک کردن مدارکش رو پیدا کنن، کلی دلداری دادن، ایستگاه صلواتی زدیم، مردم می اومدن باشون صحبت میکردن که آقا این شرایط سخت تمام خواهد شد و این امیدواری خیلی الان مهمه. خیلی مردم رنج دیدن بعضیاشون و اومدیم نشون بدیم که به ما گفتن که تو خیابون نمونید. ما اومدیم اتفاقا تو خیابون تو جای خطر که نشون بدیم که با همدلی و یکی بودن همه با هم میتونیم این شرایط سخت رو بگذرونیم و انشالله به گشایش‌های زیادی برسیم. بچه‌ها اکثرا 14 ساله و 15 ساله و از مدرسه راهنمایی یاوران ولایت و خادمان و معوی‌های قم اومدن.
بعد خانواده ها چجوری اجازه دادن؟
خودم من استادشونم، با تک تک خانواده‌شون من موظف بودم که رضایت بگیرم. یکی از بچه‌مون هست مادرش زنگ زدم بهش، مادرش به من گفت که ببین مراقب بچه‌های دیگه باش، مراقب بچه من نباش، این همه آدم رفتم فدای انقلاب اینم روش. گفت با خیال راحت ببر. اصلا پیام تشکرم دادن که دمت گرم که اینا رو تو این وضعیت میبری و خیلی خانواده همراه. تو شرایط سخت ملت ایران نشون داده که یه جوری یه رأی غیرتی بلند میشه از همه که همه با هم یکی میشن و همه چی رو میگذرونن. همونی که نمیذاره تا سر کوچه بعضی موقع این بچه بره میگه ببرش زیر انفجار. از اتفاقی هم افتاد. بچه منم با بچه 14 ماهه رهبری چه فرق میکنه؟ اینم مثل اون. چرا ما فرق داشته باشیم مثل هم؟ وقتی اون بچهش میره کنارش بذار بچه ما هم بره، اشکالی نداره.
الان همه تیمتون اینجا هستن یا نه جاهای دیگه هم هستن؟
فعلا یه تیم اینجا داریم، یه تیم هم بزرگترها هستن که امنیت بازار رو تامین میکنن. اونجا سپرده شده، یه تیم اونجا و مردم کسبه هستن. خب بالاخره الان مثلا اوضاع خوب نیست، ممکنه اتفاقی بیفته. اونا شبا گشت میزنن، امنیت رو دارن که اموال مردم اتفاقی براش نیفته.
چند سالته؟
19 سالم.
کجا اومدی؟
از خب با اصول ملی.
چه کارایی بکنی؟
من کار خدمات آواربرداری اگه کسی کمکی خواست مثلا حالش خوب نبود بهش امید بدیم آوار رو بیم برداریم شرط خیابون خالی کردیم دیگه آوار رو
واقعا توی این روزها از جنگ قبل تا امروز یکی از بهترین اتفاقایی که من دیدم و تجربه کردم و بهترین تیم‌هایی که دیدم این بچه‌ها واقعا شوکه شدم. مثلا قصه می‌خورم به روحیه‌شون و به عزم و اراده‌ای که دارن و انشالله این تکثیر بشه در ایران.
ما خب تو قم انقدر مثل تهران خرابی نداشتیم و انقدر درگیری نداشتیم. مردم قم هم خب در واقع خودشون کفاف اون شهر رو میدادن. ما تهران مسئله زیاده. با بچه‌ها هماهنگ کردیم، صحبت کردیم بیایم یکی از مسائل تهران رو برداریم. ما الان این کاری که بچه‌ها میکنه هرمش میگیم قبارروبی. یعنی چی؟ ما بهش نمیگیم آواربرداری. میگیم جاهایی که دشمن زده یعنی جاهای مهمی، جاهای اثرگذاری توی جبهه حق بوده. خصوصا اینکه مدفن و محل شهادت آدم‌های مختلفی رو. مثلا ما الان با بچه‌ها پیاده‌روها و ساختمان‌ها رو قبارروبی مزار یا محل شهادت شهدا گذاشتیم برنامه.
الان کجا ساکن هستین؟ یعنی سکونتتون شبا کجاست؟ کجا استراحت می‌کنید؟
ما اومدیم دیگه. حالا یکی پیدا شده گفت آقا من مسجد دارم می‌دونم هماهنگ کنم. یکی دیگه گفت آقا من حسینیه دارم میتونم هماهنگ کنم.
کی رسیدین تهران؟
3 روز الان تمام وقت تهران.
یعنی الان تو این شب گذشته جاهای مختلف داشتیم؟
بله. جای مختلف داشتیم. خود مردم مثلا امروز یکی از مردم اومده گفت آقا ما حسینیه‌مون هست میتونم برای شما شام و نهارم هماهنگ بکنم، نمیدونم پذیرایی افطارم هماهنگ بکنم. میایید اونجا؟ حالا امشب مهمون اونم.
توی میدون انقلاب هستیم و داریم با بچه‌هایی که برای امداد رسانی از شهر قم اومدن اینجا ترک می‌کنیم بریم به سمت خزانه فلا که مسجد ابوذر هست و قرار از این بچه‌ها پذیرایی کنه برای افطار و اسکان امشب. آره آقا اینجا جام باز شدن توی مسجد. آره. و از مسجدهای خیلی قدیمی و پایکار منطقه خزانه فلاحه. بعد اینجا خزانه فلاح یکی از محله هاییه که من خودم اینجا به دنیا اومدم. تقریبا همه کوچه های این محله بدون استثنا شهید داره. همشون بدون استثنا. اینجا حسینیه بیت الحسین توی جنوب شهر تهران توی منطقه خزانه فلاح یه حسینیه نقلی کوچیک و اینجا آشپزخونه کوچیکشه. دوستایی که متوجه شدن بچه‌ها اومده بودن و دارن کار میکنن جایی ندارن اسلامی ندارن دعوت کردن و براشون با همه اون امکاناتی که دارن با حداقل امکانی که وجود تو خود حسینیه و کمک اهالی محل افطار و شام بچه‌ها رو دارن آماده میکنن که این بچه‌ها خستگیشون رو در بکنن اینجا. این نشون میده که چقدر هر کدوم از ماها تو هر جایی که هستیم میتونیم یه گوشه کار رو بگیریم و چقدر این کارها برکت داره و چقدر میتونه موثر باشه. من یواش یواش که تو شهر دارم میچرخم دارم اتفاقای عجیب و غریبی میبینم، یعنی شاید چیزایی که تو رسانه ها خیلی گفته نشه، خیلی به چشم نیاد. الان اخبار بیشتر رو مسائل نظامی و سیاسی و جنگ و ایناست، ولی به نظرم اون چیزی که این جنگ رو به ثمر میرسونه و به نصرت و پیروزی میرسونه این اتفاقاست. این اتفاقای به ظاهر کوچیک ولی روح بزرگی پشتشه. شما خودتون معرفی کنید.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. رب اشرح لی صدری و یسر لی امری واحلل عقدة من لسانی یفقهوا قولی.
من امیرعلی ارجمند هستم از قم.
من مهداد عزیزاللهی بزنی از اصفهان هستم که 14 سالمه.
ما اینجا به مردم خدمت کنیم، بریم خونه هاشون رو تمیز کنیم، اگه نمیتونن یه کمکی بهشون بدیم، مردم رو روحیه بدیم که ترسیدن، اگه ترسیدن بهشون روحیه بدیم هیچ اتفاقی نیفته، نابودش میکنیم اسرائیل.
تو این مدت البته ما هیچ کاری نکردیم، هر کاری که میشد اون کار خدا میکرد، ما فقط وسیله بودیم.
موقعی که حمله هوایی میشه خیلی چیزا خراب میشه، بعد آدم هر جا بره کار هست، یعنی یه لحظه نمیشه آدم بگه کار نبود بعد کار نکردم، هر جا اصلا نگاه میکردی کار بود، همه جا کار بود، یعنی میتونستی یه کمکی به مردم بکنی.
و همین حالا که ما داشتیم با موتور از خط میومدیم یه خونپاره تقریبا 5 متری ما خورد، قشنگ وامزی که موجش ما رو تکون داد، ولی ما هیچ یک ترکش هم نخوردیم و ما فقط وسیله داریم جبهه خودمون هیچ کاری ضعیفیم در مقابل این قدرت ها و اینا، فقط خداست که ما رو یاری میکنه.
قسم پیروز میشه، هر کسی که با خدا باشه و خدا رو داشته باشه قسم پیروز میشه.
Hello dear viewers and welcome to the rolling coverage of day 34 of the imposed US-Israeli war on Iran. I will give you a recap of what is happening, what has happened so far today, especially on the reprisal attacks or the operations by the IRGC, by the Iranian army. Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has launched another wave of retaliatory attacks targeting the US industrial facilities in the region. The new wave of missile and drone attacks hit the US steel factories in Abu Dhabi, the Rafale weapons manufacturing facilities and military shelters near the Bahraini capital, Manama. The IRGC also attacked the untouched sections of the US aluminium industries in Bahrain as well. The operation has left dozens of US Army personnel killed and injured. Now, the IRGC's Navy has warned that the more the war escalates, the more US related targets in the region will come under attack. We also had the spokesman of Iran's Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters saying that the United States and Israel have miscalculated an incomplete understanding of Iran's military capabilities. As you can see, they have operations after 34 days of the US Israeli-US imposed war. Now, the commander-in-chief of the Islamic Republic of Iran's army has also issued a directive to operational headquarters to precisely and closely monitor enemy movements. Major General Amir Hatami ordered that in case of a ground invasion, not a single enemy soldier should be allowed to survive. He is referring to the US President Donald Trump wanting to put boots on Iranian soil. He asked Operation Headquarters to implement counterattacks to the enemy's offensive. The general also emphasized that the shadow of war must be lifted from Iran. He warned that it is not acceptable for Iranians to live in insecurity while others live in safety, and stressed that security must exist for everyone. Now, to talk more on these revelations so far, I believe we have Ms. Elham Khodai with us. Ms. Khodai, there you are. Hi, Ms. Khodai. Welcome to Press TV. Now, let's begin with your thoughts on the US-Israeli imposed war in Iran, how they deceived everyone with the negotiations and attacked Iran again, the backlash after the leaders' martyrdom, and now, more than a month into the war, the Islamic Republic is still going strong.
Yes, hello. I'm Kat Khodai. Well, yes, this round, this time, this was the third time that the Americans were suggesting some sort of talks or negotiations with the Iranians, and this time around, Iranians were not fooled. We were not deceived by this kind of like temptation that they're putting forward, which is basically a way to, in a way, frame the situation in which Iran is the one that does not want peace, and it's the Americans, they are always stretching out a hand. But I think the world has had this chance to, you know, understand and experience what the Americans mean by peace and negotiations, because for 2 times, as you mentioned, we were in the middle of negotiations that we were attacked, and then last night we had Trump blatantly saying that he's going to take Iran back to the Stone Age. All this while this war began with this kind of approach, or this claim that the Americans and the Israelis are here to help the Iranian people. Now, throughout this war, they have been kind of like, in a way, zigzagging between threatening the Iranian people or claiming to be their savior, and only threatening to fight the Islamic Republic of Iran. And now anyone that's, anyone who knows Iran can understand that there is no distinction between the Islamic Republic and Iran. When you are attacking this country, you cannot just somehow use this rhetoric to justify your attacks on civilian infrastructure. Today, the Pasteur Institute in Tehran was one of the targets. Another bridge in Karaj area was also one of the targets. So you cannot be claiming to help Iran and then at the same time be bombing and also threatening them with such rhetoric. And I think the world is now much more learned in this field. We have seen American attacks on different countries, and we know what the consequence of that is. So I think Trump needs more than just these kind of speeches and social media posts to somehow get out of this quagmire that he has made for himself in the region.
And Ms. Kat Khodai, why is the US or Israel bombing the infrastructure, schools, universities, hospitals, medical centers?
Well, this is definitely part of their behavior, part of who they are. As I have said before many times, for 2.5 years, everyone in the world was witness to the genocide going on in Gaza. There they bombed everything. I mean, they have just wiped out some cities off the map of Gaza. They have bombed hospitals, they have killed journalists, they have killed even foreign aid workers. So it's not something that's new to them. It's their strategy. Part of it is to intimidate the people. Now, if you refer to the textbook definition of terrorism, terrorism is when you use violence in order to threaten people and intimidate people and politicians into making decisions that they would not otherwise have made. And this is actually what's happening here is terrorism. It's a form of terrorism. They're assassinating people And in their assassinations, first of all, they are not, you cannot call that targeted attacks, because they do assassinate the person thereafter, but they also assassinate their family members, their children, and also their neighbors who might not even know that they are neighbors to someone who is a target for the Israelis or the Americans. They also attack infrastructure because they are the enemies of the Iranian people. They want the Iranian people to turn against their government somehow, and to, maybe they are thinking that this will get them to their final goal, which is for Iran to, surrender to the Americans and to the Israelis. And this is something that, anyone who has a little bit of familiarity with the Iranian people knows that this will never happen. And the question for me is that for the Americans, all of these think tanks and all of those universities and research institutes that they have, all of the money and the budget they spend on studying and analyzing in different countries, different regions, that they still do not know who they are dealing with when they are threatening the Iranian people. And also this is, it's a lot of damage to Iran, it's a lot of damage to our country, and we are so saddened by the death of Iranian people. But as I said, this is making the Iranian nation much, much stronger, and this is not going to bring about any form of surrender from the Iranian side.
That's right, Mrs. Kakhodai. The reason I asked that question is because they claim the war is against the government, not the Iranian people, but this has not been the case. This is not what the Iranians are feeling or what they are saying.
Yes. And of course, this is not a valid distinction at all. As I said, you cannot distinguish between a people and their government and then bomb that country and claim that your bombs are going to only destroy governmental targets. It's something that's, practically not even possible.
That's right. And they started with killing school children, more than 100 school children on the very first day.
Yes,
and also they assassinated the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, as well. I want to ask you the question about the assassinations as well, because they thought that these assassinations, especially with the leader being assassinated, would bring down this Islamic establishment. But what happened?
Yes, as I said, they do not know a lot, it seems, about Iran, its people, and its political system. Now, Iran has a constitution, it has, separation of powers, it has different governmental bodies and organizations, institutions, and the path is clear for when you do not have a leader, when you do not have a president, or whatever kind of a political problem that rises. Yeah. So all of that is foreseen in Iranian constitution and in Iranian law. Of course, this was a big strike. This was devastating for the Iranian people, that the leader was assassinated in the middle of negotiations at a time where we were not at war with either Israel or the Americans. But still, it was like it had a kind of the opposite effect that the Americans and the Israelis intended. I believe that they made the biggest mistake by attacking the leader on the first day of this war. I think this put a kind of energy in the Iranian people, and as you would know, that from the first day we have Iranians on the streets each and every night, mourning the leader, supporting the government, and asking the government to retaliate against all these assassinations and all these attacks. And I think assassinating the leader on the very first day, because again, the Americans do not understand that the supreme leader in Iran, it's not only a position of power, it's a position that has a kind of for the people, it has a kind of a spiritual nature. The Iranian people in this country, they do not see the leader as just some form of politician who is ruling the country. There is a spiritual relationship, and they highly respected Ayatollah Khamenei. And when you strike him on the first day, you're going to bring the people, as we have seen, to the stage directly. And I think this is something that has surprised the Americans and the Israelis, and to a great degree, I think this is what has ruined all their plans and what they thought would happen, what they predicted would happen. And maybe their prediction was that the government was going to collapse in the first, in the first couple of days. But I think, and I'm not exaggerating. I'm not saying this because of my own ideological background, but I think this has even strengthened the relationship between the people and the government. In fact, I believe that this war is turning into, in a way, the rebirth of the Iranian nation.
That's right. As you said, it seems that they were surprised that by assassinating or killing the martyrdom of Sayyid Ali Khamenei, basically it further united the people of Iran, and is clearly seen, as you've seen, on the streets of Tehran and other major cities, on the squares, more than hundreds and hundreds for 34 straight days, so for more than a month.
Yes.
And also, talking about unity, Mrs. Katkhodai, we had the speech by the Yemeni leader, the Ansarullah leader, Abdul Malik al-Houthi, just earlier, about an hour ago. He asked for unity for the Islamic Ummah. Your thoughts on that?
Well, as Imam Khomeini stated many decades ago, if the Muslim Ummah were united, we would not be suffering so much at the hands of the Zionist regime. Palestine would be free. And you know that it's very clear, it's very apparent. Iran and the Persian Gulf countries need not be attacking. I mean, they need not be in a way against each other like they are right now. Of course, Iran respects the territorial integrity of all of these countries, and Iran has only been attacking American military bases. But the question is, why should those countries, why should the leaders of those countries allow their territory to be used by the Americans to attack and bomb Iranians? It's very simple. I think if they just agree and make this big decision to not allow the Americans and the Israelis to abuse them, because they provide their territory and they provide support to the Americans and the Israelis, and they don't even get back any respect from them. Just look at the way that Trump talks about some of these leaders of these Arab countries. It's like a disgrace for anyone who is a Muslim, not just you know, these people themselves that are being referred to. I, as a Muslim, I'm ashamed to like how Trump is, in a way, the language he's using to talk about them. So I think it's very apparent, and I think you know, the sooner that the Muslim people, the Muslim Ummah, realize the power that lies in the unity between them, they are going to be more secure, and they would not need any foreign forces to be in the region to supposedly provide them with security. And as I said, our brothers and sisters in Palestine have been persecuted by the Israelis, who are supported by the Americans for many decades, and this is an injustice that needs to be fought against. And this could only come about if we have a united front against the aggressors in our region.
You mentioned Palestine's freedom, but also their freedom as well. That's one thing.
Yes, of course. I'm sure that the Arab nation are not happy about serving the American military bases, as we sometimes see from some of these videos that come out from some of these countries, that they are even happy about the fact that these bases are being attacked by Iranian missiles. Of course, there is no freedom of information in those countries, and people are arrested for you know, recording and sending these videos. And we also had a Bahraini activist who was tortured and murdered because of this. But I'm sure that, you know, it's a very basic issue. I mean, even European countries would not like to host American bases. It's something that's inherent in the dignity of human beings, to want to have independence and not serve any foreign country. So I think more and more gradually people around the world are realizing that it is possible to fight back and to refuse the Americans.
Like you said, we had the UK, we had Italy, I believe, we had Spain as well. There was another country as well, yes, who refrained from helping Donald Trump to wage or continue the war on Iran. But to many people's surprise, we don't see these from these Arab nations, bearing in mind that the Israeli regime, the Zionist regime, openly is saying that they will be sooner or later next because of the so-called greater Israeli project.
And you know, Israel always needs an enemy in order to maintain its internal integrity. They always need to have an other that they are fighting with, and they always are in need of something to frame as an existential threat. So even if in their imagination Iran is gone, they will certainly find another enemy in the region and they need to fight it. As you know, even before the Islamic revolution in Iran, which was in 1979, Israel was fighting Arab countries in this region. So I think that's very apparent, and they are even naming some of those countries that will be the next targets of Israeli hostility. So I think it's very apparent. It only needs the decision to be made, as I said, by these countries, and maybe if the rulers, if the ruling families and the ruling kingdoms in these countries just listen to the voice of their own people, because I'm sure that the public opinion in these countries is, and we also have some numbers, we have many polls that demonstrate that the public opinion in Arab countries, and not just Arab countries, all Muslim countries in the region, are against any form of normalization with the Israelis. They still see Israel as the enemy, although we are hearing so much talk about normalization with the Israeli regime. It's very apparent that it's Israel that's the enemy of the people, not because of any religious kind of an identity that they have or anything like that. It's because they are occupiers. It's because they do not respect the rights of the native people of this land. It's because they want to be a base for American military in the region. So I think that's something that's very clear, and I think that we would definitely see an end to all of this war and death and destruction and bloodshed if this realization materializes among Muslim countries in the region.
And these countries talk about democracy and humanity as well. Doesn't this show that there's no democracy in those countries?
If you mean the countries in the region, it's very apparent that there is not any form of democracy there. And
humanity with the Zionist regime,
Americans,
and democracy with the US, Israel, and also the regional countries as well.
Yes, yes. Well, Trump doesn't even try to, use some of these nice words that maybe previous presidents in the U.S. and previous politicians in the U.S. were using, trying to, spread democracy in the region and all of that rhetoric that they use to legitimize their own military intervention. Trump is very much more blunt in stating that he's after oil in many regions, and that what he wants to do is that he wants to promote American interests. So I think we are as I said, we are in a situation in which things are much more clear now. It's very obvious that democracy or any form of American values or universal values are not the issue right now. The issue is that these countries want to advance their own interests. What they did in Venezuela was for oil, and they thought they would have a very easy job to do like they had in Venezuela, just maybe a bit more difficult in the case of Iran. And I think as the speech, Trump's latest speech demonstrates, he's gradually realizing that, this was, maybe a mistake, and the Iranian case would of course not be as easy as the Venezuelan case. So I think we've passed the stage where people are fooled by notions such as democracy and human rights. As I said again, for 2.5 years, everyone in the world was watching the genocide in Gaza, and no one was able to do anything to stop it, although everyone knew that this was a very blatant misuse of human rights. No one was respecting human rights when it was the case of Gaza, and war crimes were happening each and every day. So I think we are reaching a moment in history when people are realizing that these are only empty words, and there's nothing to these so-called American values like democracy and human rights.
Like you mentioned, Mrs. Katkhodai, about Trump's speech. On the bottom of your screens, you can see it says Iran's first vice president responded to Trump's speech. He said, only a Stone Age mind can threaten nations with return to Stone Age. Now, this is one of the headlines today, which is Trump's speech at the White House on the war on Iran, which has drawn condemnations from around the world. One of the things he said was that he will take Iran back to the Stone Ages, hence the response by Iran's first vice president. He said the attacks will continue for another 2 to 3 weeks and threaten to target Iran's infrastructure yet again. Now, however, after the speech, global oil prices rose to 105 instead of coming down per barrel, with stock markets reacting negatively. Your thoughts on his speech and the repercussions of his speech?
I think, well, first of all, there was nothing new in Trump's latest speech. Many of the things that he has said have been repeated before, have been said before. There was no new idea. There was no clear path put forward by him as to how this war is going to end. And he has used this, this method a few times to, in a way, control the market, and it had worked previously, but this time round, I think everyone is realizing that these are only empty words, and he really does not have any idea of how he's going to end this war, so maybe that's why the market reacted in the way it did. Maybe the other audience that he was targeting, of course, were the American people. He wanted to somehow reassure them that he is in control, and you know, using all of those words that he uses, you know, those exaggerations that he always uses, that, you know, this is the most successful war attempt that anyone has ever seen, and, you know, these types of words. Well, of course, we're living in an age where people have access to information. They are not only reliant on presidential speeches or just, you know, just specific news channels. They can go to the internet and they can search for themselves and see what's happening. So practically, we can see that, you know, people are realizing that using social media posts and using words like this and speeches like this to demonstrate and frame yourself as the victor of a war like this is not going to work indefinitely. It might work, you know, in the first days, but gradually people are going to realize that you are really losing, even if you're calling it a victory.
Mrs. Kakhodai, before we let you go, one more question. We've only got like 2 to 3 minutes left. The question is Trump looking for a way out, but forced to continue because of Israel, and obviously because of the Epstein files?
Well, with a person like Trump, I think we have to consider all probabilities. So that he is looking for a way out is one strong probability. We see that, you know, he talks about the Iranian Navy being destroyed, but at the same time, he is complaining about the Strait of Hormuz being closed by Iran, and that, you know, again, complaining that his allies are not helping him in opening the Strait of Hormuz. So if the Iranian Navy and the Iranian stockpile of missiles are finished, then why is it so difficult to cross that strait? So I think the problem here is that, yes, he might be looking for a way out. At the same time, as people and analysts are saying, he might be, in a way, preparing the American military for a ground offensive. And I think that probability also needs to be taken seriously, as I'm sure the Iranian armed forces are very much taking this seriously, and they're very much ready for any kind of attack that might happen to, you know, at any part of Iran, if it's in the south, if it's in the west, or any other place. So I think Iran is now understanding that it needs to be prepared for all probable scenarios.
Thank you, Mrs. Katkhodai. On that note, I would like to thank Mrs. Ilham Katkhodai, Assistant Professor of the West Asia Studies at the University of Iran. Thank you for your time and also your analysis. And dear viewers, thank you for watching this rolling coverage of the 34th day of the US-Israeli imposed war on Iran. I'll be back with a full bulletin in less than 7 minutes' time. Take care for now.
Into the US-Israeli war. Almost 3 weeks into the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, their strategic plans are falling apart. The objective was clear: cripple Iran's military, dismantle its leadership. On day one, they martyred senior commanders and the leader of the Islamic Revolution. They hit military installations. They hit residential areas, hospitals, schools, 1,500 people dead, more than 200 of them students. And yet, Washington and Tel Aviv have failed. Iran has not broken. Instead, the response has been swift, organized, deadly. Iran has now launched numerous waves of its Operation True Promise 4, each wave more precise than the last. U.S. military bases across the Persian Gulf, Israeli command centers hit with precision-guided missiles. Iran has also taken control of the Strait of Hormuz. American-Israeli-linked vessels denied passage. Global oil markets rippling. Washington's traditional leverage in the region undermined. Western media tries to censor the losses, but the truth leaks out. Damaged aircraft, disabled radar systems, American defense circles now admit Iranian missile technology has challenged decades of presumed U.S. superiority. Unable to win militarily, the enemy shifted tactics, tried to destabilize from within, incite protests, trigger economic panic, force regime change. It backfired. From Tehran to Mashhad, Shiraz to Tabriz, millions have taken to the streets. Not just government supporters, even critics of the system united against aggression. Internal divisions dissolving in the face of external threats. And while the bombs fall, the country keeps running. Essential goods are available. No panic buying, no shortages. Tehran's metro still operating. Emergency management infrastructure working. This is not luck. This is decades of preparation. Sanctions and pressure forced self-reliance. A nation under assault, functioning with discipline. The balance of power in West Asia is shifting. Iran's doctrine, deterrence, strategic depth, indigenous innovation, is holding its ground against technologically superior adversaries. And on the global stage, nations across Asia, Africa, and Latin America see this for what it is, unjustified aggression. Iran's right to self-defense, enshrined in international law, is gaining recognition. What was meant to weaken Iran has done the opposite. The aggression exposed Western strategic miscalculation. It revealed Iranian resilience. It showed the world a nation that under fire does not fracture, it unites. The leaders of the West build bunkers underground. They hide behind concrete and steel, sending a silent message.
that their safety is worth more than yours. Their survival is an asset that has to be preserved at any cost, locked away from the people they claim to lead. But there was another way. Imam Khomeini walked in a bombed and bleeding Tehran. He refused to run, staying in his own home so that people would know their leader did not seek safety they did not have. That was the covenant. Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei inherited that bond. He refused to disappear into a bunker, not out of recklessness, but from deep understanding. For a leader who sees himself above the people cannot lead them. To demand sacrifice while seeking comfort is hypocrisy. To call for resistance from a bunker is cowardice. The West saw this bond and feared it. Unable to defeat the idea, they targeted the man in a cowardly act of terrorism. A missile aimed not at a military base, but at a voice, aiming to kill the soul of a nation. But their missiles hit a principle. This was not an assassination, it was a transformation. Ayatollah Khamenei understood that a leader's ultimate power is not in surviving, but in standing. He stood in the trench because if a jurist calls on the people to sacrifice, he must be the first to offer it. His final act proved them all wrong. His blood became the seal of the revolution, washing away the lies. He's no longer just a man. He became a symbol, an architect whose foundation is sacrifice. They wanted to eliminate his voice. Instead, they have made it eternal. The leader has paid the ultimate price to show us the way.
Top headlines. The IRGC's new operations have targeted a number of U.S.-related industries in Bahrain and the UAE. A top IRGC commander says Washington is only digging graves for American forces. That's in response to the U.S. claim that Iran would be coming back to the Stone Age. And finally, more European countries are denying the use of their soil and airspace by Washington for military operations against Iran. Hello and welcome everyone. You're watching Press TV World News. Let's go ahead and get started with this hour's top headlines. Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has launched another wave of retaliatory attacks targeting the U.S. industrial facilities in the region. The new wave of missile and drone attacks hit the U.S. steel factories in Abu Dhabi, the Rafael weapons manufacturing facilities and military shelters in the Bahraini capital Manama. The IRGC also attacked the untouched sections of the U.S. aluminum industries in Bahrain. The operation has left dozens of U.S. Army personnel killed and injured. The IRGC Navy has warned that the more the war escalates, the more U.S.-related targets in the region will come under attack. The spokesman of Iran's Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters says the United States and Israel have a miscalculated and incomplete understanding of Iran's military capabilities. The spokesman warns that the enemy should expect more retaliatory strikes.
We send a message to our American and Zionist adversaries. Your information about our capabilities, military power, and equipment is incomplete. You know nothing of our vast and strategic capacities. Do not assume that you have destroyed our strategic missile production centers, long-range offensive drones, advanced air defense systems, electronic warfare capabilities, or our specialized equipment. Such assumptions will only draw you deeper into the quagmire you are already in. The sites you believe you have targeted are insignificant. Our strategic military production takes place in locations you are completely unaware of and will never be able to reach. Do not attempt to count our missiles, drones, or strategic assets. You will be mistaken and achieve nothing. You must answer to the honorable and proud Muslim nation for the aggression you initiated. With trust in Almighty God, this war will continue until your humiliation, defeat, lasting regret, and ultimate surrender are certain. Following the heavy and unimaginable blows you have already received, you should expect more forceful, wider, and more devastating actions from us.
Well, the commander-in-chief of the Iranian army has ordered operational headquarters to closely monitor enemy moves. Major General Amir Hatami warned in the event of a ground invasion, not a single enemy soldier should be allowed to survive. He also ordered counterattacks against any offensive, emphasizing that the shadow of war must be lifted from Iran. The commander said it is unacceptable for Iranians to live in insecurity while others remain safe, stressing that all should enjoy security. Meanwhile, Iran's parliament speaker says when the time comes to defend the homeland, every citizen becomes a soldier. Posting on X social media platform, Ghalibaf said in less than a week, around 7 million Iranians have announced their readiness to take up arms and defend their country. Well, the IRGC says it has shot down an advanced MQ-9 drone over the Iranian city of Khomeini. The IRGC has also successfully targeted a cruise missile in the central city of Kashan and one Hermes 900 drone over Shiraz. Meanwhile, the army has hit 2 MQ-9 drones in Shiraz. 155 drones have been shot down by Iran's integrated air defense network since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war on February the 28th. Iran's foreign ministry spokesman has strongly condemned a recent attack on the Pasteur Institute of Iran as a heartbreaking and despicable act. In a post on X, Ismail Baghai described the assault on one of the West Asia's most prestigious scientific institutions as an affront to human values. He also called the attack more than just another crime in the ongoing illegal war, emphasizing its impact on basic human rights and scientific development. The spokesman said that American and Israeli forces carried out an attack that has deeply affected not only Iran, but also the entire region's public health infrastructure. The Pasteur Institute has long been a symbol of scientific research and public health in the region. Meanwhile, Iran's deputy foreign minister says the country is preparing a joint protocol with Oman to oversee maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Qasem Gharibabadi says Tehran is about to come up with a framework with Oman to coordinate maritime transit through the strategic waterway. The decision is aimed at ensuring safe and efficient passage of the vessels. Gharibabadi added that the move can enhance environmental protection and safety as well. Several U.S. allies have rejected Donald Trump's military plan for reopening the Strait of Hormuz. French President Emmanuel Macron has stressed the waterway must be opened only in coordination with Iran. He added that Paris considers any use of force for opening the strait as unrealistic. The commander of Aerospace Force of the Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has denounced U.S. threats of bombing Iran back to the Stone Age, saying Washington is only digging graves for American troops. Brigadier General Majid Mousavi made the rebuke in a social media post. He said American leaders are preoccupied with, quote, Hollywood-style delusions in a way that they threaten a country with over 6,000 years of civilization, while they only have a 250-year history. The sharp criticism and warning came after President Donald Trump on Thursday warned that U.S. attacks will bring Iran back to the Stone Age. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth also reiterated Trump's rhetoric in a social media post. Well, U.S. President Donald Trump has repeated his rhetoric and threats against Iran during an address to his nation from the White House. Trump once again claimed that his core objectives are nearing completion in the war on Iran. He said the war is close to its end. The U.S. president said attacks will continue within 2 or 3 weeks, renewing threats of targeting Iran's infrastructure. Many analysts have said the comments are threadbare, as Trump has been repeating them since the start of the imposed war on Iran. After the speech, global oil prices rose to $105 a barrel. Stock markets also reacted negatively to Trump's comments. Meanwhile, the leader of Yemen's Ansarullah movement has hailed as legitimate Iran's response to the U.S.-Israeli aggression that's endangered the entire human society. Sayyid Abdul Malik al-Houthi denounced the Israeli-aligned media that describe Iran's justified response as aggression against neighbors. He hailed the Islamic Republic directly targeting the military positions of the enemies in retaliation. Sayyid Abdul Malik al-Houthi said the human losses among the enemies indicate the high effectiveness of Iran's response to the war. He said the main problem of the Muslims is not a lack of capability but division. Al-Houthi demanded the Islamic states remain united in the face of the aggressors who target the Muslim community as a whole. Well, Austria has closed its airspace to U.S. military aircrafts, becoming the latest European country to refuse cooperation with Washington amid its war on Iran. Vienna has rejected all U.S. requests to use its airspace. This despite repeated appeals by Donald Trump for NATO allies to support Washington in the war against Iran. Austria's decision follows similar actions across Europe. On Tuesday, France announced blocking Israeli aircrafts from transporting weapons through its airspace, while Italy refused last-minute permission for U.S. bombers to land in Sicily. Rome has also denied U.S. access to the Sigonella airbase. Spain has likewise refused to allow the use of its airspace. Spanish officials reiterated their position remains firm, describing the conflict as both unlawful and unjust. Switzerland has also rejected U.S. requests to use its airspace for military operations against Iran. Well, Iranians have mobilized to deliver humanitarian aid and essential goods to communities affected by war. Shipments of food, medicine, and basic supplies are being organized and sent to those in need. Maureen Amini reports from Tehran.
The Iranian people's selfless assistance for those affected by the imposed war of the U.S. and its friends against Iran. The people's dedication to restoring victims to normal living conditions, an effort rooted in the culture and values of Islamic Iran.
Donated goods from benefactors and volunteers of non-governmental organizations are stored, and after packaging and sorting by relief workers, they are distributed to those affected and in need.
Charities and non-governmental organizations have come together and formed a headquarters called the Ramadan Defense Support Headquarters.
A few days ago, when I partnered with the Red Crescent Society to distribute aid, I witnessed a treasure the likes of which I had also seen during the 8-year sacred defense.
The women artists who have sacrificed their time, energy, labor and moments with their children to keep the people's hands filled with the Iranian flag.
This is Iran, and these are the people of Iran, in the heart of Tehran, who, in difficult days and harsh conditions, amidst the bombing by the most usurping of countries, are engaged in spontaneous, dedicated grassroots work.
Today we are standing here. We are protecting our always and already great country with every drop of our blood.
Some say history does not repeat itself, but Iran, both during the 8-year imposed war and now, has proven that there are people in this world whose repeated, resolute defense of their independence and freedom leaves history and its chroniclers astonished.
This is the place where sacrifice and selflessness can be vividly seen. It's the place where love reveals its true essence. Press TV, Tehran.
Well, since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, residential areas in Tehran have been targeted. Our correspondent Gisu Misha Ahmadi has visited a neighborhood in Tehran where a number of apartments have been destroyed or damaged. Here's her report.
Gisha neighborhood, uptown Tehran. This is normally one of the city's quiet, tree-lined residential areas. But today, it is the latest target of U.S.-Israeli strikes. Here we are, just hours after the attack.
As you can see here, this is a residential area that was targeted in the early hours of this morning. You can clearly see that people were living in these homes. In addition to residential buildings, commercial areas, schools, universities, passenger planes, water reservoirs, infrastructure, power plants, medical centers, Red Crescent facilities, ambulances, rescue vehicles, and helicopters have also been targeted. All of this is the result of the savage nature of the Zionist regime and the Americans. You can see for yourselves and bear witness. And their claim that they only target military zones and not residential areas. That is 100% a complete lie. This level of savagery only reveals their desperation, weakness, and defeat.
The reality that images can capture. Homes hit, families displaced, and a community struggling to comprehend what has happened.
Number 16 in the 9th Alley. That's where I live. It was a residential building. We really don't know why our building was attacked. We were just lucky we weren't home when it happened.
Walking through the neighborhood, we see and we listen. We speak to the people who were here when the bombs fell.
No, ma'am. Please, no.
Last night, we were told that our neighborhood might be attacked. We were asked to evacuate. The entire neighborhood is residential. Every apartment here was someone's home.
And this is what remains. There are no soldiers here, no fighters, just ordinary people living their lives.
My mom nearly had a heart attack. She's a 74-year-old woman. Thank God she is fine now, but her home is completely destroyed.
There are no words for moments like this. There's only grief and the important task of finding a way forward.
I'm here with some of my friends to help my fellow neighbors. For those whose windows are broken, we remove the remaining glass and prepare the window for the repairman to install new window panes. This is our way of showing support.
Another residential neighborhood in Tehran today has become a scene of destruction. But the people you see here are still standing as the world silently watches. Yusuf Shamali, Press TV, Tehran.
Well, as the U.S.-Israeli aggression against Iran continues, voices of support for the Islamic Republic are growing across the globe. In India, politicians, religious leaders, and members of the public are condemning the attacks and expressing solidarity with the Iranian people. Press TV's Adil Mir reports from New Delhi.
Amid rising tension in West Asia, protests and strong reactions are emerging in India, with many calling the attacks on Iran unjustified and unlawful.
Americans believed that after the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Iran would weaken. But the spirit of the Iranian people tells a different story. People are standing firm on the streets even as bombs fall, sending a clear message that Iran will not back down. The killing of young girls, even inside schools, raises serious questions. What international laws of war have the United States and Israel followed?
Criticism is also coming from senior diplomats, politicians who describe the attacks as part of a broader pattern of Western interventionism.
I'm sure Iran will be able to give a befitting answer to the needless aggression to which they have been subjected by a combination of Yankee imperialism and Zionist criminality.
Religious voices have also joined in, framing the conflict in moral and ethical terms.
If we do not support Iran today, then who are we expected to stand with? Those whose names are linked to serious crimes, or those accused of committing grave crimes against innocent children? Should we stand with the United States and Israel, or reflect on what is morally right? Our religion and scriptures have given us deep knowledge and guidance. If we ignore that in moments like these, then what purpose does that knowledge serve?
Lawmakers and political figures say the outrage is not limited to sentiments, with protests taking place in different parts of country.
ये उन लोगों ने जंग थोपी है जिनको बच्चों के खून करने में मजा आता है.
This is a brutal war marked by the killing of innocent children. More than 50,000 children have been killed in Palestine, and in the attack on Iran, 165 children were killed on the very first day. This is an unprovoked war and we condemn it. The people of India have condemned it, which is why many have taken to the streets in protest, because they fear the consequences of such actions could eventually affect others as well.
Far beyond the battlefield, the voices of solidarity in India echo growing global sentiment. They see this US-Israel aggression not just a violation of international order, but a conflict that has implications far beyond the region. Adil Mir, Press TV, New Delhi.
Well, Syrian and Palestinian protesters have taken to the streets of Damascus, condemning Israel's controversial decision to allow the execution of Palestinian prisoners and calling for urgent international action. Protesters warned of serious escalation and condemned Arab government's inaction. Here's a report.
Syrian and Palestinian activists gathered outside the UN office in Damascus, denouncing the Israeli decision of executing Palestinian prisoners as a dangerous escalation that challenges international law and humanitarian norms, and calling for urgent global intervention to prevent its implementation.
I came here today to encourage people to work toward the liberation of Palestine, the release of prisoners, and to free the world from Israeli and U.S. injustice. We call on the United Nations to stand with us against the execution of Palestinian prisoners.
I stand here in solidarity with Palestinian prisoners, for their families and their children. We reject their torture and execution. Around 10,000 prisoners are facing death sentences, and we must stop this decision. If we don't stand with Palestine, then who will?
The demonstration quickly evolved into a march heading toward Yarmouk camp, where protesters voiced their anger at the unjust decision and vowed to resist the Israeli occupation until the liberation of Palestine.
We say to our people in Palestine, we will not rest until all prisoners are freed, refugees return, and Al-Quds becomes the capital of Palestine. From refugee camps in Syria, we tell the occupation, your decisions will not break us, and we will continue the path of resistance and martyrdom.
Amid growing outrage, demonstrators also criticized Arab governments, questioning their silence and calling for stronger action to confront policies they view as a direct threat to Palestinian lives and rights.
Our people must wake up. What are the Arab and Islamic countries doing? Where is Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Egypt? Israel is murdering our Palestinian brothers and their children in Gaza and in prisons, and all we see is words.
As anger grows on the streets of Damascus, protesters say this decision could mark a turning point, warning that silence will only deepen the crisis. They insist pressure must build before such measures become reality. Ali Muhammad, Press TV, Damascus.
Well, viewers, that brings us to the end of this hour's headlines. Please stay tuned to Press TV for latest updates and developments. Goodbye for now.
جمهوری اسلامی یعنی یک ملت زنده. جمهوری اسلامی یه حکومت جدا از مردم نیست. جمهوری اسلامی عبارت است از ملت ایران، این ملت پابرجا، این ملت مستحکم، این ملتی که حاضره برای پیشرفت خودش زحمت بکشه، کار کنه، تلاش کنه و به حمدالله پیشرفت کرده در این 47 سال. اون روزی که جمهوری اسلامی نهال باریک بود، شما نتونستید اون رو از زمین قلع کنید و بکنید. امروز به حمدالله یک شجره مبارکه بلند و پرثمر جمهوری اسلامی.
Quds Day, observed on the last Friday of the holy month of Ramadan, was designated by Imam Khomeini as a day to support the cause of Palestine. From the early hours of the morning, the people of Tehran gathered at the University of Tehran, sending a clear message that despite war and committed to the cause of freedom and justice. As you can see, from the very first hours of today, people carrying Iranian flags have conveyed to the world their support for steadfastness in the face of arrogance and oppression. Our reports and coverage will continue to follow this march moment by moment.
I decided a long time ago that I would not let من فکر میکنم مظلومیت را بیشتر از همه چی در انتقام بگیریم، به کاری کنیم که دیگه اصلا جرأت نکنن اسم ایران رو بیارن که اصلا بخوان سمت ایران.
رهبر من، عزیز من، ما مردم ایران از این که شما شهید شدید داغ داریم، اما افتخار میکنید به داشتن چنین رهبری که توی چنین ماهی، چنین لحظاتی، توی ماه رمضان با لب تشنه، توی ماه رمضان، ماه علی خودت، غریبانه شهید شدی.
اسرائیل هیچ غلطی نمیتونه بکنه، آمریکا هیچ غلطی نمیتونه کنه. ما همه هستیم، نترسیم، نترسیم. ما همه هستیم، نترسیم، نترسیم. این همه لشکر آمده، به عشق رهبر آمده. مرگ بر آمریکا، مرگ بر اسرائیل.
منتظریم که فقط انتقام گرفته بشه، یعنی از این لحظه به بعد دیگه سکوت حزب الله یا جایز نیست. این انفعالی که حزب الله به خودش گرفته جایز نیست، باید آتش به اختیار بشه. اینی که نشسته بودیم که آقا فرمان بده بیا تو خیابون، 22 بهمن بیا تو خیابون، فلان کن، حزب اللهی یه حرکتی رو شروع کرده از انقلاب، از اینجا به بعدش رهبری دیگه نیست. میخوای چیکار کنی؟ کی دیگه هست که 22 بهمن به تو بگه بیا تو خیابون؟
انشالله سربازای وطن ما این کار انجام میدن، انتقام خون رو انشالله میگیرن.
درسته که دیروز این آمریکای جنایتکار، این اسرائیل کودک کش رهبر ما رو، آقای ما رو از ما گرفت، ولی مطمئناً ما با حضورمون، با این جمعیت بهش ثابت میکنیم که ما پای خون شهیدامون، پای خون رهبرمون ایستاده ایم و مطمئناً سپاه، ارتش انتقام خون رهبر عزیز ما رو، آقای ما رو از این آدم کشا میگیره.
من فکر میکنم مظلومیت را بیشتر از همه چی در انتقام بگیریم، به کاری کنیم که دیگه اصلا جرأت نکنن اسم ایران رو بیارن که اصلا بخوان سمت ایران.
رهبر من، عزیز من، ما مردم ایران از این که شما شهید شدید داغ داریم، اما افتخار میکنید به داشتن چنین رهبری که توی چنین ماهی، چنین لحظاتی، توی ماه رمضان با لب تشنه، توی ماه رمضان، ماه علی خودت، غریبانه شهید شدی.
اسرائیل هیچ غلطی نمیتونه بکنه، آمریکا هیچ غلطی نمیتونه کنه. ما همه هستیم، نترسیم، نترسیم.
که فقط انتقام گرفته بشه، یعنی از این لحظه به بعد دیگه سکوت حزب الله یا جایز نیست. این انفعالی که حزب الله به خودش گرفته جایز نیست، باید آتش به اختیار بشه. اینی که نشسته بودیم تا آقا فرمان بده بیا تو خیابون، 22 بهمن بیا تو خیابون فلان کن، حزب اللهی یه حرکتی رو شروع کرده از انقلاب، از اینجا به بعدش رهبری دیگه نیست. میخوای چیکار کنی؟ چی دیگه هست که 22 بهمن به تو بگه بیا تو خیابون؟
ایشالله سربازای وطن ما این کار انجام میدن، انتقام خون رو ایشالله میگیرن.
درسته که دیروز این آمریکای جنایتکار، این اسرائیل کودک کش رهبر ما را، آقای ما را از ما گرفت، ولی مطمئناً ما با حضورمون با این جمعیت بهش ثابت میکنیم که ما پای خون شهیدامون، پای خون رهبرمون ایستاده ایم و مطمئناً سپاه، ارتش انتقام خون رهبر عزیز ما را، آقای ما را از این آدم کشا میگیره.
Welcome everyone to the ongoing rolling coverage come to you from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Today, of course, is day 35 of the continued U.S. Zionist entity aggression on Iran, and 91 waves have indeed been shot off or launched off, of course, from Operation True Promise number 4. As you can see in our breaking news, the Khatam al-Anbiya headquarters has announced the air defense system has struck another F-35 warplane in central Iran. We'll definitely bring you latest developments on that story as we do receive them. In other headlines, of course, Iran's military has cautioned that the war will be continuing until the humiliation and the complete surrender of its enemies. In the 91st wave that we were mentioning, Israel's industrial and military companies were hit with heavy, super heavy missiles. And of course, on the other side, we have more threats coming out from Donald Trump saying that bridges are next and then the electric power plants. This is, of course, after the U.S. and Zionist entities stepped up their attacks yesterday. We saw a century-old medical research center in Tehran targeted. We also saw the B1 bridge in Karaj. Reports are showing that 8 citizens were killed and 95 were injured, and also some steel plants were also targeted. In addition, we have some other news. Our top headline today is the spokesperson of the General Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces has said that retaliatory strikes against the U.S. and Israel will continue until, of course, the enemy fully regrets their war against Iran. Well, let's go ahead and start elaborating on some of these headlines, bring you in some of the latest updates. Let's go ahead and welcome into this hour's rolling coverage from San Bernardino, of course, Professor of History at California State University, Professor David Yagubian. A pleasure to have you with us, Professor. Yes, Professor David, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Also, I'd like to welcome into the studio, of course, our Press TV colleague, Nahid Puraisa. Nahid, as always, thank you very much. My pleasure. Professor David, let me go ahead and start off with you in regards to our top headline of this statement coming out by the spokesperson of the General Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces, Brigadier General Abul Fazl Shirkashi, saying that Iran's strategy. Let me go ahead and bring this question to our colleague Nahid. So Nahid, the General Abul Fazl Shirkashi is saying that Iran's strategy again is to kick the Americans out of West Asia. In regards to what we have been seeing, we saw Donald Trump yesterday saying that they're going to blow us back to the Stone Age, and now we're seeing, of course, Iran's continued steadfastness in this regard. This is one of the top goals, of course, of Iran, as we are hearing not only from General Shirkashi, but other people. In regards to this, I mean, to what part is Iran going to continue to up its escalation?
First of all, I want to say hello to our great audience, and I want to emphasize on the very criticality and the importance of the role in this war. It's so important to make sure that your mind is not preoccupied by Western imperialist propaganda, and you have access to the truth. And in this very concept, Press TV is playing the most important role here. We are providing the very facts about this war, and also we are making sure to provide the analysis of the data. I just want to read this very great news that we hit and it's downed. The F-35.
The F-35 that we're
I'm just looking at my phone, beautiful pictures. The F-35 now is down, and they say the possibility of the pilot actually being able to eject is not really high. So we have to wait and see what are the updates about this news. Yes. Well, the position of Iran has been very consistent, I would say, since the martyrdom of Haj Qasem Soleimani, that the Americans have to leave the region. This war, I would say, is materializing the demand of axis of resistance, and it's making sure that the platform for Americans to feel insecure and to be inflicted great damages so that they make the last decision, or we will make the last decision for them to leave. You ask about the escalation. I would say the main reason here, everyone is seeing Iran is the one who has the upper hand and who speaks from the position of power, is because Iran is initiating how to use the ladder of escalation, I would say. Because the one who can surprise in the language of war is the one who can actually make sure that you as the enemy follow me, right? Even though we were the one who was attacked first. But the way Iran managed its operations, again, I have to say axis of resistance, we took back the initiative of this war. And what Shikarshi is saying, for example, it was yesterday when IRGC said, we told you, if you assassinate another official, we are going to make sure that the entire data centers backing AI, American AI system, is going to be hit.
Well, let me go ahead and get back to that point, elaborate on it. Let me go ahead and cross over to Professor David. They're joining us from San Bernardino. Professor, in regards to when we're talking about targets, we also, after Donald Trump had backed off from his 48-hour threat to hit the power plants in Iran, he postponed it 5 days, another 10 days. And now, yesterday, we saw one of the main bridges, if not one of the main bridges, of course, in Karaj being hit. And now Donald Trump is saying that bridges are next and then the electrical power plants. Is this, again, him backing off because he knows the extent of damage and he knows the counter consequences, basically the repercussions, if the power plants in Iran are hit?
I see nothing but just flailing about from the Trump administration, having really failed in this entire endeavor from the beginning. As the world is watching, they're basically just making it up as they go, making up their lies as they go, making up their tactics, and ultimately, hopefully for them, a strategy, but failing across the board. Donald Trump has reverted basically now to just blatant terrorist threats and war crimes. These are war crimes attacking this civilian infrastructure, and so this is a terrorist temper tantrum on a truly epic scale. This entire sort of Epstein framework for engaging with the world, lies, theft, violence, terrorism, threats of all of the above, all wrapped up into a continually evolving and moving policy. I'm sure that you have been talking about today the fact that the Trump administration is now purging what it would probably consider to be undesirables who are not on board with this constantly changing approach to this failed effort to overthrow the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So there's no logic to it. There's certainly no reason to it. It's just bombast. It's the continual and consistent threat of war crimes, and now the engagement in war crimes. Of course, this is not something that close observers of American imperialism are shocked about. The United States has been engaging in such activity for decades, but never before have we seen so blatantly the sort of culmination of the lies of the empire in conjunction with its state terrorism. And to sort of top it all off, this is American lies and state terrorism working hand in hand with the Zionist entity as it engages in the same, with the same fleeting hope that somehow this violence, somehow this terrorism, somehow these threats will lead to the overthrow of the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's a crack pipe dream, but this is where we are right now. The world basically watching what I would call the insane clown posse at work, continually driving the world economy over the brink, and again, just evolving its narrative basically minute to minute.
Well, exactly, Professor. Let me go ahead and come back to you momentarily. Let me bring it back to the studio, of course, our Press TV colleague, Nahid. Nahid, so let's go ahead and elaborate a bit on this breaking news that we are receiving, as you did mention, of course, at the beginning. So according to Khatam al-Anbiya, as you said, this F-35 jet has indeed been hit. It was shot and down, and it crashed. And again, as you did mention, they're saying that the survival of the pilot is very difficult to know the fate at the moment. In regards to this, let's remind the viewers this is the second time. The first time it was hit, it had to cause an emergency landing. But what is so special about the F-35 jet, and why is it very important that Iran was able to hit it? Let's remind our viewers a bit.
Sure. Americans have been very successful to actually sell their war logistics to the world. For this very aircraft, they said this is a very fast piece of war aircrafts, and the possibility for it to be actually intercepted is almost zero. It's not low, it's very zero. So you can't detect it by your defense system. And somehow the most expensive aircraft right now has been hit and downed for the first time in the history. This is the breaking news about this aircraft, that for the first time in the history, it is Iran who hits it. So I just want to draw a parallel here. Americans hit our bridge, which is still under construction, and they said, Barak Ravid, the Israelis, they are claiming that it was being used by IRGC to transfer some goods, and everyone is like, that bridge was under construction, it wasn't even finished, what are you talking about? So the enemy is desperate. What they are targeting is residential, it's our medical centers, it's our schools, and at the other hand, what we are targeting is actually their arms, their eyes, their feet, whatever that can disable the aggression to carry on. So still you can, you know how a wild cat, when you attack it, it tries its best to actually run away, and you might have some wounds from it, but at the end you know it's going wild because it's trapped. United States, we put aside Israel for a moment, is trapped in Iran right now. They don't know what to do. They don't want their F-35 become the, I would say, the symbol of intimidation. Yes. But it is now. For the second, we have the second F-35 being crashed. And I would like to hear another claims about, no, that was a internal issue with the aircraft.
Another technical problem.
Another technical issue, or another defense system from Kuwait when they just make great mistakes for the axis of resistance.
Well, exactly, Nahid. Again, so this is a second F-35. The first one was hit, had to make an emergency landing. The second one, this time, according to what we're hearing, has indeed been shot down and crashed. And again, for our viewers, I mean, the F-35 is actually one of the world's, if not the world's, most capable and high-end fighter jet. It's actually better known as a super sensing, super fusing supercomputer than a fighter jet itself. Professor David, let me go ahead and cross back over to you. There is something else I want to go ahead and get your take on, which was a top news not only on CNN, but New York Post, etc., that War Secretary Pete Hegseth has fired, as some people are saying, or in other terminology, has told to step down immediately, the U.S. Army Chief of Staff. And people are saying because his lack of course, his lack of what they're saying to be exactly, his lack of loyalty, excuse me, to Trump. Your take on this?
I think I'll interpret that lack of loyalty to Trump means that the Army Chief of Staff is unwilling to send Americans to their sure death by engaging in an insane ground invasion of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So there are some adults in the back room who are not frothing at the mouth and spouting terrorist threats, such as the Army Chief of Staff, who I believe has assessed correctly what the destiny of Americans who attempt to physically invade the Islamic Republic of Iran will be. And having voiced his concern and opposition to this suicidal policy, what is being done to him, and then there were subsequently two others, including the Supreme Army Chaplain, who I believe potentially just on the grounds that now the United States is bragging about the war crimes that is engaging in, they have also left. So we're seeing a major, if you will, house cleaning in the Trump administration to bring those who would be on board with a made-up, on-the-spot, and clearly suicidal approach to this failing war, to bring in those who will blindly support it and to eject those who would apply their logic or their training or their education to this very, very grave circumstance. So this is, I'd say, just indicative of what I was saying before. The Trump administration is making it up on the fly, having failed from the moment it began this illegal aggression on the Islamic Republic of Iran.
And Professor, I mean, as you are speaking, I apologize for cutting off. Our viewers at the moment can see these images coming out right now. This is the F-35, obviously not just shot down and crashed, but in pieces. To be honest, so again, viewers, this is the F-35, the second F-35. This time it has been shot down and crashed. The fate of the pilot is unknown, of course, according to what we're hearing. The first time it was hit and had to make an emergency landing. This time definitely not only crashed, but it seems completely disintegrated. Professor, I do want to ask you in regards with the few minutes that we do have left. In regards to today, we do know that last night there was the stocks on Wall Street were largely flat. This morning, the Asian stock markets actually opened and with 1 or 2% in an increase. What does that mean on an international scale?
I mean, I have been, as many people have, I believe, just closely watching the market fluctuation, of course, in relation to Donald Trump's statements over the last several weeks. And there's certainly great fluctuation because of the sell-off of gold. Gold has dropped and then gone up, counter to stocks. I think that the market is indicative of this reality that the globe is facing right now, that we have a terrorist American government right now acting in what I would consider to be the last fleeting moments of American empire and of American global supremacy, as it's just acting out, flailing about, attempting to do whatever it can to save itself from its destiny right now, which is the end of its empire. And so I believe that the markets are accordingly going to fluctuate. There's the hopium that investors will ingest on a day-to-day basis and try to interpret, any corner of Donald Trump's comments as a positive. But what we are facing, and the world is facing right now, are dire circumstances created wholly by the apartheid state of Israel and the United States of America in attempting to in complete violation of international law to attack and overthrow the government of the Islamic Republic. It is failing. We are all not only watching that, but we are all beginning to experience what will surely be a continual slide of the entire global economy, especially if the United States does not make a very quick decision to extricate itself from what will surely be a devastating quagmire that it will ultimately lose in.
Well, exactly on that, Professor, I'm going to go ahead and bring it back to the studio. And Nahid, we got around 3 minutes left. In regards, again, to this F-35, the images that we saw clarify, of course, for anyone who continues to doubt the capabilities of the Iranian military capabilities, again, not only the air defenses, but we're talking about the Navy and everything. In regard to the air defense, because it's very interesting that Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio have continued for their own propaganda, emphasize specifically the air defenses in Iran are completely diminished and gone. I mean, the capability to down such an aircraft shows a complete opposite.
Well, I have to say these images that we are seeing right now is the image of a free fall of U.S. hegemony, U.S. empire. It is one aircraft, but it showcases how a country from global south under 47 years of sanctions can down the, what did you say, the super everything?
Exactly.
It's super in everything, but it cannot run away from the intercepting system of Iran. And this is the defense system of a country that is not claiming it's the strongest. It's not the most expensive one. It's not Paykan. It's not TAD in Israel. It is a very indigenous technology of this country with no help from no one else, and still being able to down the fastest aircraft in the world by the U.S. hegemony. And I just want to remind our audience what our great martyr leader said in his very last speech, that the strongest military of the world can get a slap from us that will never be able to get recovered. And
yes.
I just think that these are only some indications of how steadfast this country is when it comes to defend itself against the U.S. Zionist aggression.
Exactly. Well, on that point, Nahid, I'm afraid our time has run out. Again, I'd like to thank our Press TV colleague, Nahid Podarisa, joining us here in the studio. And as always, our guest, of course, Professor of History at California State University from San Bernardino, Professor David Yagoubian. A pleasure to have you with us, sir. Well, viewers, again, the downing and crashing an F-35 fighter jet. We're going to bring you latest developments on that story and more. But for now, let's go ahead and take a quick break before bringing you this hour's top headlines.
On February 28, 165 children aged 7 to 12 were killed in a targeted U.S. strike in Shajar Tayyib school in Iran. Today, people gathered to honor their memories. I spoke with children who could have been among Minab's students about the lessons they were learning before the U.S. carried out the attacks, their goals and their ambitions, and how they feel when they hear explosions.
چند سالته؟ 11 9 سالته میشی کلاس الان مدرسه ها تعطیل شده. قبلش چی داشتی میخوندی؟
قبلش ضرب یاد گرفته بودیم.
خب اولین راست می کلاس سوم ضرب یاد میگرفتی؟
داشتیم مساحت یاد میگرفتیم.
میدونی دوست داری چی کار کنی وقتی بزرگشی؟ مهندسی. چه مهندسی؟
ماشین سازی.
میخوای ماشین بسازی؟ چه ماشینی دوست داری بسازی؟ چه مدلی؟
از همه ماشینا بهتر باشه.
چی داری برش اینجایی؟
برای اینکه نشون بدیم چقدر ایران رو دوست داریم. برای شهدای مدرسه مینا، شهیدای نوجوانان، بچه‌ای بودن که جونشون رو برای وطنشون فدا کردن.
کی کشته است میدونی؟
اسرائیل و آمریکا. آمریکا و اسرائیل. آمریکایی کثافت.
چرا خواستن؟
میخواستن ایران رو از بین ببرن. میخواستن همه فکر کنن اونا رئیسن. اونا میخواستن بقیه رو بترسونن برای اینکه مثلا بگن که ما خیلی قدرتمندیم، شما باید به حرف ما گوش کنید.
چرا به نظر ازشون نمیترسی؟
شما قدرتمندید، ما فرصتید. هیچ غلطی نمیتونم بکنم. خدا با ماست.
Not all children have the privilege of not knowing. Some know who bombs them.
Iran's Islamic Revolution Guard has carried out the 91st wave of Operation True Promise 4 targeting U.S.-Israeli positions. A top Iranian commander says retaliatory strikes continue until the enemies fully regret their aggression, adding that the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for the U.S. and Israel. And more European countries are denying the use of their soil and airspace by Washington for military operations against Iran. Hello and welcome everyone. You're watching Press TV World News. Let's go ahead and get started with this hour's top headlines. Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has carried out the 91st wave of retaliatory attacks targeting the U.S. and Israeli military positions and infrastructure in the region. The latest wave of IRGC retaliatory attacks targeted a secret gathering site of the U.S. flight engineers and fighter pilots outside the bases in UAE using ballistic missiles. Israeli media confirmed that the Iranian missiles caused significant damage to several locations. The attack also targeted the U.S. Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group in the northern Indian Ocean with Qadr cruise missiles. Additionally, a heavy strike was carried out against the American MQ-1 drone units at Ali al-Salim base. The Yemeni front also launched attacks against Dimona to the south of the occupied Palestinian territories. Well, IRGC says it has shot down an advanced MQ-9 drone over the Iranian city of Khomeini. The IRGC has also successfully targeted a cruise missile in the central city of Kashan and one Hermes 900 drone over Shiraz. Meanwhile, the army has hit 2 MQ-9 drones in Shiraz. 155 drones have been shot down by Iran's integrated air defense network since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war on February the 28th. The spokesman of the General Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces says retaliatory strikes against the U.S. and Israel continue until they fully regret the war waged against Iran. Brigadier General Abul Fazl Shirkashi says Iran's strategy is to kick Americans out of the West Asia. Regarding the U.S. claims that Iran's military capabilities have suffered severe blows, General Shirkashi said the country's main facilities that manufacture strategic missiles are out of the enemy's reach. The top Iranian commander also pointed to the issue of the Strait of Hormuz as well. He said the strategic waterway will remain closed for Americans and Zionists. General Shirkashi added that the adversaries will not reach the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's deputy foreign minister says the country is preparing a joint protocol with Oman to oversee maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Qasem Gharibabadi says Tehran is about to come up with a framework with Oman to coordinate maritime transit through the strategic waterway. The decision is aimed at ensuring safe and efficient passage of the vessels. Gharibabadi added that the move can enhance environmental protection and safety as well. Several U.S. allies have rejected Donald Trump's military plan for reopening the Strait of Hormuz. French President Emmanuel Macron has stressed the waterway must be opened only in coordination with Iran. He added that Paris considers any use of force for opening the strait as unrealistic. Meanwhile, the spokesman of Iran's Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters says the United States and Israel have made a miscalculated and incomplete understanding of Iran's military capabilities. The spokesman warns that the enemy should expect more retaliatory strikes.
We send a message to our American and Zionist adversaries. Your information about our capabilities, military power, and equipment is incomplete. You know nothing of our vast and strategic capacities. Do not assume that you have destroyed our strategic missile production centers, long-range offensive drones, advanced air defense systems, electronic warfare capabilities, or our specialized equipment. Such assumptions will only draw you deeper into the quagmire you are already in. The sites you believe you have targeted are insignificant. Our strategic military production takes place in locations you are completely unaware of and will never be able to reach. Do not attempt to count our missiles, drones, or strategic assets. You will be mistaken and achieve nothing. You must answer to the honorable and proud Muslim nation for the aggression you initiated. With trust in Almighty God, this war will continue until your humiliation, defeat, lasting regret, and ultimate surrender are certain. Following the heavy and unimaginable blows you have already received, you should expect more forceful, wider, and more devastating actions from us.
The commander-in-chief of the Iranian army has ordered operational headquarters to closely monitor enemy moves. Major General Amir Hatami warned that in the event of a ground invasion, not a single enemy soldier should be allowed to survive. He also ordered counterattacks against any offensive, emphasizing that the shadow of war must be lifted from Iran. The commander said it is unacceptable for Iranians to live in insecurity while others remain safe, stressing that all should enjoy security. Meanwhile, Iran's parliament speaker says when the time comes to defend the homeland, every citizen becomes a soldier. Posting on X social media platform, Ghalibaf said in less than a week, around 7 million Iranians have announced their readiness to take up arms and defend their country. Well, Iran's foreign ministry spokesman has strongly condemned a recent attack on the Pasteur Institute of Iran as a heartbreaking and despicable act. In a post on X, Ismail Baghai described the assault on one of the West Asia's most prestigious scientific institutions as an affront to human values. He also called the attack more than just another crime in an ongoing illegal war, emphasizing its impact on basic human rights and scientific development. The spokesman said that American and Israeli forces carried out an attack that has deeply affected not only Iran, but also the entire region's public health infrastructure. The Pasteur Institute has long been a symbol of scientific research and public health in the region. The commander of Aerospace Force of the Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has denounced U.S. threats of bombing Iran back to the Stone Age, saying Washington is only digging graves for American troops. Brigadier General Majid Mousavi made the rebuke in a social media post. He said American leaders are preoccupied with, quote, Hollywood-style delusions in a way that they threaten a country with over 6,000 years of civilization, while they only have a 250-year history. The sharp criticism and warning came after President Donald Trump on Thursday warned that U.S. attacks will bring Iran back to the Stone Age. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth also reiterated Trump's rhetoric in a social media post. Well, U.S. President Donald Trump has repeated his rhetoric and threats against Iran during an address to his nation from the White House. Trump once again claimed that his core objectives are nearing completion in the war on Iran. He said the war is close to its end. The U.S. president said attacks will continue within 2 or 3 weeks, renewing threats of targeting Iran's infrastructure. Many analysts have said the comments are threadbare, as Trump has been repeating them since the start of the imposed war on Iran. After the speech, global oil prices rose to $105 a barrel. Stock markets also reacted negatively to Trump's comments. For his part, the leader of Yemen's Ansar Allah movement has hailed as legitimate Iran's response to the U.S.-Israeli aggression that's endangered the entire human society. Sayyid Abdul Malik al-Houthi denounced the Israeli-aligned media that describe Iran's justified response as aggression against neighbors. He hailed the Islamic Republic directly targeting the military positions of the enemies in retaliation. Sayyid Abdul Malik al-Houthi said, the human losses among the enemies indicate the high effectiveness of Iran's response to the war. He said the main problem of the Muslims is not a lack of capability but division. Al-Houthi demanded the Islamic states remain united in the face of aggressors who target the Muslim community as a whole. Meanwhile, Austria has closed its airspace to U.S. military aircrafts, becoming the latest European country to refuse cooperation with Washington amid its war on Iran. Vienna has rejected all U.S. requests to use its airspace. This despite repeated appeals by Donald Trump for NATO allies to support Washington in the war against Iran. Austria's decision follows similar actions across Europe. On Tuesday, France announced blocking Israeli aircrafts from transporting weapons through its airspace, while Italy refused last-minute permission for U.S. bombers to land in Sicily. Rome has also denied U.S. access to the Sigonella airbase. Spain has likewise refused to allow the use of its airspace. Spanish officials reiterated their position remains firm, describing the conflict as both unlawful and unjust. Switzerland has also rejected U.S. requests to use its airspace for military operations against Iran. Well, Iranians have mobilized to deliver humanitarian aid and essential goods to communities affected by war. Shipments of food, medicine, and basic supplies are being organized and sent to those in need. Maureen Amini reports from Tehran.
The Iranian people's selfless assistance for those affected by the imposed war of the US and its friends against Iran. The people's dedication to restoring victims to normal living conditions, an effort rooted in the culture and values of Islamic Iran.
Donated goods from benefactors and volunteers of non-governmental organizations are stored, and after packaging and sorting by relief workers, they are distributed to those affected and in need.
Charities and non-governmental organizations have come together and formed a headquarters called the Ramadan Defense Support Headquarters.
A few days ago, when I partnered with the Red Crescent Society to distribute aid, I witnessed a treasure the likes of which I had also seen during the 8-year sacred defense.
The women artists who have sacrificed their time, energy, labor and moments with their children to keep the people's hands filled with the Iranian flag.
This is Iran, and these are the people of Iran, in the heart of Tehran, who, in difficult days and harsh conditions, amidst the bombing by the most usurping of countries, are engaged in spontaneous, dedicated grassroots work.
Today we are standing here. We are protecting our always and already great country with every drop of our blood.
Some say history does not repeat itself, but Iran, both during the 8-year imposed war and now, has proven that there are people in this world whose repeated, resolute defense of their independence and freedom leaves history and its chroniclers astonished.
This is the place where sacrifice and selflessness can be vividly seen. It's the place where love reveals its true essence. Moinami Press TV, Tehran.
Well, since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, residential areas in Tehran have been targeted. Our correspondent Gisu Misha Ahmadi has visited a neighborhood in Tehran where a number of apartments have been destroyed or damaged. Here's the report.
Gisha neighborhood, uptown Tehran. This is normally one of the city's quiet, tree-lined residential areas. But today, it is the latest target of U.S.-Israeli strikes. Here we are, just hours after the attack.
As you can see here, this is a residential area that was targeted in the early hours of this morning. You can clearly see that people were living in these homes. In addition to residential buildings, commercial areas, schools, universities, passenger planes, water reservoirs, infrastructure, power plants, medical centers, Red Crescent facilities, ambulances, rescue vehicles, and helicopters have also been targeted. All of this is the result of the savage nature of the Zionist regime and the Americans. You can see for yourselves and bear witness. And their claim that they only target military zones and not residential areas. That is 100% a complete lie. This level of savagery only reveals their desperation, weakness, and defeat.
The reality that images can capture. Homes hit, families displaced, and a community struggling to comprehend what has happened.
Number 16 in the 9th Alley. That's where I live. It was a residential building. We really don't know why our building was attacked. We were just lucky we weren't home when it happened.
Walking through the neighborhood, we see and we listen. We speak to the people who were here when the bombs fell.
No, ma'am. Please, no.
Last night, we were told that our neighborhood might be attacked. We were asked to evacuate. The entire neighborhood is residential. Every apartment here was someone's home.
And this is what remains. There are no soldiers here, no fighters, just ordinary people living their lives.
My mom nearly had a heart attack. She's a 74-year-old woman. Thank God she is fine now, but her home is completely destroyed.
There are no words for moments like this. There's only grief and the important task of finding a way forward.
I'm here with some of my friends to help my fellow neighbors. For those whose windows are broken, we remove the remaining glass and prepare the window for the repairman to install new window panes. This is our way of showing support.
Another residential neighborhood in Tehran today has become a scene of destruction. But the people you see here are still standing as the world silently watches. Yusuf Shamali, Press TV, Tehran.
Well, as the U.S.-Israeli aggression against Iran continues, voices of support for the Islamic Republic are growing across the globe. In India, politicians, religious leaders, and members of the public are condemning the attacks and expressing solidarity with the Iranian people. Press TV's Adil Mir reports from New Delhi.
Amid rising tension in West Asia, protests and strong reactions are emerging in India, with many calling the attacks on Iran unjustified and unlawful.
Americans believed that after the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Iran would weaken. But the spirit of the Iranian people tells a different story. People are standing firm on the streets even as bombs fall, sending a clear message that Iran will not back down. The killing of young girls, even inside schools, raises serious questions. What international laws of war have the United States and Israel followed?
Criticism is also coming from senior diplomats, politicians who describe the attacks as part of a broader pattern of Western interventionism.
I'm sure Iran will be able to give a befitting answer to the needless aggression to which they have been subjected by a combination of Yankee imperialism and Zionist criminality.
Religious voices have also joined in, framing the conflict in moral and ethical terms.
If we do not support Iran today, then who are we expected to stand with? Those whose names are linked to serious crimes, or those accused of committing grave crimes against innocent children? Should we stand with the United States and Israel, or reflect on what is morally right? Our religion and scriptures have given us deep knowledge and guidance. If we ignore that in moments like these, then what purpose does that knowledge serve?
Lawmakers and political figures say the outrage is not limited to sentiments, with protests taking place in different parts of country.
ये उन लोगों ने जंग थोपी है जिनको बच्चों के खून करने में मजा आता है.
This is a brutal war marked by the killing of innocent children. More than 50,000 children have been killed in Palestine, and in the attack on Iran, 165 children were killed on the very first day. This is an unprovoked war and we condemn it. The people of India have condemned it, which is why many have taken to the streets in protest, because they fear the consequences of such actions could eventually affect others as well.
Far beyond the battlefield, the voices of solidarity in India echo growing global sentiment. They see this US-Israel aggression not just a violation of international order, but a conflict that has implications far beyond the region. Adil Mir, Press TV, New Delhi.
Well, Syrian and Palestinian protesters have taken to the streets of Damascus, condemning Israel's controversial decision to allow the execution of Palestinian prisoners and are calling for urgent international action. Protesters warned of serious escalation and condemned Arab government's inaction. More in this report.
Syrian and Palestinian activists gathered outside the UN office in Damascus, denouncing the Israeli decision of executing Palestinian prisoners as a dangerous escalation that challenges international law and humanitarian norms, and calling for urgent global intervention to prevent its implementation.
I came here today to encourage people to work toward the liberation of Palestine, the release of prisoners, and to free the world from Israeli and U.S. injustice. We call on the United Nations to stand with us against the execution of Palestinian prisoners.
I stand here in solidarity with Palestinian prisoners, for their families and their children. We reject their torture and execution. Around 10,000 prisoners are facing death sentences, and we must stop this decision. If we don't stand with Palestine, then who will?
The demonstration quickly evolved into a march heading toward Yarmouk camp, where protesters voiced their anger at the unjust decision and vowed to resist the Israeli occupation until the liberation of Palestine.
We say to our people in Palestine, we will not rest until all prisoners are freed, refugees return, and Al-Quds becomes the capital of Palestine. From refugee camps in Syria, we tell the occupation, your decisions will not break us, and we will continue the path of resistance and martyrdom.
Amid growing outrage, demonstrators also criticized Arab governments, questioning their silence and calling for stronger action to confront policies they view as a direct threat to Palestinian lives and rights.
Our people must wake up. What are the Arab and Islamic countries doing? Where is Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Egypt? Israel is murdering our Palestinian brothers and their children in Gaza and in prisons, and all we see is words.
As anger grows on the streets of Damascus, protesters say this decision could mark a turning point, warning that silence will only deepen the crisis. They insist pressure must build before such measures become reality. Ali Muhammad, Press TV, Damascus.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for watching this hour's top headlines. For latest updates, please stay tuned to Press TV World News. Goodbye for now.
I decided years ago that I would not
Across cities in Iran, the expanding list of sites hit by U.S.-Israeli strikes reads like a map of everyday civilian life. Schools filled with children, hospitals treating patients, crowded residential districts, emergency response centers, and historic urban spaces. Dozens of non-military sites have been targeted by the U.S. and Israel, including medical centers, educational institutions, markets, and densely populated residential districts across several cities. The earliest reported incident was the targeting of an elementary school in the southern city of Minab, when the U.S.-Israeli strikes hit 171 young girls. Hospital and emergency records show that civilians make up a large share of casualties. Women represent a significant portion of the victims, including expectant mothers. Children and teenagers also form a heartbreaking share of those killed. The youngest reported victim was a 4-day-old baby from the central Iranian city of Arak, a life that had only just begun before it was taken. Those who rushed to help have not been spared either. Medical personnel, teachers, and students are among those who have lost their lives, underscoring how deeply the violence perpetrated by the U.S. and Israel has reached into the fabric of civilian life. Iran has warned that the strikes reflect a deliberate disregard for innocent lives.
Welcome back, everyone, to this ongoing rolling coverage, of course, coming to you from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Day 35, of course, of the continued U.S. Zionist entity aggression on Iran. 91 waves have been shot off, of course, in True Promise Operation number 4. That latest wave, or last wave, did indeed target Israel's industrial military companies, which were indeed hit with super heavy missiles, according to what we're having. The Iranian military has continued to caution and warn that this continued war will continue again until the humiliation, the surrender of its enemies. The top story that we do have, as you guys can see on your breaking news, the Khatam al-Anbiya headquarters has announced the air defense system struck an F-35 warplane in central Iran. The latest developments are showing that it didn't only strike it, but it crashed, it was shot down. And from images that we continue to show you, of course, little bitty pieces have been scattered across the area that it did land. The fate of the pilot is unknown, according to, again, the headquarters saying that it is a very highly difficult for the pilot to have survived this kind of crash. In regards to some other updates we do have, of course, the U.S. and Israel stepped up their attacks yesterday. We saw a century-old medical center, research center, which was targeted in Tehran. We also have the B1 bridge in Karaj was targeted. Reports are showing that 8 people were killed and 95 injured, and also steel plants. Also, we do have today, of course, the stock markets in Asia did open rising from 1 to 2% after the Wall Street stocks were largely flat overnight. And last but not least, we also have, of course, War Secretary Pete Hegseth has fired, or as some people are saying, has told to immediately step down the U.S. Army Chief of Staff. Well, to elaborate on these and more, let's go ahead and welcome to the studio our Press TV colleague, Nahid Quraiza. Nahid, as always, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Nahid, let me go ahead and start off with, of course, this the latest developments on this F-35. Now, let's remind the viewers that the F-35 fighter jets, this is the second one. The first one was hit. The pilot had to make an emergency landing. This one literally crashed down. Its combination, it's got stealth, it's got jamming, it's got AI, which according to anyone you ask, even Google you ask, it's virtually untouchable. How has Iran been able to make this very significant military accomplishment?
Well, there are some scenarios around this question. One of them is that it might be for Iran to establish a mobile defense system. So the issue with the radar system is that it's not only about the fighter jets being detectable, it's also about the radar at the base that can be detected by the fighter jets. So there are some scenarios by the military analyst talking about the possibility of somehow making the defense system portable, like ambushing the fighter jets in a way that it cannot locate
so it can't
where is the fire coming from.
Yeah.
And maybe time by time they just move the defense system, the radars especially, so that it cannot intercept it.
Yes.
This is one reason that some analysts are providing. The other thing is that there have been many, I would say mistakes from the Americans and Zionist regime targeting. They actually say they are very precise when it comes to hit, but in reality, they do know that because of the outcome of this war, maybe they think if they go a bit lower, maybe they can find the targets, and that can make them more vulnerable.
Oh, yes.
So at the end of the day, what is very important in my understanding is especially the image of the strongest military force is one thing. The other thing is that Trump keeps claiming that Iran's military power has been completely destroyed. And you see, I see it as a package that they talk about a new regime change. They talk about the military power that has been decimated. And also they talk about the demand of Iranians for Donald Trump to actually come and deliver so-called support and help. In every single aspect of this package, you see the failure of the United States. You see the failure of any sort of achieving objectives of this war. F-35 is a symbol of the failure of the United States. You keep talking about the weakness of the power of Iranians, but at the same time, on the very ground, Iranians are showcasing their power to the world, that who else before us was capable of intercepting F-35. And I said it before, I like to highlight it again. What is not detectable is not F-35. What is not detectable is the steadfastness of Iranians and axis of resistance. That no enemy can actually target it. Okay, this is the reason these people are so resilient. If we target this, then we can make sure that Iran is going to be defeated. There is no such a thing. There are many reasons working as contributing factors in the resilience of axis of resistance that the enemy cannot detect.
Well, exactly. I mean, Nahid, before we do go on to some later updates, of course, that we have been receiving in regards to the F-35, as you mentioned, the radar situation, unlike, of course, the older jets, the F-35 uses AI. So basically, it's able to identify and also classify the enemy threats in seconds, something that used to be done in minutes. So this actually allows a pilot to decide and act faster than humanly possible. Basically, you're hit without knowing that the fighter jet is there to begin with. In regards to some of the latest developments, we're having Iranian-based news saying that the wreckage of the downed F-35 fighter jet bears a symbol. That's a symbol, a code that's indicating that it was based at the RAF Lakenheath in Britain. And just for our viewers to know that basically this is an air base in the UK, but even though it's under the American control, it's used as an airfield for U.S. fighter jets, and it's one of the largest U.S. Air Force bases in the UK, and of course it hosts also the 48th fighter wing for the U.S.
So what about the claims that they keep saying?
This is what I want to ask you. The claims of the UK, I mean, we're going to allow them to use our bases. We're going to not allow them. We have nothing to do with it. In, of course, opposition, what we're hearing from a lot of the other Spain, Austria, Australia being the latest amongst other European countries which are actually not allowing their land to be used. So what is the role of the UK?
Well, definitely they have a very important role in this aggression against Iran. And also definitely no one in Iran has believed them that they are not participating in this war. Like, that's for sure. The old empire and the current empire, of course, hands in hands, making sure that their imperialist projects all around the world, especially in West Asia, is in place. So I don't see any difference between UK and the United States. I don't see any actually reason for the UK to hand over the somehow their imperialist interest to be like, okay, from now on we are not going to be British anymore. This is the imperialist approach towards the global south, the colonialism, which is making their whole perspective, is at the core of their attitude, is at the core of their, I would say, international approach. So there is no surprise, even though they keep saying we are not in this is not our war, but how, I would say, coward they are, that it also shows